Hey there, night owls! Tonight we're cracking open one of history's most fascinating contradictions. Warriors who lived by the sword but died for love. You know samurai as deadly fighters bound by honor codes and absolute loyalty. But here's what nobody talks about. These legendary warriors had secret lives filled with forbidden romance, stolen moments, and hearts that refused to follow orders. Turns out even the most disciplined soldiers in human history couldn't quite master the chaos of falling for the wrong person. So before we dive in, do me a favour, smash that like button if you're ready for this ride, and drop a comment telling me where you're watching from right now. Tokyo? New York? Some random village in the middle of nowhere? I want to know who's joining me on this journey through samurai secrets that textbooks conveniently forgot to mention. Now dim those lights, get comfortable, and let's talk about what happens when duty meets desire, when political marriages collide with actual feelings, and when the greatest warriors in history had to choose between their lord and their heart. Trust me, this gets messy in the best possible way. Ready? Let's go. So let's set the scene here. We're talking about feudal Japan, a society where everything had rules, protocols, and about 17 layers of ceremonial significance. Your sword had to be carried at exactly the right angle. Your tea had to be poured with precisely the correct hand gesture. Even the way you folded your letters could communicate messages that words alone couldn't convey. Naturally, when it came to something as messy and unpredictable as human emotion, the samurai class had developed an entire system to keep those feelings locked down tight. Unfortunately for everyone involved, hearts don't really care about your organizational flowcharts. The thing about samurai culture that most people don't fully appreciate is just how young many of these warriors were when their entire futures got decided for them. We're not talking about adults sitting down and making informed life choices here. Picture a kid who's maybe 7 or 8 years old, still figuring out which end of a practice sword to hold, and his parents are already negotiating his marriage contract with another family 3 provinces away. The bride-to-be? Probably around the same age, equally thrilled about this arrangement, which is to say not at all. But nobody particularly cared whether the kids were thrilled. Marriage in the samurai class wasn't about finding your soulmate or building a partnership based on mutual attraction and shared interests. It was a business transaction, pure and simple, except the currency being exchanged was political loyalty and the merchandise was your actual life. Let's be clear about what these arrangements really meant. When a samurai family decided to marry off their son or daughter, they were essentially creating a living, breathing treaty. The marriage connected 2 clans, established obligations that could last for generations, and created networks of loyalty that might determine who survived the next power struggle and who ended up decorating the nearest castle wall with their head. Romance? Love? The idea that 2 people might actually enjoy each other's company? Those were nice bonuses if they happened to occur, kind of like finding extra rice at the bottom of your bowl, but they certainly weren't the point of the exercise. The goal was strategic positioning, and if the couple eventually developed actual affection for each other, well, that just made everyone's lives slightly less miserable. The parents orchestrating these unions had their own complicated calculations to consider. A smart marriage alliance could elevate your family's status, get you closer to the daimyo's inner circle, or secure resources that might be the difference between prosperity and poverty. Marry your daughter to the right family and suddenly you've got access to better farmland, more soldiers, and invitations to festivals where actual political power gets negotiated over cups of sake. Make the wrong match, and you might find yourself on the losing side of the next clan conflict, which historically speaking was not great for your life expectancy. So parents approach these negotiations with the kind of intense focus usually reserved for military campaigns, because in many ways, that's exactly what they were. The mechanics of arranging these marriages involved an elaborate dance of intermediaries, gift exchanges, and carefully worded proposals that could be interpreted in about 15 different ways depending on who was reading them. You couldn't just walk up to another family and say, "Hey, let's marry our kids to each other." That would be vulgar, too direct, completely inappropriate for people of proper social standing. Instead, you hired a nakodo, a professional matchmaker whose entire job was to facilitate these negotiations without anyone having to commit to anything too explicitly until everyone was sure the deal would go through. These matchmakers were part diplomat, part detective, part gossip columnist, spending their time investigating families, checking lineages, and making absolutely certain that the proposed marriage wouldn't create any unfortunate complications. Like, for instance, accidentally marrying your son to his cousin. which happened more often than you'd think given how interconnected these clans could be. The qualities parents looked for in potential matches had very little to do with what we'd consider important today. Nobody was checking whether the prospective bride and groom had compatible personalities or shared hobbies. The important questions were things like, what's their clan's military strength? How close are they to the regional lord? What kind of rice yields do their family lands produce? Does their lineage have any embarrassing incidents we should know about? Like that time 3 generations ago when someone's great-grandfather switched sides during a siege and got executed for it. These were the details that mattered, the information that could make or break a marriage alliance. Whether the actual couple could stand being in the same room together barely made the list of considerations. For the young samurai getting married off like chess pieces on a political board, this system created some fairly obvious emotional complications. Imagine being told at age 15 that you're going to marry someone you've never met, will probably never love, and must spend the rest of your life with regardless of how you feel about the situation. Your entire romantic future, your most intimate relationship, your daily companion for potentially decades, all decided by people who cared more about land rights than your happiness. Not exactly a recipe for matrimonial bliss, unsurprisingly. And yet this was the system, the way things worked, the social structure everyone was expected to accept without complaint. Complaining wouldn't change anything anyway. Your parents had already made the arrangements, accepted the gifts, and announced the engagement to everyone who mattered. Backing out would disgrace both families and probably ruin your clan's political standing for years. So you smiled, bowed at the appropriate moments, and prepared yourself for a marriage that had been designed by committee. Now here's where human nature decided to completely ignore several centuries of carefully constructed social protocol. Because despite all these elaborate systems designed to channel emotion into politically useful directions, people kept falling in love with exactly the wrong individuals, constantly, predictably, inevitably. It's almost like telling someone they have to marry for political reasons makes them more likely to develop feelings for someone completely inappropriate, though nobody at the time seemed to grasp this particular cause and effect relationship. Samurai warriors, these supposedly disciplined fighters who could meditate for hours and follow orders without question, turned into complete disasters when it came to managing their own hearts. The variety of forbidden relationships that developed reads like a catalogue of everything you're not supposed to do in a rigidly hierarchical society. Samurai fell for servants, which was problematic because of the massive class difference and the fact that your family would rather die than acknowledge a servant as a legitimate partner. They fell for peasants they met during military campaigns, developing attachments to people whose entire annual income was less than what the samurai family spent on ceremonial incense. They fell for daughters of rival clans, creating emotional entanglements with the exact families they might need to fight against next season. Some fell for merchants, which was particularly awkward because merchants ranked even lower than peasants in the official social hierarchy, despite often being significantly wealthier. The heart, it turns out, doesn't care much about your society's organizational chart, and then, because apparently the universe has a sense of humor about these things, some samurai fell in love with people who were already married to someone else. Sometimes that someone else was their own lord, which created the kind of situation that medieval Japanese playwrights would later turn into entertainingly tragic dramas. Imagine being duty-bound to serve your lord with absolute loyalty, prepared to die for him without hesitation, while simultaneously falling for his wife and knowing she feels the same way about you. This wasn't a theoretical problem. It happened regularly enough that there are multiple historical records of the resulting disasters. The Code of Bushido had very specific rules about loyalty and honor, but somehow nobody had written the chapter on what to do when you're in love with the one person in the entire province you absolutely cannot be with. Probably should have covered that. These forbidden relationships couldn't exist openly, obviously. You couldn't exactly announce to your clan that you'd fallen for a farmer's daughter and planned to abandon your arranged marriage to pursue true love. That's not how feudal societies worked. Instead, these relationships lived in the shadows, sustained by stolen moments and elaborate secrecy. The lovers developed entire systems of covert communication, because in a society where your daily life was constantly monitored by family members, servants, and various social watchdogs, privacy was harder to find than honest merchants. Which is saying something. Festivals became crucial opportunities for forbidden lovers to see each other. During major celebrations, social rules relaxed slightly, crowds provided cover, and people could move around more freely without attracting too much attention. You could accidentally on purpose bump into someone in a crowded marketplace, exchange a few words while examining the same vendor's goods, or share a brief glance across a festival ground without anyone thinking twice about it. These moments had to sustain the relationship for weeks or months until the next opportunity arose. So couples learned to pack an entire conversation into 3 minutes, to communicate volumes with a single look, to extract maximum emotional nourishment from minimal actual contact. It was like having a relationship on the most restrictive diet plan imaginable. Temple grounds provided another meeting space, though using religious sites for romantic rendezvous probably wasn't what the monks had in mind when they opened their gardens to the public. The advantage of temples was their relative neutrality. Anyone could claim they were there for prayer or meditation, and who's going to question someone's spiritual devotions? The disadvantage was that you still couldn't actually do anything too obvious, because even in a temple garden, there were monks around, other visitors, and that general sense that Buddha was probably watching and judging your choices. So couples walked together at carefully maintained distances, spoke in low voices about nominally religious topics that somehow conveyed entirely different meanings, and mastered the art of the meaningful pause between conversations about enlightenment. The poetry that samurai lovers wrote to each other during these relationships would later become famous examples of Japanese literary art, though the poets themselves might have preferred slightly less artistic and slightly more practical. Communication methods. When you can't say, "I love you" directly because someone might intercept your letter and destroy your entire life, you learn to write about cherry blossoms instead. The blossom's brief flowering becomes a metaphor for fleeting time together. Their beauty becomes a coded description of the beloved. Their inevitable fall becomes an acknowledgement that this relationship probably isn't ending well for anyone involved. It's all very poetic and culturally significant, and also completely exhausting if you're one of the people trying to maintain a relationship through horticultural metaphors. These secret relationships required constant vigilance and impressive organizational skills. You needed to coordinate meetings without leaving obvious evidence. You had to explain your whereabouts without lying so badly that people got suspicious. You needed contingency plans for unexpected encounters, exit strategies for when meetings were interrupted, and the emotional fortitude to maintain perfect composure even when you were terrified of being discovered. Some samurai were basically running covert operations just to spend time with people they cared about. They brought the same tactical thinking they'd use in military campaigns to the problem of arranging a private conversation with someone they weren't supposed to be talking to, which, when you think about it, is either impressively dedicated or slightly ridiculous. Probably both. The women involved in these relationships faced even more complicated situations. Samurai daughters and wives had almost no freedom of movement compared to men. They couldn't just announce they were going somewhere and leave the house. Every trip outside the family compound needed a reason, usually a chaperone, and definitely an explanation that would hold up under questioning. Servants reported on their activities. Family members monitored their behavior. The social expectations for female propriety were so restrictive that even innocent activities could attract suspicion if they seemed unusual. So women who wanted to pursue forbidden relationships had to become masters of household management and schedule manipulation, finding legitimate reasons to be in places where they might encounter their lovers, all while maintaining the perfect image of a dutiful daughter or wife. The psychological toll of maintaining these secret relationships was significant. You had to essentially live two completely separate lives, your public life following all the social rules and your private emotional life that violated most of them. You memorized which servants could be trusted and which ones reported everything to your parents. You learned to control every facial expression so your feelings never showed at inappropriate moments. You developed the ability to discuss your arranged marriage with apparent contentment while your heart was completely elsewhere. Some people managed this balancing act for years, decades even, living with the constant knowledge that a single mistake could destroy everything. The stress must have been extraordinary. And here's the thing that makes all of this even more complicated. Arranged marriages sometimes actually worked out. Not all of them, obviously, and probably not even most of them, but some couples who started with purely political arrangements did eventually develop genuine affection for each other. They'd begin their marriage as strangers, spend years learning each other's habits and preferences, raise children together, face various crises as a team, and somewhere along the way discover they'd become actual partners, which meant that for someone in a forbidden relationship, you weren't necessarily choosing between a loveless arranged marriage and true love. You might be choosing between a relationship that could potentially become something meaningful and a passionate connection that would almost certainly end in disaster. The children produced by these arranged marriages grew up understanding that their primary purpose was serving their family's interests. Boys knew from early age that they'd become samurai warriors, expected to fight and die for their lord without hesitation. Girls knew they'd be married off to create new political alliances, just like their mothers before them. Nobody asked these children what they wanted to be when they grew up, because what they'd be was whatever served the clan best. Your dreams, hopes, and personal preferences were your private business, and also completely irrelevant to your actual future. Learning to suppress your individual desires in favour of family duty was basically the core curriculum of samurai childhood education. The whole system was designed to prioritise collective goals over individual happiness, which sounds great in theory when you're talking about creating a stable society, but in practice meant a whole lot of people living lives they hadn't chosen with, partners they didn't love. And that brings us to why the legendary love stories from this period became so culturally important. These stories of couples who defied the system, who chose love over duty, who paid terrible prices for following their hearts, they resonated because they represented everything people felt but couldn't express in their daily lives. The stories became a kind of emotional outlet for an entire society of people whose real relationships were determined by politics and power. Now let's talk about some of these legendary couples, because their stories reveal a lot about what samurai society valued, even as they violated its core rules. And I should mention here that I'm going to avoid naming specific historical figures whose stories have been told and retold so many times that everyone's heard multiple versions. Instead, let's look at the patterns these stories followed, because the patterns tell us more about samurai culture than any individual tale could. One common story type involved a warrior who fell in love with someone completely inappropriate, often someone from a lower social class, and had to choose between honour and feeling. These stories almost never ended happily, because they couldn't. The society that produced these tales wasn't interested in suggesting that you could violate social norms and live happily ever after. That would undermine the entire social structure. Instead, these stories typically ended with noble sacrifice. The warrior would give up his love to maintain his honour, or the couple would die together rather than live apart, or some other tragic but dramatically satisfying conclusion would unfold. The message was clear. Love is beautiful and powerful, but duty must win. Though interestingly, the stories spent a lot more time on the beautiful and powerful part than on celebrating the duty part, which suggests people's emotional sympathies didn't quite align with the official moral. Another common story pattern involved lovers separated by circumstances beyond their control. Maybe the warrior got sent on a distant military campaign. Maybe the woman got married to someone else before the couple could be together. Maybe political conflicts between their clans made the relationship impossible. These stories emphasize the pure, transcendent quality of love that persists despite separation. The lovers would exchange letters filled with poetry, maintain faithful devotion across years or decades of absence, and eventually reunite either in this life or the next. The Buddhist concept of karma played heavily in these narratives, the idea that love strong enough could transcend death and carry into future lives, which was a comforting thought if your current life wasn't offering much in the romance department. Then there were stories about lovers whose relationship was discovered, leading to dramatic consequences. These tales served as warnings about the cost of defying social expectations, but they also had a subversive element because they portrayed the lovers sympathetically. Yes, they'd broken the rules. Yes, they'd violated their duties. But their love was presented as genuine and powerful enough to justify taking those risks. The punishment they faced, execution, exile, forced separation, came across as cruel and unjust even though it was perfectly legal according to contemporary standards. These stories let audiences feel sympathy for rule breakers without technically endorsing rule breaking, a neat trick that let people explore forbidden emotions while maintaining social propriety. The performing arts seized on these romantic narratives enthusiastically. No theatre, kabuki plays, and later bunraku puppet theatre all featured stories of tragic lovers as major parts of their repertoires. Playwrights understood that audiences would pack theatres to watch beautiful, impossible romances play out on stage, even though those same audiences would never dream of pursuing such relationships in real life. The theatrical experience provided a safe space to engage with emotions that daily life required suppressing. You could watch the lovers defy their families, declare their feelings, run away together, and face tragic consequences, all while sitting in a theatre surrounded by your own family members to whom you'd never dream of expressing any similar feelings. Entertainment as emotional release valve. These performances were quite stylized. Actors wore elaborate costumes, moved in formalized ways, and spoke in dramatic patterns that bore little resemblance to normal conversation, which in some ways made the emotional content even more powerful, because the artificiality of the performance style created distance that let audiences engage more fully with the feelings being portrayed. If the acting had been realistic, it might have felt too close to real life, too dangerous to watch. But theatrical romance, with all its artistic conventions, could go to emotional places that realistic portrayal couldn't safely reach. The music accompanying these performances played a crucial role in creating emotional atmosphere. The shamisen, a three-stringed instrument that could convey everything from playful happiness to devastating sorrow, often provided the emotional through line for romantic scenes. Musicians became experts at using specific melodic patterns to signal different emotional states, so audiences knew whether they should be feeling hopeful or preparing themselves for heartbreak. The music could express things the dialogue couldn't say directly, filling in emotional subtext that made the stories richer and more layered. But for every legendary romance that made it into plays and poems, there were countless ordinary stories that nobody commemorated with art. Regular samurai who fell for people they shouldn't, women who loved men they couldn't be with, couples who stole moments of happiness knowing they couldn't last. These people didn't get theatrical productions made about them. Their stories lived and died with them, leaving only occasional traces in family records or personal letters that mostly got destroyed because keeping evidence of forbidden relationships was unwise. So we have to remember that the famous tales represent just a tiny fraction of the actual emotional reality people lived through. The letters that did survive provide fascinating glimpses into real relationships. These weren't the polished poems that became famous literary works. They were practical communications between people managing actual lives together. A wife might write to her warrior husband about household finances, crop yields, and political news, then include a few lines about missing him that were all the more powerful for their restraint. A man might send detailed instructions about managing the family estate, then mention almost casually that he'd seen flowers blooming that reminded him of their garden at home, and she'd understand what he really meant. These letters show partnerships built on shared responsibilities and sustained through practical cooperation, with love emerging from competence and mutual respect rather than dramatic passion. Some couples developed elaborate private languages that let them communicate feelings in ways that wouldn't seem inappropriate if someone else read their letters. A question about when to harvest rice might actually be asking when they'd see each other again. A comment about the weather could convey emotional state. References to household management might encode reassurance or support. These codes weren't primarily about keeping secrets, though that was certainly useful, but about finding ways to maintain emotional connection within the constraints of formal correspondence. The limitation actually made the communication more creative and sometimes more meaningful than direct expression might have been. The role of children in these relationships added another layer of complexity. Samurai parents loved their children in the same intense protective way parents throughout history have loved their offspring. But they also had to raise those children to accept the same restrictive system that limited everyone's freedom. How do you teach your son that his duty to his lord matters more than his life, knowing you're basically preparing him for early death? How do you raise your daughter to accept an arranged marriage, knowing you're condemning her to the same limited choices you've faced? Parents had to somehow balance genuine affection with training their children for sacrifice, creating individuals strong enough to survive in a brutal social system while preserving their capacity for human feeling. The lullabies mothers sang to their children often reflected this tension. Unlike modern lullabies that focus on safety and comfort, many samurai-era lullabies dealt with themes of impermanence, duty, and separation. Songs about warriors leaving at dawn, about beautiful things that don't last, about the importance of honor even at great personal cost. These were the melodies children fell asleep to, which probably explains something about how this culture managed to sustain itself across generations. You learned from infancy that loss was inevitable, that duty mattered more than desire, that beauty was most precious precisely because it couldn't last. Fathers had their own complicated role in preparing children for their futures. A samurai father might spend years training his son in martial arts, teaching him to endure pain without complaint, instructing him in the codes of behavior that would keep him alive and respected. But underneath that training was the terrible knowledge that everything he taught his son might just make him a more effective soldier, who'd die slightly more gloriously in some pointless clan conflict. The better the father's teaching, the more certainly the son would fulfill his duty, which meant the more likely he was to die young. Success as a father basically guaranteed losing your son to the system you were training him to serve. Daughters received training equally focused on their future roles, though the specifics were different. They learned tea ceremony, flower arrangement, poetry composition, and all the cultural accomplishments expected of samurai women. But they also learned something less tangible and more essential: how to endure unhappiness without showing it, how to find satisfaction in performing duty regardless of personal feelings, how to maintain dignity in situations that might strip away every other source of pride. Their education was essentially training in emotional survival, preparing them for lives where their main purpose would be producing children and managing households for men they probably wouldn't love and certainly hadn't chosen. The economic realities of samurai marriage added practical complications to the emotional ones. Dowries were significant financial transactions, often involving enough wealth to strain even prosperous families. The bride's family had to demonstrate they could provide appropriately for their daughter, while also showing respect for the groom's family through generous gifts. The groom's family had to prove they could support a wife in the manner befitting her status. Marriage became an exchange of property, obligations, and expectations, all of it carefully calibrated to reflect both families' social standing, which meant that even if a couple somehow managed to fall in love after an arranged marriage, their relationship existed within this framework of financial calculation and social positioning that never really went away. Divorce was technically possible in samurai society, but complicated enough that most couples stuck with marriages even when they were miserable. The wife could be sent back to her family if she failed to produce sons, committed adultery, or seriously violated other social expectations. But this outcome disgraced her entire family and usually ended any chance she'd have for remarriage or comfortable future. The husband could also initiate divorce relatively easily in theory, but doing so meant returning the dowry, breaking the political alliance the marriage had created, and potentially insulting a family that might become enemies over the perceived slight. So even genuinely terrible marriages often continued because ending them cost more than anyone wanted to pay. This created situations where people might be stuck in marriages they hated while desperately in love with someone they could never be with openly. The psychological strain must have been extraordinary. You'd live your entire life performing a role, maintaining appearances, going through all the motions of a relationship that felt like a business arrangement because that's essentially what it was. Meanwhile, your actual emotional life existed in brief stolen moments, coded letters, and the rare occasions when circumstances aligned to let you spend time with the person you really cared about. Some people managed this for decades. How they didn't completely lose their minds is honestly impressive. The physical intimacy aspect of these relationships added yet another complication to an already complex situation. Arranged marriages obviously involved physical relationships. Children needed to be produced to continue family lines, and failure to consummate a marriage was grounds for annulment. But these physical relationships existed under enormous pressure to perform specific functions rather than express affection or desire. You weren't making love with your spouse so much as fulfilling contractual obligations and hopefully producing male heirs in the process. Not exactly conducive to genuine intimacy, unsurprisingly. Meanwhile, forbidden relationships involved physical attraction and genuine desire, but with the constant risk of discovery and disaster. Any pregnancy resulting from an affair would create catastrophic problems. You couldn't exactly explain how your wife got pregnant while you were on military campaign 3 months away, or how an unmarried daughter suddenly needed to get married very quickly to avoid obvious scandal. So lovers had to navigate physical intimacy while managing significant risks, which probably took some of the spontaneity out of the experience. The spaces where physical intimacy could occur were limited and dangerous. A temple garden might work for conversation, but certainly not for anything more. Festival crowds provided cover for brief contact, but nothing sustained. Some lovers found ways to create opportunities. A sympathetic servant might look the other way, a travelling excuse might provide overnight cover, seasonal obligations might create temporary separation from normal supervision. But each encounter required careful planning, quick execution, and the constant awareness that discovery meant disaster for everyone involved. The contrast between official marriages and secret relationships created interesting social dynamics. Your wife knew her place in your life was secure regardless of emotional connection. She had legal status, social recognition, and the backing of both families. Your mistress or secret lover had none of that security but might have your actual affection and emotional intimacy. Some samurai tried to navigate this by developing separate but parallel relationships with both women, which required impressive organizational skills and probably didn't make anyone particularly happy. Others essentially abandoned emotional connection with their wives to focus on forbidden relationships, creating household tensions that everyone noticed but nobody could discuss directly. Women in arranged marriages faced similar complications. Some developed feelings for men other than their husbands, creating situations where they had to perform wifely duties while their emotional lives existed elsewhere. Others simply resigned themselves to loveless marriages and focused on children, household management, and whatever satisfaction could be found in fulfilling social expectations properly. A few managed to develop genuine partnerships with their arranged husbands, creating relationships that weren't based on passion, but worked through shared respect and compatible temperaments. None of these outcomes was entirely satisfactory, which might explain why so many people found the tragic love stories so compelling. At least theatrical lovers got to experience real passion before everything ended badly. The seasonal patterns of samurai life added rhythm to these relationships, both official and secret. Spring typically brought military obligations as weather improved enough for campaigns. This meant separations as warriors left for weeks or months, creating automatic distance in both marriages and affairs. Summer offered festivals and ceremonies that could provide cover for secret meetings, but also required participation in family and clan obligations. Autumn brought harvest concerns and preparation for winter, with its own set of social requirements. Winter provided the longest periods of relative stability when warriors might be home consistently, but also when everyone was confined in closer quarters with less privacy. These seasonal cycles shaped how people thought about time itself. Instead of measuring relationships in years of continuous contact, samurai learned to think in terms of seasons together and apart. You didn't ask how long a couple had been married in the way we might. You'd count cycles of separation and reunion, calculate how many campaigns a warrior had survived, consider how many children had been produced and raised successfully. Time became measured in survival and endurance rather than simple duration. The impermanence that characterized so much of Japanese aesthetic philosophy made particular sense in this context. If you knew that nothing lasted, that any meeting might be your last, that death or duty could separate you at any moment, you learned to value present moments intensely while accepting that they couldn't continue. This wasn't pessimism so much as realistic adaptation to circumstances beyond anyone's control. The cherry blossoms that bloomed spectacularly for a week and then fell became the perfect metaphor for relationships that burned bright and brief before circumstances destroyed them. This cultural emphasis on impermanence actually gave people tools for emotional survival. If you believed that nothing lasts forever, then losing something precious was painful, but not unexpected or unjust. It was simply the nature of existence asserting itself. This philosophy didn't make loss hurt less, but it provided a framework for understanding that hurt as part of life's natural pattern, rather than as personal tragedy requiring explanation. You could mourn what you'd lost while accepting that loss was inevitable, which is honestly a pretty psychologically healthy approach to dealing with a life where loss was frequent and often violent. The artistic expression that emerged from these emotional circumstances remains influential today. The poetry, plays, and stories created during this period established aesthetic principles and narrative patterns that still shape Japanese culture. The idea that true love requires sacrifice, that beauty is intensified by transience, that devotion can transcend death. These concepts became embedded in cultural consciousness through generations of artists working with themes they drew from actual lived experience of restrictive social systems and forbidden feelings. But we should be careful not to romanticize the past just because it produced beautiful art. The reality behind those poems and plays was often simply miserable. People stuck in marriages they hated, lovers separated by circumstances they couldn't control, children raised to accept their own subordination, women with almost no agency over their lives. These weren't poetic situations. They were grinding daily. realities that caused real suffering. The art that emerged wasn't compensation for that suffering so much as a way of making it meaningful, giving it aesthetic shape that provided some small consolation for all that couldn't be changed. Understanding these contradictions, between beautiful poetry and harsh reality, between disciplined behavior and uncontrollable emotion, between social duty and individual desire, is essential for understanding samurai culture more broadly. These weren't people who'd somehow transcended normal human feelings to become perfect warriors. They were people dealing with the same messy emotions everyone experiences, but trying to manage those feelings within social systems that allowed very little room for individual choice or expression. The fact that they developed such sophisticated ways of navigating impossible situations speaks to human creativity and resilience more than to any special virtue of the system they were trapped in. The legendary stories that survive from this period serve as both historical records and cultural mirrors, reflecting what samurai society valued even as they depicted violations of that society's core rules. Take the archetypal story of the warrior who falls for a dancer or entertainer, someone whose profession placed her outside respectable society, but whose artistry and beauty made her irresistible. These relationships were particularly problematic because entertainers occupied an ambiguous social position. They might perform at aristocratic gatherings, they might be educated in poetry and music, but they weren't considered marriage material for samurai families. Their profession marked them as unsuitable, regardless of their personal qualities. What made these stories so compelling was how they portrayed the woman as worthy despite society's judgment. She wasn't depicted as a temptress leading a good man astray, but as a person of genuine merit whose social position didn't reflect her actual value. The tragedy wasn't that the warrior fell for someone worthless, it was that social structures prevented recognition of her worth. This subtle subversion let audiences sympathize with the lovers, while technically maintaining that social rules mattered. You could feel that the system was unjust without explicitly saying so, which was about as close to social criticism as you could get in feudal Japan. The specific details these stories included reveal what audiences found most emotionally resonant. Often the woman would prove her devotion through some test that demonstrated commitment beyond what duty required. She might refuse to betray her lover under torture, though her testimony would save her own life. She might wait decades for a man who might never return, turning down other opportunities. She might sacrifice her reputation or safety to protect him. These demonstrations of loyalty served a particular narrative function. They proved the relationship was based on genuine feeling rather than mere physical attraction or temporary infatuation. The depth of suffering became proof of authentic love. The warrior's response in these stories typically involved equally dramatic gestures. He might abandon his position to be with her, sacrificing status and security for love. He might arrange for her financial security before his death, ensuring she'd be provided for even when he couldn't be there. He might write poetry that became famous precisely because it captured authentic emotion, expressed through traditional forms. His actions proved that his feelings transcended the physical and temporary, that he valued this relationship above the political marriages and military honors that defined samurai success. These weren't light entertainments about brief affairs. They were serious examinations of what people would sacrifice for genuine connection. But here's what's interesting about how these stories actually functioned in society. They became incredibly popular, performed repeatedly, referenced constantly in conversation and writing. Everyone knew the major plots, could quote famous lines, felt emotionally invested in characters whose stories had been told for generations. Yet this popularity didn't translate into changed social behavior. People didn't watch these plays and then go out and defy their arranged marriages. They didn't use these stories to justify breaking social rules in their own lives. Instead, the stories seemed to function as a pressure release valve. You experienced these forbidden emotions vicariously through art, which somehow made it easier to accept their absence in your actual life. The economics of theatrical performance meant these stories reached audiences across social classes, not just samurai. Merchants, artisans, even wealthy peasants attended performances and engaged with these narratives. For non-samurai audiences, these stories had somewhat different resonance. They weren't personally facing arranged marriages to cement political alliances, but they certainly understood limited choices and social pressure to conform. The specifics might be samurai-focused, but the emotional core, wanting what you can't have, being trapped by circumstances beyond your control, loving someone society says is wrong for you. These were universal experiences. The story's popularity across class lines suggests they touch something fundamental about human experience, regardless of specific social position. Female audiences engaged with these stories from yet another angle. For women, the tales provided rare examples of female characters who had agency, who made choices that affected outcomes, who weren't just passive recipients of male decisions. Yes, those choices often led to tragedy, but at least the women in these stories did something rather than nothing. They acted on their feelings, they demonstrated loyalty, they proved their worth through behaviour rather than just accepting whatever fate men assigned them. In a society where actual women had minimal control over their lives, these fictional women who chose suffering over submission offered a kind of aspirational model, however unrealistic. The transmission of these stories across generations created interesting evolution in how they were interpreted. A story told in the 14th century might carry different emotional weight when performed in the 17th century, though the basic plot remained unchanged. Social conditions shifted, political contexts evolved, and audiences brought their contemporary concerns to old narratives. A story about lovers separated by clan warfare might resonate differently during peaceful periods versus times of actual conflict. The same tale could be tragic meditation on war's cost or romantic adventure depending on when you heard it. This flexibility helped the stories remain relevant across centuries of social change. Religious interpretation provided another layer of meaning to these narratives. Buddhism's emphasis on detachment from worldly desires created interesting tension, with stories celebrating passionate attachment. Storytellers had to navigate this carefully. You couldn't just glorify desire without acknowledging that attachment caused suffering, one of Buddhism's fundamental truths. So stories often included recognition that the lover's passion was itself a form of suffering, even when that suffering felt more meaningful than its absence. The resolution frequently involved some form of spiritual transcendence or promise of reunion in future lives, bringing Buddhist concepts into romantic narratives in ways that satisfied both emotional and religious sensibilities. The question of historical accuracy in these legendary tales is complicated. Some stories were based on real people and actual events, though details got embellished over time. Others were complete fictions that claimed historical basis for added gravitas. Many mixed real historical figures with invented situations, creating narratives that felt authentic even when they weren't. For audiences, the distinction probably mattered less than emotional truth. A story could be completely fabricated and still capture genuine feelings, could be entirely fictional and still illuminate real social dynamics. Historical accuracy was less important than emotional resonance and aesthetic achievement. The linguistic choices in these stories reveal sophisticated understanding of how language shapes emotional response. The poetry exchanges between lovers use specific classical forms that audiences would recognize, each form carrying its own associations and expected content. Choosing to write in one poetic style versus another communicated meaning beyond the words themselves. The season referenced in a poem indicated particular emotions according to established conventions. Even grammatical choices, using particular verb forms or sentence structures, could convey subtlety about the speaker's social position and emotional state. Audiences literate in these linguistic codes got far more from the stories than bare plot would suggest. The physical staging of theatrical performances added another dimension to how audiences experienced these narratives. No theatre used minimal props and highly stylized movement, creating emotional impact through restraint and suggestion. Kabuki employed elaborate sets, dramatic makeup, and spectacular costume changes, going for sensory overload as aesthetic strategy. These different theatrical traditions attracted different audiences and created distinct emotional experiences even when telling similar stories. The choice of format shaped how the tale would be received. No for meditative contemplation of emotion, Kabuki for visceral entertainment that didn't require deep literacy and classical arts. Music deserves special attention here because it carried so much emotional weight in performance. The shamisen could cry like a human voice, laugh like festival crowds, or whisper like wind through pine trees. Musicians developed specific melodic patterns for specific emotional situations. The lover's theme would sound different from the separation theme, which would differ from the tragic death theme. Audiences learned these musical vocabularies and responded to them instinctively, sometimes more strongly to music than to actual dialogue. A skilled shamisen player could make you cry just from playing the opening notes of a famous scene because you'd already associated those notes with heartbreak. The role of intermediaries in these legendary romances deserves exploration, because they reveal how relationships actually functioned practically. Almost every famous love story involves go-betweens, servants who carried messages, friends who arranged meetings, family members who looked the other way at crucial moments. These supporting characters enabled the main romance through their discretion and assistance. Their presence in the stories acknowledged that forbidden relationships couldn't exist through lovers' efforts alone. You needed accomplices, people willing to risk their own positions to help you, a network of quiet supporters who never got the glory but made everything possible. Some stories focus specifically on these go-betweens, exploring their motivations and risks. Why would a servant risk her position to carry letters between forbidden lovers? Sometimes loyalty to the lady she served. Sometimes bribery made it worth the risk. Sometimes romantic belief that true love deserved support even when it violated social rules. Sometimes memory of her own lost love that made her sympathetic to others' feelings. These stories within stories added depth to the main narrative while acknowledging the social reality that individual action couldn't occur without social networks enabling it. The geographic settings of legendary romances mattered more than you might expect. Stories set in capital cities had different implications than tales located in remote provinces. Urban settings suggested sophistication, access to cultural refinements, but also more surveillance and social pressure. Rural settings offered more privacy, but less access to the arts and culture that facilitated coded communication. Some stories specifically use travel between locations as plot device. The lovers meet in the capital during court service, maintain the relationship through correspondence after returning to their respective provinces, finally reunite during a pilgrimage to a distant temple. Geography became character in these narratives, shaping what was possible and what wasn't. Seasonal settings carried heavy symbolic weight that audiences would immediately recognize. A relationship beginning in spring suggested hope and new life, though everyone knew spring's beauty didn't last. Summer affairs implied passion and intensity, but summer was also campaign season, when military obligations would inevitably interfere. Autumn relationships carried melancholy awareness of approaching winter, making them particularly poignant. Winter allowed more time together, but also highlighted isolation and resource scarcity that could strain connections. The season when a story occurred told you something about its likely trajectory before the plot even developed. The treatment of time in these narratives often compressed or expanded moments based on emotional significance rather than chronological accuracy. A brief meeting might be described in elaborate detail spanning paragraphs, while years of separation got summarized in a sentence. This wasn't sloppy storytelling. It reflected how people actually experienced time in these relationships. The moments together were so precious that they needed to be savored and extended in memory, while the separations were endured rather than lived, time to get through rather than experience fully. Stories mirrored this psychological reality by giving narrative weight to moments that mattered emotionally, rather than events that took longest chronologically. The question of whether these legendary relationships were worth their costs gets explored differently across different stories. Some narratives suggest that brief authentic connection matters more than lifelong comfortable conformity. Others imply that the lovers would have been better off accepting their fates rather than fighting impossible circumstances. Still others avoid judging, presenting the situation as tragedy without assigning blame or suggesting alternative choices would have produced better outcomes. This variety in moral interpretation meant audiences could take different messages from the same basic story type, depending on their own circumstances and inclinations. One fascinating aspect of these tales is how they handled the practical aftermath of discovered affairs. Some stories end with the lovers' dramatic deaths, but others continue into uncomfortable territory of what happens next. The woman might be sent to a convent, not as punishment so much as to remove her from circulation and avoid continued scandal. The man might lose his position but not his life, essentially getting demoted or reassigned somewhere his disgrace wouldn't reflect on his lord. Families would scramble to manage reputation damage through careful storytelling about what really happened versus what got told publicly. These post-discovery narratives acknowledge that consequences extended beyond the immediate couple to networks of relatives and associates whose positions could be affected by others' actions. The children of forbidden relationships faced particularly complicated circumstances in these stories. Illegitimate children couldn't inherit property or position in samurai society, so their existence created immediate practical problems beyond moral questions. Some stories dealt with this by having no children result from the relationship, conveniently avoiding the issue. Others used illegitimate children as plot devices. The child's existence proves the relationship happened, or serves as living connection between lovers after one dies, or creates obligation the man must fulfill despite social impossibility. The child becomes both problem and solution, burden and blessing, depending on narrative needs. Suicide appears frequently in these legendary tales, particularly joint suicide where lovers die together since they can't live together. This wasn't fictional invention. Actual double suicides occurred with some regularity in feudal Japan, documented in historical records beyond theatrical representation. The Buddhist and Shinto religious context gave these deaths particular meaning beyond simply ending an impossible situation. Death could be purification, could demonstrate ultimate sincerity, could become a final act of agency in lives that offered little other control. The romantic tragedy of joint suicide appealed to audiences while also serving as cautionary tale about passion's dangers. But here's what's slightly uncomfortable about modern engagement with these stories. We tend to romanticize them in ways that erase their actual horror. Two people killing themselves because society won't let them be together isn't beautiful, it's awful. The fact that their deaths got commemorated in art doesn't make the deaths themselves less tragic, or the social system less cruel. We need to hold both truths simultaneously. These stories tell us something important about human capacity for love and sacrifice, and they also reveal oppressive social structures that caused immense unnecessary suffering. You can appreciate the art without celebrating the circumstances that produced it. The influence of these legendary tales on subsequent Japanese literature and culture can't be overstated. Patterns established in medieval stories continued shaping narratives well into the modern era. The doomed lovers separated by circumstances beyond their control became template for countless later works. The emphasis on loyalty demonstrated through suffering rather than happy partnership influenced how relationships got portrayed across genres. Even today's manga and anime often draw on these centuries-old narrative structures, updating details while maintaining emotional cores established in feudal period. Cultural memory runs deep. For the actual samurai living through these historical periods, the legendary tales probably felt both familiar and alien. Familiar because they captured real emotional experiences and social dynamics everyone understood. Alien because real life rarely had the aesthetic perfection or narrative coherence of art. Your forbidden relationship probably didn't involve poetic exchanges of legendary beauty. It involved awkward conversations stolen between obligations, worries about practical consequences, and far more mundane complications than theatrical versions suggested. The legends provided idealized versions of messy reality, beautiful lies that felt more true than actual truth. This brings us to a crucial point about understanding samurai relationships more broadly. The famous stories we know represent exceptional cases, relationships dramatic enough to commemorate in art. But most samurai lives didn't include legendary romance or dramatic defiance of social norms. Most people just lived within the system, formed whatever connections the system allowed, and made the best of circumstances they couldn't change. Their stories didn't get told in theatres because they weren't dramatic, but they were no less real for their ordinariness. The quiet compromises probably outnumbered spectacular rebellions by 1,000 to 1. Yet even ordinary relationships carried weight and meaning for the people experiencing them. Your arranged marriage might not inspire theatrical productions, but it was still your life, your daily reality, your source of whatever intimacy and partnership you'd experience. Learning to find satisfaction in duty, to develop affection through shared experience rather than instant passion, to build meaningful connection within constrained circumstances. These were legitimate emotional achievements even if they didn't make good theatre. The emphasis on legendary tragic romances can obscure the more common story of people learning to love what they were given, because changing it wasn't possible. The emotional landscape we've been exploring didn't exist in a philosophical vacuum. Samurai society developed sophisticated intellectual frameworks for understanding why love had to be this complicated, why beauty always hurt a little, and why the best moments carried shadows of their own ending. These weren't just romantic notions dreamed up by poets with too much time on their hands. They were practical tools for psychological survival in a world where literally everything you cared about could disappear without warning. Your lord could order you to die tomorrow. Your wife could succumb to illness next week. Your children might not survive childhood. Even the cherry blossoms, which everyone agreed were absolutely stunning, lasted maybe 10 days if weather cooperated. Building your entire emotional life around permanence in these circumstances would be setting yourself up for constant devastating disappointment, which frankly nobody had time for. Enter the concept of mono-no-aware, which translates roughly as the pathos of things, or sensitivity to ephemera, though neither translation really captures what it meant in practice. Mono-no-aware was basically an aesthetic principle that said beauty becomes more beautiful precisely because it doesn't last. The cherry blossoms are precious exactly because they fall. The autumn moon is moving because it'll be gone by morning. Your lover matters intensely because you might never see them again after tonight. This wasn't pessimism, or at least it wasn't supposed to be. It was more like radical acceptance of reality paired with determination to extract maximum meaning from temporary experiences. Which sounds great in theory, though actually living this way required emotional gymnastics that would exhaust most people. The literature of the period absolutely drowned in this aesthetic. Every poem about falling leaves was also about mortality. Every description of morning dew was simultaneously about transience. Lovers comparing themselves to snow on pine branches weren't just being poetic. They were working within an entire framework that everyone understood, where natural imagery carried specific emotional resonance. If you wrote about spring, you were talking about new beginnings that wouldn't last. Summer meant passion that would burn out. Autumn brought melancholy awareness of endings. Winter suggested both death and the possibility of renewal. The seasons weren't just weather patterns. They were emotional vocabulary that let you communicate complex feelings through apparently simple natural description. For samurai trying to navigate impossible romantic situations, this philosophical framework provided something valuable: permission to feel deeply without requiring permanence. You didn't have to believe your love would last forever to justify caring about someone. The relationship's temporary nature didn't diminish its significance. It actually enhanced the meaning. Every moment together became precious precisely because there wouldn't be infinite moments. Every letter exchanged carried weight because it might be the last one. Every stolen afternoon in a temple garden mattered intensely because such afternoons were rare and wouldn't continue indefinitely. This mindset didn't make the pain of separation any less sharp, but it provided context that made the pain meaningful rather than simply cruel. The Buddhist influences underlying this aesthetic ran deep through samurai culture, though sometimes in ways that contradicted official religious doctrine. Buddhism taught that attachment caused suffering, that desire was the root of human misery, that enlightenment required releasing your grip on worldly concerns, which theoretically meant that falling desperately in love and then suffering when circumstances separated you was exactly the kind of attachment you were supposed to transcend. Oops. So samurai had to navigate between genuine Buddhist principles and actual human emotions that didn't particularly care about enlightenment when your heart was breaking. The solution most people arrived at involved selective application of Buddhist concepts, embracing impermanence while conveniently ignoring the parts about not being attached in the first place. Zen Buddhism specifically offered tools that proved useful for managing this contradiction. Zen emphasized living fully in the present moment, experiencing reality directly rather than through concepts or expectations, which worked perfectly for relationships where you might only get stolen moments together. If you could be completely present during those brief times, they became infinitely more valuable than longer periods of distracted or partial attention. The Zen practice of mindfulness meant that an hour with your beloved could feel more meaningful than months of going through motions with your official spouse. Not that Zen masters were intentionally teaching people how to have more fulfilling extramarital affairs, but that's sort of how it worked out in practice. The meditation techniques that samurai learned as part of their training had interesting applications to emotional management. You practice sitting still for extended periods, observing your thoughts without being controlled by them, maintaining equilibrium regardless of circumstances. These same skills proved remarkably useful for maintaining composure during arranged marriage negotiations when you were in love with someone else, or for enduring months of separation from your actual beloved while sharing living quarters with a spouse you didn't choose and didn't particularly like. You could feel the emotions without being destroyed by them, acknowledge the pain without letting it incapacitate you. Meditation became emotional armor that let you survive situations that might otherwise break you completely. But here's where it gets philosophically complicated. The Buddhist concept of impermanence, that everything changes, nothing lasts, permanence is illusion, was supposed to reduce suffering by helping you not get attached to things that would inevitably end. In practice, for many samurai, it seemed to intensify feeling rather than diminish it. Knowing your time together was limited made every moment more precious. Understanding that this relationship would end made you value it more deeply, not less. The awareness of transience heightened rather than reduced emotional intensity, which suggests either that samurai were doing Buddhism wrong, or that philosophical concepts work differently in actual lived experience than they do in theory. Probably both. The Bushido Code complicated all of this further by adding layers of obligation and honor that didn't necessarily align with Buddhist attachment. Bushido emphasized absolute loyalty to your lord, willingness to die without hesitation when ordered, subordination of personal desires to duty. These weren't particularly compatible with Buddhist goals of enlightenment through release from worldly attachments. You were simultaneously supposed to be unattached to life, while being absolutely committed to serving your lord even unto death. Which is a neat trick if you can pull it off, though most people probably just compartmentalized rather than actually resolving the contradiction. You followed Bushido in public context and contemplated Buddhist philosophy in private moments, and tried not to think too hard about how they didn't quite fit together. When it came to romantic relationships, this mixture of philosophical influences created some fascinating mental frameworks. Love was attachment, which Buddhism said caused suffering. But love also demonstrated loyalty and devotion, which Bushido valued. Love was impermanent, which made it precious according to Mono no Aware. But love also sometimes conflicted with duty, which made it dangerous. You could construct arguments supporting or condemning romantic feelings, using the same philosophical traditions depending on which aspects you emphasized. This flexibility meant people could usually find intellectual justification for whatever they were going to do anyway, which is probably how philosophy often works in practice. The artistic expressions of these philosophical concepts showed up everywhere in samurai culture. Calligraphy wasn't just writing, it was meditation in action, each brushstroke capturing momentary awareness and impermanent beauty. The practice of writing poetry became an exercise in distilling complex emotions into precise forms that acknowledged both feeling and transience. Tea ceremony transformed mundane actions into spiritual practice, while simultaneously providing cover for romantic meetings in temple gardens. Every cultural activity seemed designed to help people hold contradictory truths simultaneously. Life is brief, so attention matters. Attachments cause suffering, so value them while they last. Duty comes first, but love still counts for something. The cherry blossom viewing parties that were such important social events embodied these philosophical tensions perfectly. Everyone gathered to appreciate the blossom's brief beauty, drinking sake and composing poetry about transience and impermanence. Which sounds terribly refined and philosophical, until you realize these gatherings were also prime opportunities for forbidden lovers to engineer accidental meetings. You'd be contemplating the fleeting nature of beauty while trying to catch your beloved's eye across a crowded garden without anyone noticing. The philosophical framework provided cover for social interactions that might otherwise attract suspicion. Nobody questioned why you were staring intensely at that particular tree if you could claim you were meditating on impermanence, rather than trying to signal your secret lover standing near it. The moon viewing traditions followed similar patterns. Autumn moon viewing was officially about appreciating celestial beauty and reflecting on cosmic impermanence, but functionally it was an excuse to be outside after dark, which created opportunities that daylight hours didn't offer. The poetry you composed about the moon could encode messages about your actual feelings, using imagery everyone recognized to communicate things you couldn't say directly. The moon becomes lonely, travelling across empty sky. Or does it? Perhaps you're not talking about the moon at all, but about your own situation, separated from the person who matters. Everyone at the gathering would nod appreciatively at your sensitivity to natural beauty, while understanding the double meaning if they paid attention. The seasonal consciousness that permeated samurai culture provided both structure and vocabulary for managing complicated emotions. Spring brought renewal, but also awareness that renewal wouldn't last. Summer offered intensity and passion, alongside knowledge that such intensity would inevitably cool. Autumn carried melancholy beauty that somehow made sorrow feel meaningful, rather than simply painful. Winter provided time for reflection and endurance, waiting for the cycle to begin again. Living with this seasonal awareness meant never quite escaping consciousness of change and endings, But it also meant every season brought its own gifts, even when those gifts included sadness. For couples managing long-term relationships across separations, this seasonal framework provided predictable rhythms that made unpredictable circumstances slightly more bearable. You knew spring would bring military campaigns and separation. You anticipated summer festivals that might allow brief contact. You expected autumn melancholy, but also autumn harvest celebrations. You endured winter waiting for spring. The cycle continued whether you wanted it to or not, but at least it continued, which meant separations ended eventually even if they'd begin again later. The reliability of seasonal change offered some security in lives otherwise characterized by uncertainty and disruption. The gardens that wealthy samurai families cultivated became physical manifestations of these philosophical principles. Garden design emphasized impermanence and change, flowing water that never stopped moving, carefully pruned trees that nonetheless grew and shifted, seasonal flowers that bloomed and faded on schedule. Walking through these gardens was supposed to provide opportunities for meditation on transience, though it also provided privacy for conversations you didn't want servants overhearing. The philosophical and practical purposes overlapped constantly, which probably made the philosophy more accessible since it served immediate needs rather than just abstract ideals. The tea ceremony deserves particular attention for how it brought together aesthetic, philosophical, and practical concerns. Tea practice emphasized presence, attention, and awareness of the moment's uniqueness. The ceremony would never be exactly repeated. This tea, this water, this light through these windows, this conversation, all existing only now and then, gone forever, which made it perfect vehicle for both Buddhist mindfulness practice and romantic encounters that needed plausible cover stories. You weren't meeting secretly with forbidden lover, you were participating in tea ceremony, which was entirely respectable cultural activity. That the ceremony included only you and your beloved without any witnesses was just fortunate coincidence, clearly. The aesthetic principle of wabi-sabi, which found beauty in imperfection and incompleteness, complemented mono-no-aware in ways that shaped how samurai understood relationships. Wabi-sabi suggested that perfect things weren't actually beautiful. Beauty came from the cracks, the asymmetry, the signs of age and use that showed something had been lived with and loved. Applying this to relationships meant that the perfect political marriage arranged by families and blessed by society wasn't necessarily more beautiful than the flawed forbidden romance maintained through difficulty and sacrifice. The imperfections proved the relationship was real, had been tested, mattered enough to fight for despite obstacles. This aesthetic permission to value imperfection helped justify choices that looked completely irrational from outside. Why would a samurai risk everything for a relationship with someone socially inappropriate when he had perfectly functional arranged marriage already? Because the forbidden relationship, with all its difficulties and imperfections, felt more real than the official one. The struggle itself became proof of authenticity. If love was easy and convenient, how would you know it was genuine? The wabi-sabi framework suggested that difficulty and imperfection were actually signs of depth and meaning, rather than problems to be solved. The practice of ikebana, flower arrangement, taught lessons about impermanence that applied beyond plants. You created something beautiful knowing it would die soon. The arrangement's beauty came partly from consciousness of its brief existence. You couldn't preserve it indefinitely. You could only appreciate it now and carry the memory forward. Every samurai who'd studied ikebana understood this principle intellectually, though applying it to human relationships proved considerably more difficult than applying it to flowers. Flowers die on predictable schedules. Humans leave when ordered away, die in battles you couldn't prevent, or simply stop loving you for reasons you never quite understand. The philosophical framework helped, but it didn't eliminate pain. Writing poetry became the primary method for processing these philosophical concepts in personal contexts. You didn't write abstract treatises about impermanence, you wrote about specific moments of beauty and loss that embodied the principles. The morning you watched your lover leave knowing you might never see them again became a poem about autumn wind scattering leaves. The night you spent together while your actual spouse was elsewhere became meditation on moonlight that touches everything but belongs nowhere. The poetry wasn't just describing emotions, it was transforming personal experience into aesthetic form that made the pain somehow more bearable by making it beautiful. The haiku format, with its strict limitations and emphasis on natural imagery, proved particularly useful for encoding emotional complexity in apparently simple observations. 17 syllables couldn't contain explicit discussion of forbidden love, but they could capture a moment's feeling in ways that longer forms might miss. The limitation forced precision and suggestion rather than direct statement. You learned to say everything by saying almost nothing, to convey feelings through imagery rather than confession. This aesthetic of restraint and indirection aligned perfectly with social necessity. You couldn't be direct anyway, so you developed art forms that made indirection into virtue. The Buddhist concept of karma added another dimension to how samurai understood their romantic circumstances. If you were in an impossible situation, married to one person while loving another, separated by circumstances beyond control, trapped by obligations you didn't choose, maybe this was working out karma from previous lives. Maybe you'd loved this person before in past existence, and this life's circumstances were letting you reconnect briefly before moving forward separately. Maybe the suffering itself was teaching lessons you needed to learn. This karmic interpretation didn't make situations less painful, but it provided meaning beyond life is unfair and randomly cruel. Your suffering served purpose even if that purpose wasn't clear in current lifetime. The idea of reincarnation offered some comfort for relationships that couldn't work out in current life. If this life didn't allow you to be together properly, perhaps next life would. The love wasn't wasted. It was continuing across existences, deepening through multiple encounters and separations. This belief let people accept present impossibility without feeling their emotions were meaningless. You weren't giving up on love, you were accepting that its full flowering might come later, in circumstances not yet visible. Whether this was comforting philosophy or just elaborate rationalization probably depended on your perspective and how desperate you felt. The practice of making pilgrimages to Buddhist temples served multiple purposes that combined spiritual and practical goals. Officially, you were seeking enlightenment, making offerings, pursuing religious merit. Practically, travel provided escape from normal social constraints and surveillance. You might encounter your beloved at distant temple, both of you having planned this coincidental meeting months in advance. The religious context provided cover while the journey itself offered rare privacy and freedom from daily obligations. Pilgrimage became code word for romantic adventure wrapped in spiritually respectable packaging. The meditation halls attached to major temples provided space for reflection that some samurai desperately needed. When your daily life involved constant performance of duties you didn't choose, maintaining relationships you didn't want, and suppressing feelings you couldn't express, the opportunity to sit in silence and just be with your actual thoughts had significant psychological value. Meditation wasn't escape from emotions, but rather chance to experience them directly, without the social filtering that characterized normal life. You could feel everything fully for a brief period, then return to normal world better equipped to manage the necessary suppression and compartmentalization. The Zen teaching of accepting what is, rather than struggling against unchangeable circumstances, sounds like giving up until you try actually doing it. Acceptance doesn't mean approval or happiness about situations. It just means acknowledging reality as it exists rather than exhausting yourself fighting against facts you can't alter. You can't change that you're in arranged marriage with someone you don't love. Fighting that fact internally just creates additional suffering beyond the situation's inherent difficulty. Accepting it, this is my life, this is my circumstance, this is what exists, frees energy for navigating the situation rather than just being angry about it, which is philosophically sound advice that's also incredibly hard to actually implement when your heart is breaking. The concept of mushin, no mind or mental state of total awareness without conscious thought, was supposed to apply to combat situations where overthinking gets you killed, but some samurai found it useful for emotional management too. If you could achieve that state of pure presence without judgment or analysis, you could experience feelings without being overwhelmed by them. The emotion arises, you acknowledge it, you let it pass without grasping or pushing away. In theory, this prevents the secondary suffering that comes from judging your feelings as good or bad, appropriate or inappropriate. In practice, most people probably achieved brief glimpses of mushin occasionally, rather than maintaining it consistently, but even glimpses helped. The aesthetic of ma, negative space or pause, showed up in multiple art forms and had emotional applications too. Ma wasn't emptiness. It was the space between things that gave meaning to what surrounded it. In music, the silences mattered as much as notes. In architecture, empty space wasn't wasted but essential. Applied to relationships, the separations between meetings weren't just obstacles to endure, but actually part of what made the meeting significant. The absence heightened presence. The longing during separation intensified joy during reunion. The Emma wasn't enemy of connection, but rather its necessary complement. Though knowing this philosophically didn't make the separations hurt less. The practice of contemplating death, memento mori in Western tradition, but deeply embedded in Bushido code, shaped how samurai approached all experiences, including romantic ones. If you could be ordered to commit suicide tomorrow, if next battle might kill you, if disease could take you next month, then every moment alive carried intensified significance. This awareness didn't lead to fatalism so much as determination to live fully in whatever time you had. You couldn't take relationships for granted when you might not have them next year. The consciousness of mortality made love more urgent, more precious, more demanding of full attention and commitment. The philosophical concept of ichigo ichie, one time, one meeting, captured this perfectly. Every encounter was unique, would never happen again in exactly this way, deserved full presence and attention. You couldn't replay the afternoon you spent with your lover in Temple Garden. That specific combination of circumstances, that light, that conversation, those feelings, existed once and then became memory. Understanding this didn't mean desperately clinging to moments trying to make them last. It meant being completely present for them while they were happening, extracting every bit of meaning and beauty possible, then letting them become past when their time ended. This sounds exhausting, frankly, and probably was. Living with constant consciousness of impermanence and mortality, treating every interaction as potentially final, extracting maximum meaning from minimum time. This kind of intensity can't be sustained indefinitely without burning out. Which perhaps explains why samurai culture also included plenty of activities designed to provide mental breaks. The drinking parties, the festivals, the relatively silly entertainments, these weren't violations of philosophical principles but necessary balancing mechanisms. You can't contemplate transience and death all the time without going mad. Sometimes you just need to get drunk and watch people juggle. The integration of Confucian principles alongside Buddhism and Shinto created additional philosophical complexity. Confucianism emphasized social harmony, filial piety, and proper relationships between different levels of hierarchy. These values often conflicted with Buddhist detachment or personal romantic inclinations. You were supposed to respect your parents, absolutely, which meant accepting arranged marriages even when your heart was elsewhere. You were supposed to maintain social order, which meant not pursuing relationships that would create scandal or disrupt established patterns. The Confucian influence pushed toward conformity and duty in ways that sometimes contradicted Buddhist acceptance of impermanence or personal enlightenment. Most samurai didn't resolve these philosophical contradictions so much as live with them in states of productive tension. You held multiple frameworks simultaneously, applying whichever seemed most useful for current situation. Contemplating Buddhist impermanence when dealing with loss, invoking Bushido honor when facing difficult choices, using Confucian social obligations to explain why you couldn't pursue what you wanted. Referencing mono no aware to make painful situations feel meaningful rather than just cruel. The philosophical flexibility let you navigate impossible circumstances without having to commit fully to any single explanatory framework. The literature that samurai read and created reflected these philosophical concerns constantly. The tale of Genji, which many samurai knew well despite its focus on court life rather than warrior culture, explored themes of impermanence, karma, and impossible loves across its enormous length. The work demonstrated how to transform personal suffering into aesthetic achievement, how to find beauty in transience, how to make meaningful art from experiences that might otherwise simply hurt. Later military chronicles showed warriors facing death with philosophical acceptance that drew on multiple traditions simultaneously. These texts provided models for how to think about and respond to difficult emotional situations. The physical practices that accompanied these philosophical frameworks mattered as much as intellectual understanding. Meditation wasn't just thinking about concepts, it was training your nervous system to respond differently to stress and emotion. Calligraphy practice taught your body how to maintain focused attention and fluid movement regardless of mental state. Tea ceremony drilled ritualized awareness into muscle memory. These physical practices created capabilities that pure philosophy couldn't achieve. You didn't just believe impermanence intellectually, You trained your body to accept and embody it through repeated practice over years. The relationship between aesthetic experience and philosophical understanding deserves emphasis because they weren't separate domains in samurai culture. You didn't study philosophy and then separately appreciate beauty. The beauty was the philosophy made tangible. Watching cherry blossoms fall wasn't illustration of impermanence, it was direct experience of the principle itself. Writing poetry about separation wasn't describing philosophical concept, it was doing philosophy through aesthetic means. The integration of intellectual and experiential understanding created depth that neither alone could achieve. For modern observers trying to understand these philosophical frameworks, the key challenge is avoiding romanticization while still taking the ideas seriously. Yes, these principles helped samurai navigate difficult circumstances. No, that doesn't mean the circumstances were good, or that the philosophy fully compensated for social restrictions that caused genuine suffering. The philosophical sophistication demonstrates human capacity to create meaning in difficult situations, but it doesn't justify the systems that created those difficulties in the first place. We can appreciate the intellectual achievement while still recognizing that people would probably have preferred fewer restrictions and less need for complex coping mechanisms. The lasting influence of these philosophical frameworks on Japanese culture extends well beyond samurai period. The aesthetic appreciation for impermanence and transience continues shaping art, literature, and popular culture today. The ability to find beauty in sadness, to value things precisely because they don't last, to treat limitations as opportunities for creativity, these remain recognizable elements of Japanese aesthetic sensibility. The specific social circumstances that originally motivated these philosophies have changed dramatically, but the ways of thinking they produced continue resonating because they address something fundamental about human experience of time, loss, and meaning. The transmission of these philosophical concepts happened through multiple channels, not all of them formal. Yes, samurai might study with Zen masters or attend lectures on Buddhist principles, but they also absorbed these ideas through poetry gatherings, tea ceremonies, conversations with educated companions, and simply living in culture where these frameworks pervaded everyday thinking. You didn't need to understand technical Buddhist terminology to grasp that cherry blossoms fall and nothing lasts forever. The philosophy became embedded in how people talked about experience rather than an abstract system requiring formal study, which made it simultaneously more accessible and more difficult to pin down precisely. The role of Zen masters in teaching samurai deserves exploration, because the relationship between teacher and student often went beyond standard religious instruction. A good Zen teacher didn't just explain concepts, they provoked experiences that shifted how students understood reality. The famous koans, those paradoxical questions without logical answers, were designed to break normal patterns of thinking and create openings for different kinds of awareness. What is the sound of one hand clapping? How do you achieve enlightenment if you're already enlightened? These weren't riddles with clever answers, but tools for inducing mental states that couldn't be reached through regular reasoning. For samurai dealing with impossible emotional situations, this kind of teaching offered something valuable. You couldn't think your way out of loving someone inappropriate or being stuck in unwanted marriage. Logical analysis just created mental loops without resolution. But Zen practice suggested another approach. Stop trying to solve the problem and instead change your relationship to it. Don't eliminate the desire. Transform how you experience desire. Don't escape the situation. Alter how you relate to being trapped. This sounds like philosophical double talk until you actually try it and discover that yes, it's possible to feel something intensely without being controlled by the feeling, to hurt without being destroyed by hurt. The practice of zazen, sitting meditation, was supposed to be about achieving no mind rather than contemplating specific problems. You didn't sit down to meditate on how to handle your forbidden relationship. You sat to not think, to just be present with whatever arose without grasping or rejecting, which paradoxically sometimes led to insights about relationships precisely because you weren't trying to figure them out. The mind freed from goal-directed analysis could see patterns and possibilities that deliberate problem-solving missed. Though probably most meditation sessions just involved your legs falling asleep and wondering when you'd be allowed to move, which is also valuable practice in enduring discomfort without complaint. The relationship between physical discipline and emotional management was central to how these philosophies actually worked in practice. Samurai didn't just think about accepting impermanence, they trained bodies to endure discomfort, cold, pain, exhaustion, without losing composure. This physical training transferred to emotional situations. If you could maintain calm breath and steady demeanor while sitting in freezing meditation hall for hours, you could probably maintain composure during difficult family discussion about your marriage. The body trained the mind, or maybe the mind trained through the body. Either way, the physical and mental weren't separate domains, but different aspects of unified practice. The aesthetic principle of shibui, subtle, unobtrusive beauty that reveals itself gradually rather than demanding immediate attention, shaped not just art, but also how samurai approached relationships. The dramatic, passionate romance was fine for theatre, but real life often worked better with relationships that developed slowly, revealed their value over time, didn't demand constant intensity. The arranged marriage you started with minimal expectations might, through years of shared experience and gradual deepening, become more meaningful than the initially exciting forbidden love. Though trying to convince yourself to appreciate shibui when what you really wanted was dramatic passion probably didn't work very well. Women's engagement with these philosophical frameworks deserves specific attention because their situations differed significantly from men's while they drew on the same intellectual traditions. Women couldn't generally study formally with Zen masters or participate in most institutional religious contexts, but they absolutely absorbed and deployed these philosophical concepts in managing their constrained lives. The poetry women wrote show sophisticated understanding of impermanence, karma, and aesthetic principles. They used the same frameworks men did, but applied them to different circumstances, managing households rather than military campaigns, navigating family politics rather than clan warfare, finding meaning in domestic rather than martial contexts. The Buddhist concept of Mappo, the degenerate age when Buddhist teachings decline and enlightenment becomes nearly impossible, resonated differently for women than men. If you were female in samurai society, with minimal control over your life and few avenues for achieving anything society recognized as meaningful, the idea that this was spiritually bankrupt age anyway might actually be somewhat comforting. Your inability to achieve enlightenment wasn't personal failure but rather consequence of unfortunate timing. You'd been born into age when such achievements weren't available, which meant you weren't responsible for your limitations. This interpretation probably wasn't what Buddhist scholars intended, but it served psychological purposes. The practice of creating small altars for private devotion gave women space for spiritual practice that didn't require male permission or institutional access. You could maintain Buddhist practice at home, making offerings and saying prayers without needing to justify your activities to anyone. These private religious spaces often became sites for emotional processing too. You could sit before your altar and cry about your impossible situation while framing it as spiritual devotion. The religious context legitimized emotional expression that might otherwise be considered inappropriate, creating safe space for feelings that had nowhere else to go. The autumn viewing parties that were so important in social calendar carried special significance for women because they provided rare opportunities to leave domestic spaces legitimately. You could attend moon viewing or maple leaf appreciation with chaperones and social approval, which created possibilities for contact with outside world that normal circumstances severely restricted. The philosophical framework about appreciating transience provided respectable justification for what was also excuse to escape household confinement temporarily. The poetry women composed at these gatherings often contained double meanings that male observers might miss or politely ignore. The philosophical concept of gammon, enduring suffering with patience and dignity, became particularly associated with female experience, though it applied to everyone. Women were expected to endure arranged marriages, incompatible partners, household drudgery, childbirth dangers, and general lack of autonomy, all with grace and without complaint. Gaman framed this endurance as virtue rather than simply misery, which made it simultaneously coping mechanism and justification for continued oppression. You could be proud of your ability to suffer gracefully, which was something, though obviously it would have been better to suffer less regardless of how gracefully you managed it. The relationship between emotional restraint and emotional depth is crucial for understanding these philosophies in practice. The restraint wasn't about suppressing feelings until they disappeared. It was more like creating a container strong enough to hold intense emotions without being overwhelmed by them. You felt everything fully but didn't let feelings control behavior or dictate choices. This distinction between experiencing emotion and acting on it required constant practice and never became fully automatic for most people. The philosophical frameworks provided intellectual scaffolding for restraint, while acknowledging that what you were restraining was real and powerful. The natural world provided the primary vocabulary for discussing these philosophical concepts, because nature demonstrated impermanence constantly, without requiring explanation. Flowers bloomed and faded on schedule. Seasons changed regardless of preference. Rivers flowed continuously without ever being the same water. You didn't need Buddhist texts to understand impermanence when you watched maple leaves turn colours and then fall every autumn. The natural cycles provided experiential foundation that made abstract philosophy concrete and undeniable, though unfortunately understanding impermanence intellectually didn't necessarily make dealing with it emotionally any easier. The practice of viewing snow, moon, and flowers, setsugeka, formalized aesthetic appreciation of nature's transient beauty into cultural tradition. Each phenomenon appeared and disappeared according to patterns beyond human control. Each displayed perfect beauty in its brief moment. Each left nothing behind except memory. Gathering to view these natural events became simultaneously spiritual practice, social obligation, and opportunity for coded communication between people who couldn't interact normally. The multi-layered functionality of these practices shows how philosophy, aesthetics, and practical necessity intertwined in samurai culture. The concept of yugen, profound grace and subtle depth that can't be explained directly, represented the highest aesthetic achievement and also described the most valued emotional states. A relationship characterized by yugen wasn't about dramatic declarations or passionate intensity, but rather about unspoken understanding, appreciation of subtlety, communion that didn't require words. This ideal worked well for couples who'd been together long enough to develop deep familiarity, less well for people in early stages of a relationship when explicit communication actually helps. But as aesthetic ideal, yugen elevated restraint and indirection into virtues rather than just necessities imposed by social restrictions. The architectural spaces where philosophy got practice shaped how people experienced and understood these concepts. Zen temples weren't accidentally austere. The minimal decoration, plain walls, carefully controlled light all served pedagogical purposes. Being in such space encouraged particular mental states that elaborate decoration might prevent. Similarly, tea houses designed for ceremony emphasized simplicity and humble materials that directed attention towards subtle beauties rather than obvious ones. These spaces trained perception, teaching you to notice and value things you might otherwise overlook. The philosophy wasn't just intellectual content, but embodied experience created through environmental design. The gardens attached to temples and some samurai estates functioned as three-dimensional texts about philosophical principles. Rock gardens demonstrated permanence and change simultaneously. Rocks don't move, but raked gravel patterns shift constantly. Water features showed flow and continuity, the water always present but never the same. Pruned trees embodied time's passage and human intervention in natural processes. Walking through these gardens was supposed to prompt contemplation about impermanence, karma, proper action, and one's place in larger patterns. Though gardens also provided privacy for conversations that needed to happen away from household members' hearing, so philosophical and practical purposes overlapped again. The Japanese concept of mae, meaningful pause or interval, extended beyond art into interpersonal relationships. The silence between words could communicate as much as speech. The space between meetings carried meaning that constant contact would eliminate. Learning to inhabit the MR rather than rushing through it required patience that most people probably didn't naturally possess but had to cultivate. For couples separated by circumstance, the muh between reunions wasn't just obstacle, but essential component of the relationship's rhythm. Understanding this philosophically didn't make missing someone hurt less, but it provided framework for making the missing meaningful. The relationship between drinking culture and philosophical practice deserves mention, because sack consumption was simultaneously spiritual offering, social bonding mechanism, and way of temporarily escaping intense self-awareness that philosophical life demanded. Buddhist precepts technically forbade intoxication, but actual practice often involves strategic flexibility about such rules. After spending hours in meditation, contemplating impermanence, and practicing emotional restraint, sometimes you just needed to get drunk with friends and not think so deeply about everything. The philosophy was valuable but exhausting. Periodic breaks from constant awareness were practically necessary for psychological survival. The performing arts provided another venue where philosophy became accessible to wider audiences beyond those who studied formally. No theatre's stylized movements and masked performers created theatrical language for expressing emotional and philosophical complexity that realistic drama couldn't achieve. The masks fixed expressions that never changed, while the actor's body position and movement conveyed shifting emotional states beneath the unchanging surface. Perfect metaphor for maintaining composure despite inner turbulence. Audiences watching no performances absorbed philosophical concepts through aesthetic experience rather than intellectual study. The music that accompanied various practices, shakuhachi flute for meditation, shamisen for entertainment, drums for ceremony, wasn't separate from philosophical content, but rather another method of transmission. Different instruments and musical modes evoked specific emotional and spiritual states that words couldn't fully capture. The breathy, sometimes harsh tones of shakuhachi weren't pretty in conventional sense, but could induce meditative awareness that conventional beauty might prevent. Learning to appreciate such music required training your aesthetic sense to value things beyond immediate pleasure, which aligned with broader philosophical goals of transforming perception and preference. The concept of iki, refined, sophisticated aesthetic sense combined with emotional awareness and worldly wisdom, represented ideal that samurai aspired to but probably rarely achieved fully. Someone with iki understood the rules thoroughly enough to know when breaking them created beauty rather than just chaos. They could navigate complex social situations with grace, appreciate subtle emotional nuances, maintain composure under pressure, and generally embody the philosophical principles that others merely studied. Iki couldn't be learned directly but emerged from long cultivation of aesthetic sensitivity and emotional intelligence. It was goal to aspire toward rather than achievement you could claim. The integration of these various philosophical frameworks into daily life happened through constant small practices rather than dramatic transformations. You composed poetry not just when inspired but regularly as discipline. You attended tea ceremony not just when convenient but according to schedule. You practiced calligraphy daily regardless of mood. These sustained practices shaped consciousness gradually through repetition rather than sudden enlightenment experiences. Most people probably never achieved the philosophical ideals fully but kept practicing anyway because the practices themselves provided structure and meaning even without perfect attainment. The letters that survive from this period show people applying these philosophical frameworks to actual circumstances with varying success. Someone writing to their spouse during military campaign might reference impermanence to contextualize separation, while also including mundane household instructions and updates about clan politics. The philosophy provided vocabulary and framing but didn't eliminate practical concerns or genuine feeling. The integration of philosophical language with daily life details shows how these weren't separate domains. You didn't stop being a philosophical person when discussing rice yields or children's education. The question of whether these philosophical frameworks were ultimately helpful or harmful is complicated. They provided tools for managing difficult situations and finding meaning in constraints. But they also potentially rationalize continuing those constraints rather than challenging them. If you can philosophically accept your oppressive circumstances, you're less likely to fight for change. The framework served both liberatory and conservative purposes depending on how they were deployed. Individual samurai probably experienced both aspects: gratitude for philosophical tools that made life bearable, resentment that the tools were necessary at all. The Buddhist concept of skillful means, adapting teaching methods to what students need, applied broadly to how people use these philosophies in practice. You didn't apply same framework to every situation, but rather selected whichever approach seemed most useful for current circumstances. Facing imminent death, contemplate impermanence, dealing with separation from loved one. Practice mindfulness during limited time together. Stuck in miserable marriage? Consider karma and future lives. Managing forbidden passion. Apply principles of restraint and sublimation. The philosophical flexibility meant you could almost always find some applicable framework, though cynics might note this also meant the philosophy could justify whatever you wanted. The aesthetic of aware, profound emotional sensitivity, elevated feeling itself into virtue as long as you expressed it properly. You weren't supposed to eliminate emotions, but rather refine your capacity to feel deeply while maintaining appropriate behavior. This created interesting tension. Your emotional sensitivity proved your sophistication, but expressing feelings too directly showed lack of refinement. The ideal was deep feeling combined with perfect restraint, intensity paired with control. Actually achieving this balance required extraordinary emotional discipline that most people probably only managed intermittently. The practice of exchanging poems required both philosophical understanding and practical skill. You needed to know which natural images conveyed which emotional states according to tradition, understand allusions to classical literature that educated audiences would recognize, express genuine feeling while working within strict formal constraints, and encode personal meaning that recipient would understand but others wouldn't catch. These demands meant poetry composition was simultaneously artistic practice, intellectual exercise, emotional expression, and coded communication. The complexity made it difficult, but also made successful poems impressive achievements worthy of preservation. The Confucian emphasis on reciprocal obligations added another layer to how relationships were understood philosophically. You owed duties to parents, lord, spouse, children, each relationship carrying specific expectations. These obligations supposedly existed in balanced harmony, but in practice they frequently conflicted. Your duty to lord might require actions that harmed your family. Your obligation to spouse contradicted your feelings toward another person. Your responsibilities to parents conflicted with your own preferences. Navigating these competing claims required constant judgment calls that philosophy could inform but not resolve automatically. The lasting legacy of these philosophical frameworks shows in how thoroughly they shaped Japanese culture beyond just samurai class. The aesthetic principles became broadly shared rather than exclusive to warriors. The appreciation for transience and imperfection influenced architecture, crafts, cuisine, garden design, and basically every cultural production. The emotional restraint paired with sensitivity became valued across social classes, though expressed differently in different contexts. The specific social circumstances that originally motivated these philosophies disappeared, but the ways of thinking persisted because they addressed something beyond particular historical situation, the universal human challenge of finding meaning in temporary existence while maintaining dignity amid circumstances you can't fully control. The morning routines that many samurai developed incorporated these philosophical principles in practical ways. Starting the day with meditation or calligraphy practice wasn't just spiritual exercise but method for establishing mental framework before dealing with daily complications. If you spent time contemplating impermanence before facing your unwanted spouse at breakfast, you might maintain composure more successfully. If you practiced mindful breathing before clan meetings, you might navigate political tensions without losing your temper. The morning practices created psychological foundation that helped sustain philosophical awareness through the day's challenges and irritations. The evening routines served different but complementary purposes. After days spent performing duties and managing complicated social situations, you needed space for processing and integration. Writing in journals or composing poetry let you examine the day's experiences through philosophical lenses, transforming events from random chaos into meaningful patterns. The practice of reviewing your day before sleep helped maintain longer-term perspective rather than getting lost in immediate frustrations. You could remind yourself that today's problems were temporary, that suffering served purposes beyond immediate unpleasantness, that your responses to circumstances mattered more than the circumstances themselves. The seasonal festivals that structured the year provided regular opportunities for philosophical reflection embedded in community celebration. New Year rituals emphasized renewal and fresh starts while acknowledging cycles of repetition. Spring festivals celebrated new growth while remembering previous springs that had come and gone. Summer festivities embraced intensity and abundance while knowing they couldn't last. Autumn gatherings mourned the year's passage while finding beauty in decline. Winter celebrations acknowledged hardship while anticipating renewal. These festivals kept philosophical concepts present without requiring constant individual effort. The culture did some of the work of remembering and applying principles that might otherwise get forgotten in daily routine. The food culture that developed around these philosophical frameworks deserves attention because it transformed eating from mere sustenance into opportunity for philosophical practice. Tea ceremony was most formalized example, but even ordinary meals could be occasions for mindfulness and aesthetic appreciation. The emphasis on seasonal ingredients reminded diners of natural cycles and impermanence. The careful presentation acknowledged that appearance mattered as much as taste. The practice of gratitude before eating recognized interconnection between your life and the lives that sustained it. These practices made philosophy tangible in most basic daily activity. You couldn't forget about impermanence when your meal explicitly reminded you which season you were in and which foods would soon be unavailable. The clothing choices that samurai made reflected philosophical principles in subtle ways. The preference for natural materials that age beautifully rather than synthetic perfection aligned with wabi-sabi aesthetics. The seasonal appropriateness of garments demonstrated awareness of change and adaptation. The restrained colours and simple patterns suggested sophistication through understatement rather than display. Even the way garments were folded and stored carried meaning. The care given to objects reflected respect for impermanent things that deserved attention precisely because they wouldn't last forever. Your relationship with material objects became practice in maintaining proper attitude toward all temporary phenomena. The relationship between physical possessions and philosophical understanding created interesting tensions. Buddhism taught non-attachment to material things, but samurai life required maintaining household, managing property, accumulating resources for family security. Complete non-attachment wasn't practical for people with real responsibilities. The resolution most people found involved caring for possessions well while recognizing they weren't permanent. You maintained your sword perfectly, not because you were attached to the object, but because proper care reflected discipline and respect. You managed household goods carefully not because accumulation brought happiness, but because responsible stewardship served family needs. The practice became finding middle path between carelessness and attachment. The treatment of heirlooms and family treasures showed this philosophy in action. A sword passed down through generations was both precious object, worthy of careful preservation, and temporary item you'd eventually pass to next person. The sword didn't belong to you so much as pass through your care temporarily. This understanding created responsibility without possessiveness. You preserved the object for future owners, rather than clinging to it as personal property. The same principle applied to family positions, household status, even relationships. You were temporary custodian rather than permanent owner of anything in your life. The practice of gift-giving in samurai culture incorporated philosophical understanding of impermanence and connection. Gifts weren't primarily about the objects themselves, but about relationships they represented and maintained. You gave seasonally appropriate items that acknowledged current moment while referencing continuity of connection. The gifts would be used, worn out, consumed, but the relationship they represented would continue. The transient physical objects served purposes beyond their material existence, functioning as vessels for something less tangible, but more enduring. Though obviously some people just gave gifts because social obligation required it, without contemplating deeper philosophical meanings, which was also a valid approach. The education of children in these philosophical frameworks had to balance teaching principles with not overwhelming young minds with complex concepts. Children learned through stories, games, observation of adults, and gradual participation in practices before understanding their deeper meanings. A child practicing calligraphy was learning brush control, but also absorbing lessons about patience, attention, accepting imperfection, and finding beauty in process rather than just outcome. The education didn't require making philosophical instruction explicit because the principles were embedded in activities themselves. You learned by doing rather than through abstract explanation. The methods for managing grief and loss drew heavily on these philosophical frameworks. When someone died, which happened frequently enough that everyone developed coping mechanisms, the Buddhist understanding of impermanence provided context that made grief feel less like personal catastrophe and more like natural part of existence. This didn't eliminate sadness, but potentially made it more bearable. You mourned what you'd lost while accepting that loss was inevitable from the beginning. The funeral rituals provided structured ways to express grief while also moving toward acceptance and continuation of life. The anniversary observances kept memory alive while acknowledging that time passed and life continued. The approach to aging reflected these philosophical principles in sometimes harsh ways. Growing old demonstrated impermanence in your own body. You couldn't deny change when your own strength diminished, your eyesight failed, your hair grayed. The physical decline could be framed as opportunity for developing wisdom and perspective that youth couldn't access, transforming what might feel like pure loss into different kind of gain. Though honestly, probably most aging people would have preferred keeping their physical capabilities regardless of philosophical compensation. The frameworks helped cope with unavoidable reality more than they made aging pleasant. The relationship between humour and philosophy deserves mention, because ability to laugh at existence's absurdities was a valued aspect of sophisticated awareness. Taking everything with complete seriousness all the time wasn't actually the goal. That would be exhausting and miss something essential about human experience. The ability to recognise cosmic joke of your situation while still taking your responsibilities seriously showed integration of philosophical understanding into balanced personality. You could simultaneously acknowledge that nothing really matters in ultimate sense while acting as if everything matters right now. The contradiction didn't require resolution, it required comfortable inhabiting both truths. The documentation that survived from this period shows people struggling with these philosophies more than perfectly embodying them. Letters contain complaints about circumstances, frustrations about limitations, doubts about whether philosophical frameworks really helped or just provided pretty words for unavoidable suffering. This honesty is actually more valuable than idealized portrayals of perfect philosophical attainment, because it shows real humans trying to apply complex ideas to messy reality. The philosophy provided tools and frameworks, but using them still required effort, didn't always work perfectly, and couldn't eliminate all suffering even when applied correctly. The communal aspects of philosophical practice mattered as much as individual study. You developed understanding through conversations with others, poetry exchanges that challenged your thinking, participation in ceremonies alongside fellow practitioners, and simply being embedded in culture where these concepts pervaded common. Language and reference. The philosophy wasn't primarily individualistic pursuit, but rather shared cultural framework that everyone inhabited together, even when they experienced and applied it differently. The collective dimension provided support that purely personal practice might lack, while also creating pressure to conform to group interpretations. The evolution of these philosophical frameworks over time shows how ideas adapt to changing circumstances while maintaining core elements. The specific forms that Buddhist and bushido principles took during early samurai period differed from later interpretations, but fundamental concerns about impermanence, duty, and meaning persisted across changes. Each generation reinterpreted inherited wisdom for their own circumstances, maintaining continuity while allowing adaptation. This dynamic quality kept the philosophy relevant rather than ossified. It was living tradition that people actively engaged with, rather than museum piece preserved unchanged. The question of authenticity versus performance in philosophical practice created tensions that probably never got fully resolved. Were you genuinely embracing impermanence, or just performing proper philosophical attitude because society expected it? Did meditation actually change your consciousness, or were you just going through motions? The impossibility of definitively answering such questions didn't necessarily matter. The practices might work regardless of whether motivation was pure or not. Even performance of philosophical understanding could shape actual understanding over time. You might start by pretending to accept impermanence because that's what educated samurai did, then gradually discover the pretense had become genuine through extended practice. The integration of these philosophical frameworks with practical decision-making showed their real value. When facing actual choices about relationships, duties, risks, you needed more than abstract principles, you needed applicable wisdom. The frameworks provided decision-making structure even when they didn't determine specific choices. You could weigh competing obligations using Confucian hierarchy, contemplate consequences through Buddhist karma lens, evaluate aesthetic dimensions through mono-no-aware perspective, and synthesize these viewpoints into courses of action that felt considered rather than impulsive. The philosophy didn't make decisions for you, but gave you tools for making decisions thoughtfully. All these philosophical frameworks we've been discussing created the mindset, but they didn't solve the practical problem of how you actually communicate with someone when saying what you mean could get you both killed. Direct expression wasn't just discouraged, it was genuinely dangerous. Letters could be intercepted, servants talked, walls were thin and people listened. So if you wanted to tell someone you loved them, missed them desperately, or planned to see them at the temple next Thursday, you needed methods significantly more sophisticated than just writing, "I love you, let's meet Thursday, enter the most elaborate communication system ever devised by people who technically weren't supposed to be communicating at all. Think of it as early encryption, except instead of algorithms you had aesthetics, and instead of computer code you had poetry that could end your life if decoded by the wrong person. The paper you chose for a letter carried meaning before anyone read a single word. Different papers had different associations, different costs, different seasonal appropriateness. Spring called for papers with subtle patterns suggesting new growth, perhaps delicate cherry blossoms or young leaves. Summer demanded brighter papers with bolder designs. Autumn meant papers in warm colours with maple leaves or chrysanthemums. Winter required austere papers with minimal decoration, perhaps snow crystals or bare branches. Using summer paper in winter wasn't just aesthetically wrong. It could signal that your feelings hadn't cooled with the season, or that you were deliberately calling back to a summer meeting. The paper became the first layer of your message, communicating before the actual words did anything. The quality of paper mattered too, though not always in obvious ways. Expensive paper showed respect and serious intent, suggesting the message deserved premium materials. But sometimes cheaper paper was more appropriate. Using overly expensive materials for casual communication might seem pretentious, or create suspicion about why you were investing so much in supposedly ordinary correspondence. The trick was calibrating paper quality to message content and relationship status without making choices that would attract unwanted attention. Too cheap and you insulted the recipient, too expensive and you advertised that something important was happening. Middle-range paper often worked best for secret communications because it didn't draw notice while still showing appropriate care. The texture of paper communicated information too. Smooth papers suggested refinement and formality. Rougher handmade papers with visible fibres implied rustic simplicity and sincerity. Papers with embedded flower petals or leaves added specific seasonal references, while also creating beautiful physical objects that recipients might treasure. Some papers were deliberately fragile, practically dissolving if they got wet, which could be either disaster or useful feature depending on whether you wanted the message to survive indefinitely or disappear if circumstances required. Not exactly like having this message will self-destruct, but close enough for feudal Japan purposes. The way you folded your letter transformed flat paper into a three-dimensional object with its own vocabulary. Different folding styles existed for different types of messages and relationships. Formal letters used angular, precise folds that demonstrated control and respect. Informal correspondence might use simpler folding or even deliberately casual approaches that suggested intimacy and comfort. Some folds were specifically associated with love letters, though using those folds made your intentions obvious to anyone who saw the folded letter before it reached its intended recipient. So sometimes you needed to use neutral folding for potentially romantic content, hiding the message's nature through its presentation. Certain folding techniques created hidden pockets or multiple layers that could conceal brief additional messages invisible to casual inspection. You'd fold the paper in apparently standard way, but incorporated extra fold that created space for private note only the recipient would find when unfolding carefully. These architectural tricks with paper required practice to execute smoothly. You couldn't sit there struggling with complicated folds while servants might notice your difficulty and start wondering what required such elaborate folding. The mechanics had to be automatic so the process looked natural and unremarkable. The ink you selected added another layer of meaning. Black ink was standard for most communications, but different depths of black conveyed different things. Very dark, rich black suggested formality and importance. Lighter, greyer black implied informality or haste, as if the message was written quickly without time for proper ink preparation. Some writers deliberately used ink that appeared slightly faded, creating impression of old letter or suggesting the relationship's long history. Others used exceptionally fresh, dark ink to emphasize newness and vitality. The same words meant subtly different things depending on how darkly they appeared on paper. Coloured inks added even more complexity. Blue-black ink suggested scholarly sophistication. You were learned enough to prepare special ink rather than using standard black. Red ink was generally avoided except for specific ceremonial purposes because of its associations with blood and death. Using red ink for love letter would be spectacular misunderstanding of symbolic vocabulary, rather like signing sympathy card with smiley faces. Brown ink suggested earthiness and natural simplicity. Purple ink implied luxury and refinement, though you had to be careful not to seem pretentious. Each colour choice positioned the letter and its sender within particular aesthetic and social frameworks. The smell of ink mattered surprisingly much. Ink could be scented with various substances that added olfactory dimensions to written messages. Sandalwood ink suggested sophistication and expense. Plum blossom scent evoked spring and renewal. Incense-scented ink implied religious devotion or spiritual connection. The scent had to be subtle enough not to be obvious to anyone casually handling the letter, but strong enough that the recipient would notice when reading closely. Too much scent was vulgar. Too little was pointless. Finding the right balance required experimentation and sensitivity that not everyone possessed. The calligraphy style you used communicated as much as the actual words you wrote. Formal, careful characters suggested seriousness and respect, but might also imply emotional distance. Flowing, connected script demonstrated cultivation and ease, while potentially indicating intimacy and comfort. Slightly irregular characters could suggest strong emotion affecting your brush control, or might just mean you weren't very good at calligraphy. Context determined interpretation. Some writers deliberately incorporated small irregularities to humanize their letters, showing genuine feeling rather than merely technical perfection. The speed of your brushwork showed in the final characters. Fast writing created energetic, dynamic characters with visible momentum and force. Slow, deliberate writing produced careful, controlled characters that demonstrated patience and precision. You could vary speed within single letter to create emphasis or suggest emotional shifts. The opening might be formal and controlled, then the middle section more flowing and urgent, then the conclusion returning to careful formality. These variations in rhythm and energy made the calligraphy itself tell part of the story beyond the word's literal meaning. The spacing between characters and lines carried meaning too. Dense text filling every available space suggested urgency and having much to say. Generous spacing implied careful thought and restraint, leaving room for the unsaid. Some writers deliberately left significant empty spaces within their text, creating visual pauses that suggested emotional beats or moments of silence. The white space on the page became part of the composition, as carefully considered as the black ink characters. This aesthetic principle of meaningful emptiness, appeared in letter writing just as in other art forms. The actual poetry you wrote operated on multiple levels simultaneously, which was the whole point of using poetry rather than straightforward prose. The surface level presented acceptable content anyone could read without finding anything objectionable. Descriptions of nature, seasonal observations, philosophical reflections. The second level contained encoded personal meanings that the recipient would understand through shared references, previous conversations, or established symbolic vocabulary. Skilled poets sometimes embedded third and fourth layers of meaning that only became apparent through very careful reading or knowledge of specific allusions. Seasonal imagery provided the foundation for most coded messages, because everyone understood seasonal associations and they appeared completely natural in poetry. Writing about spring blossoms wasn't suspicious, it was expected in spring. But which blossoms you mentioned, how you described them, what you said about their brief flowering, all of this could encode specific messages about your feelings and situation. Cherry blossoms specifically symbolized beauty and impermanence, so extensive focus on cherry blossoms might indicate you were acutely aware of your relationship's transient nature. Plum blossoms, which bloom earlier and in harsher conditions, suggested resilience and faithfulness despite difficulties. Summer imagery typically involved heat, growth, and abundance, making it useful for expressing passionate feelings or describing relationships flourishing. But summer also brought thunderstorms, so references to summer rain could indicate emotional turbulence or cleansing. Cicadas, which sang constantly during summer, could represent endless longing or the persistence of feeling despite time's passage. Fireflies suggested brief, brilliant moments of connection that disappeared into darkness. Each image had established meanings, but context and treatment determined specific application. Autumn dominated much poetry because its mixture of beauty and melancholy aligned perfectly with samurai aesthetic sensibility. Autumn leaves changing colour demonstrated transformation and impermanence. Harvest moons suggested fullness and completion, but also inevitable decline. Frost on morning grass indicated vulnerability to cold and time's effects. Migrating geese represented seasonal departure and return, useful for encoding messages about separations with implied reunions. The entire season basically existed to give poets vocabulary for saying, "Things are beautiful but ending," in approximately 17,000 different ways. Winter imagery suggested endurance, waiting, and hope for renewal. Snow could symbolize purity, covering and concealing, or oppressive difficulty depending on context. Bare branches indicated dormancy rather than death, suggesting hidden life waiting for appropriate conditions. Winter plum blossoms, which appeared before spring officially began, represented hope and early promise. Ice formations suggested beauty in harsh conditions. The season provided vocabulary for discussing difficult circumstances while maintaining optimism about eventual improvement. The time of day referenced in poems added another layer of encoded meaning. Dawn suggested new beginnings, hope, and awakening feelings. Morning implied clarity and fresh perspective. Afternoon might indicate relationships' maturity and comfortable familiarity. Evening brought melancholy, reflection, and awareness of approaching darkness. Night suggested mystery, intimacy, and things hidden from public view. Midnight was particularly charged, the deepest darkness before eventual dawn, useful for expressing despair while implying survival. Each temporal reference positioned emotions within daily cycles that everyone understood intuitively. Weather conditions described in poems carried specific associations that readers recognized immediately. Clear skies suggested emotional clarity in straightforward situations. Clouds implied obscured feelings or complicated circumstances. Rain could mean sadness and tears, but also necessary nourishment and cleansing. Snow suggested covering and concealing, or beauty through difficulty. Wind indicated change and unpredictability, or communication itself, messages carried across distances. Fog created atmosphere of mystery and concealment, useful for discussing relationships that needed to remain hidden. Mountain imagery provided particularly rich symbolic vocabulary. Mountains appeared permanent and unchanging, suggesting stability and faithfulness. But mountains also separated lovers, creating physical barriers. Mountain paths were difficult and dangerous, requiring effort and commitment to traverse. Mountain peaks implied aspiration and achievement, while valleys suggested shelter and concealment. Different mountains had different associations. Famous peaks everyone knew carried specific cultural meanings that poets could reference for added depth. A mention of a particular mountain might evoke entire poems written about it centuries earlier, bringing that literary history into your current message. Water in its various forms offered endless metaphorical possibilities. Rivers flowed continuously toward the sea, representing constancy and directed motion. Streams suggested smaller, more intimate connections. Waterfalls demonstrated power and dramatic display. Still ponds implied depth and reflection. Ocean waves suggested power beyond human control and vast distances. Each water image could be applied to relationships with meanings everyone understood. Flowing towards someone, depths of feeling, waves of emotion, distances requiring crossing. The specific water reference you chose calibrated what you were saying about your emotional situation. Birds provided another extensive symbolic vocabulary. Cranes represented longevity and faithful partnership since they mated for life. Plovers suggested melancholy and longing. Cuckoos announced seasonal changes and were associated with passionate expression. Swallows represented spring's return and faithful yearly cycles. Heron suggested solitary contemplation. Wild geese indicated migration and seasonal departure. Each bird carried specific associations that educated readers would immediately recognize, allowing brief mentions to convey complex emotional content. Flowers beyond the obvious seasonal blossoms had their own meanings. Irises suggested warrior spirit and samurai values. Chrysanthemums indicated autumn and aristocratic refinement. Morning glories demonstrated brief beauty and fleeting time. Lotus flowers implied Buddhist principles of enlightenment emerging from muddy circumstances. Peonies suggested prosperity and honor. Even grasses had meanings. Pampas grass indicated autumn and yielding to wind, useful for expressing graceful acceptance of difficult circumstances. The botanical vocabulary was so extensive that you could compose entire poems using only plant references while encoding sophisticated emotional narratives. The moon deserved its own entire subcategory of symbolic meanings because moon viewing was such important cultural activity. Full moon suggested completion and fulfillment. New moon implied absence and new beginnings. Crescent moon indicated growth or decline depending on context. Autumn moon was particularly charged with significance, appearing in countless poems with associations of melancholy beauty. Clouds obscuring the moon suggested frustration and blocked connection. Moon reflected in water doubled the imagery while suggesting impermanence and illusion. You could write about the moon for pages without running out of ways to encode different emotional states. The literary illusions that poets incorporated required extensive education to recognize and deploy effectively. Referencing famous poems from centuries earlier brought entire literary histories into your current writing. If you alluded to a particular Heian period poem about separated lovers, educated recipients would recognize the reference and understand you were positioning your relationship within that classical context. These allusions demonstrated cultural sophistication while also communicating efficiently. One reference could convey what might take paragraphs to express directly. But this system only worked if both people had similar literary education, which created class limitations on who could engage in sophisticated coded correspondence. The classical Chinese poetry that educated samurai studied provided additional layer of possible allusions. Chinese poems about exile, military service, faithful wives waiting for warrior husbands, all of this could be referenced to encode messages about your own situation. The use of Chinese references specifically added gravitas and demonstrated serious scholarly cultivation. But it also required the recipient to recognize Chinese literary allusions, which again assumed certain educational background. The most secure encoded messages actually used mix of Japanese and Chinese references, creating complex layered meanings that would be extremely difficult for unintended readers to fully decode. Religious references, Buddhist, Shinto, and Confucian, added yet another dimension of possible meanings. Buddhist concepts like karma, reincarnation, and enlightenment could be worked into poetry that appeared to be about spiritual development, while actually discussing romantic relationships. Shinto references to kami and sacred sites could encode messages about meetings or emotional states. Confucian principles about duty and loyalty could be referenced ironically or straightforwardly, depending on what you wanted to communicate. The religious vocabulary was respectable and expected in educated discourse, making it perfect cover for other messages. Historical references to famous love stories, warriors, or events created another layer of encoded meaning. Comparing your situation to a well-known historical precedent told the recipient how you understood your circumstances and perhaps how you thought things might develop. If you referenced tragic historical lovers, you were signaling awareness that your relationship would likely end badly. If you referenced couples who overcame obstacles successfully, you were suggesting hope for positive resolution. The historical framing shaped interpretation of your current situation without requiring explicit discussion. The physical act of writing itself could convey messages. Letters written quickly with visible urgency suggested strong feeling and immediacy. Carefully prepared letters with perfect calligraphy indicated patient devotion and enduring commitment. Letters with visible corrections or crossed-out sections might indicate emotional distress affecting your control, or could be deliberate technique to humanize the communication. Some writers deliberately included small imperfections to suggest authenticity and spontaneous feeling rather than calculated performance. The timing of when you sent letters mattered as much as content. Letters arriving on meaningful dates, anniversaries of first meetings, seasonal festival days, birthdays, carried significance beyond their words. Letters sent in rapid succession suggested urgency and inability to wait. Long gaps between letters could indicate either circumstances preventing communication or deliberate cooling of enthusiasm. The rhythm of correspondence itself told story about the relationship's emotional temperature and practical circumstances. The delivery method you chose communicated information too. Letters hand-delivered by trusted servant indicated serious importance and security concerns. Letters sent through regular channels suggested either confidence in innocuous content or inability to arrange more private delivery. Letters left in predetermined locations where recipient would find them showed elaborate planning and security consciousness. The delivery method had to match the message's sensitivity. Using trusted private courier for trivial message would waste resources and raise questions, while sending compromising message through regular channels was simply dangerous. Some correspondents developed personal codes that went beyond conventional symbolic vocabulary. They might agree that certain words or phrases had specific meanings known only to them. A comment about weather might actually indicate meeting time. A question about health could encode query about emotional state. These private codes added security layer because even someone who intercepted the letter and understood conventional poetic symbolism wouldn't catch meaning specific to this particular couple. The disadvantage was needing to remember your private code system, while also managing all the conventional symbolic meanings. It was quite a cognitive load. The envelopes or wrapping used for letters carried their own meanings. Letters could be wrapped in fabric rather than paper, with the fabric's colour and pattern adding information. They could be sealed with different methods that indicated security level and importance. Wax seals weren't common in Japan like they were in Europe, but other sealing methods existed. Knots tied in specific ways, folded papers that would show tampering if disturbed, wrappings that couldn't be opened without leaving traces. The security measures communicated how sensitive the content was and how concerned you were about interception. The inclusion of small objects with letters added physical dimension to communication. A dried flower from the place where you last met provided tangible connection to shared memory. A strand of hair, somewhat dramatically, represented physical presence despite distance. Small pieces of fabric from clothing worn during important encounter carried scent and texture memories. These objects weren't primarily about their physical value, but about creating material anchors for emotional connections, something to hold while reading the letter or contemplating between communications. The practice of exchanging fans became particularly popular for encoded communication, because fans served practical purposes while also functioning as message-bearing objects. You could paint or write on a fan and send it as gift that appeared functional and appropriate, while actually carrying coded messages in its decoration and inscriptions. Fans could be displayed or used openly without attracting suspicion because fans were expected items, not obviously romantic like some other gifts might be. The imagery chosen for fan decoration followed same symbolic vocabulary as poetry, creating visual rather than written encoded messages. Some particularly cautious correspondents developed methods for physically hiding messages within innocuous objects. You might write on thin paper that could be rolled tightly and hidden inside bamboo, then send the bamboo as apparently simple gift. Or write on fabric backing of seemingly ordinary scroll painting, or incorporate message into decoration of box or container that appeared to be the gift itself. These methods required recipient to know where to look and how to extract hidden message without damaging the concealing object, which meant prior agreement about method or using techniques conventional enough that educated recipient would recognize. The possibility. The practice of renga, collaborative poetry where multiple people each contributed lines, provided interesting opportunities for encoded communication in semi-public settings. During poetry gatherings, you and your secret lover could contribute verses that appeared to fit the collaborative poem's overall theme, while actually encoding personal messages to each other that other participants might not fully decode. The public nature of the exercise provided perfect cover. You weren't secretly communicating, you were participating in respected literary activity with multiple people. The collaboration format meant your contributions had to work on two levels simultaneously, fitting the group poem while conveying private meaning. The learning process for all this encoded communication required years of education and practice. Young samurai studied classical poetry extensively, memorizing hundreds of poems and learning to recognize allusions and symbolic vocabularies. They practiced calligraphy daily to develop personal style and technical control. They learned aesthetic principles that governed paper choice, ink preparation, and seasonal appropriateness. All of this education was officially about cultural refinement and demonstrating proper samurai cultivation, but it also provided tools for managing complicated personal lives. The cultural education had practical romantic applications even though that was never stated as educational goal. Women received similar training in poetry and aesthetics, though often through different channels. They learned primarily from mothers, female relatives, and occasionally female teachers who specialized in arts appropriate for aristocratic women. The education might focus more on practical applications, how to write acceptable correspondence with male relatives, how to compose poetry suitable for social occasions, but the underlying symbolic vocabularies were the same. Women often became extremely skilled at encoded communication because their circumstances required it more urgently than men's did. A man might need to communicate secretly with forbidden lover. A woman needed to communicate secretly about nearly everything in her life. The mistakes that inexperienced correspondents made could be disastrous or simply embarrassing. Using wrong seasonal imagery for current time was rookie error that made you look uneducated. Choosing inappropriate paper quality for your message and recipient suggested poor judgment or insufficient care. Sending letter that could be easily intercepted with content that would cause problems if read by wrong person was dangerous incompetence. Failing to recognize recipients' encoded responses because you didn't catch the allusions was frustrating and potentially insulting. The learning curve was steep, and mistakes had consequences. Some correspondents became legendary for their skill at encoded communication, their letters circulating as examples of technical excellence and emotional sophistication. These model letters got copied and studied, teaching next generation how to encode complex feelings in apparently simple seasonal observations. The best letters worked on every level, beautiful as aesthetic objects, sophisticated in their allusions, emotionally powerful in their content, and effective as practical communication. Achieving excellence across all these dimensions simultaneously was rare accomplishment that earned lasting reputation. The psychological effects of communicating primarily through encoded methods shaped how people experienced relationships. When you couldn't say things directly, you might develop more nuanced understanding of subtlety and suggestion. You learned to read between lines, catch implications, interpret ambiguities. This skill transferred to other contexts. You became better at navigating political situations, understanding what people really meant despite what they said, detecting tensions beneath polite surfaces. The necessary encoding created sophisticated communicators who operated comfortably with multiple meaning layers simultaneously. But encoding also created distance that direct communication wouldn't have. When you expressed feelings through cherry blossom metaphors rather than straightforward statements, something got lost in translation even as something else was gained through aesthetic refinement. The person receiving carefully coded poem might appreciate the artistry, while also wishing you'd just directly said you missed them. The necessity of encoding sometimes made emotional connection more difficult, even as it demonstrated devotion through the effort required for sophisticated encoding. The preservation of encoded letters created interesting historical problems. Letters written in personal code known only to the couple became incomprehensible to later readers who might find them in family archives. Letters filled with allusions to specific events only the couple knew about lost their meaning when those events passed out of living memory. The beautiful calligraphy and elegant poetry remained appreciable, but the actual emotional content sometimes became unrecoverable. Modern scholars examining these letters can often identify the conventional symbolic vocabulary, but miss the personal meanings layered on top of traditional symbolism. The eventual destruction of compromising letters was common practice that unfortunately limited what survived for historical record. People destroyed letters before death to protect lovers' reputations or to prevent family embarrassment. They burned letters when relationships ended to eliminate evidence and enable moving forward. They disposed of letters during political upheavals when having certain connections might be dangerous. The letters that survived were often the least interesting, either bland enough to preserve safely or valuable enough as literary achievements to outweigh concerns about personal content. The irony that this entire elaborate system of encoded communication itself became recognized as romantic vocabulary was apparently lost on no one. By the time everyone knew that seasonal poetry was how lovers communicated secretly, it wasn't particularly secret anymore. But the knowledge was widely enough shared that it still provided deniability if needed. Yes, you were writing poetry about autumn leaves, but maybe you just really appreciated autumn leaves rather than encoding messages about relationships. Melancholy trajectory. The plausible deniability remained even as the methods became common knowledge. The modern appreciation for this encoded communication system tends toward romanticizing it as more elegant than texting, more sophisticated than direct statement, more aesthetically refined than current communication methods. And sure, there's something appealing about receiving carefully crafted poem on beautiful paper rather than, "Hey you up" text message. But we should remember this system existed because direct communication was dangerous, not because encoding was inherently superior. People probably would have appreciated being able to just say what they meant without needing graduate-level education in classical poetry to understand whether someone liked them. The actual composition process for encoded letters required careful planning and multiple drafts for anyone who wanted to do it well. You couldn't just sit down and dash off a quick encoded poem, though some people certainly tried with predictably terrible results. The process typically started with deciding what you actually wanted to communicate, which sounds obvious but wasn't always straightforward. Your feelings might be complicated or contradictory. You might need to convey practical information alongside emotional content. You might want to respond to previous letter while also moving the conversation forward. Getting clear on your intended message before starting to encode it was an essential first step that impatient correspondents sometimes skipped. Once you knew what you wanted to say, you selected the appropriate seasonal and natural imagery that would carry your meaning. This required, considering what season it currently was, writing about spring flowers in autumn would be bizarre unless you were deliberately calling back to spring encounter. You needed imagery that worked for your specific message. If you wanted to express passionate intensity, summer thunderstorm imagery worked better than delicate spring mist. If you wanted to suggest endurance through difficulty, winter imagery was more effective than autumn's elegant decline. The imagery had to feel natural and appropriate while also encoding your intended meaning. The next step involved constructing the actual poem within appropriate formal constraints. Different poetic forms had different rules about syllable counts, line breaks, and structural requirements. The classical waka form used 31 syllables arranged in 5 lines of 5-7-5-7-7 syllables. Haiku used just 17 syllables in 3 lines of 5-7-5. Longer forms like choker allowed more flexibility but were less common for personal correspondence. Whichever form you chose, you had to fit your carefully selected imagery and encoded meaning within those rigid structural constraints. It was like solving puzzle where the pieces kept changing shape. The revision process could take hours or even days for important letters. You'd write a draft, realize one word had wrong connotations, revise, discover the revision broke the meter, adjust again, notice the new version made awkward grammatical construction, start over. The best encoded poems appeared effortless and natural, which meant the effort had to be thoroughly concealed through extensive revision. Any strain or forcing would be visible in the final version, suggesting either incompetence or strong emotion disrupting your control. Neither was particularly attractive quality in correspondent. The practice of keeping commonplace books where you copied favourite poems and recorded your own drafts served multiple purposes. These books provided reference materials when you needed to find appropriate allusion or check wording of classical poem you wanted to reference. They let you track your own development as poet over time. And they preserved poems you might want to revise or incorporate into later communications. Though keeping written record of your encoded love poems was also security risk if the wrong person found your commonplace book, so some people memorized everything and kept no records. This required impressive memory but eliminated paper trails. The role of intermediaries and messengers in this communication system deserves extensive discussion because they weren't just neutral conduits, but active participants who often knew exactly what they were carrying. Trusted servants who delivered letters understood they were handling sensitive material even if they couldn't read the content. Some servants became so essential to secret relationships that they effectively functioned as co-conspirators, arranging meetings, providing alibis, warning of dangers. These servants took significant risks. Being caught facilitating forbidden relationships could cost them their positions and potentially their lives. Their loyalty and discretion were absolutely essential. The selection of trustworthy messengers required careful judgment. You needed someone who could be counted on not to read the letters or tell others about carrying them. Someone who wouldn't try to leverage their knowledge for personal advantage. Someone whose movements wouldn't attract attention. A servant who normally ran household errands could deliver letters without raising suspicion, while someone who never left the house suddenly making frequent trips would draw notice. Finding and cultivating such reliable intermediaries was its own skill that successful secret lovers had to develop. Some intermediaries were motivated by genuine affection for the people they helped. A lady's maid who'd known her mistress since childhood might facilitate secret correspondence out of genuine care for her happiness. A servant who'd been treated with unusual kindness might repay that kindness through loyal discretion. Others were motivated by payment, extra wages or gifts that made the risks worthwhile. Some were motivated by their own romantic notions, enjoying the vicarious participation in forbidden love story, even if they'd never experienced such romance themselves. Understanding what motivated your intermediary helped predict how reliable they'd be under pressure. The payment and gratitude shown to reliable intermediaries had to be calibrated carefully. Too generous payment might suggest the messages were more important than you claimed, potentially raising the intermediary's understanding of what they were involved in and maybe increasing their price. Too little gratitude risked losing their cooperation. The relationship with key intermediaries became ongoing negotiation requiring sensitivity and judgment. Some correspondents developed genuine friendships with servants who helped them, creating loyalty based on mutual respect rather than just payment. The occasions when encoded communication could happen in person added interesting dimensions because you could layer verbal and physical elements with written messages. At poetry gatherings, you might present a poem that appeared to respond to previous person's contribution, but actually encoded personal message to specific person present. During seasonal viewing parties, you could recite a poem about the moon or flowers that seemed general aesthetic observation, but carried meaning for particular listener. These semi-public communications required even more sophisticated encoding because multiple people heard them, so the message needed to work as general poetry while carrying private significance. The practice of utawas, poetry contests where participants competed by composing poems on assigned topics, provided perfect cover for encoded communication. The competitive format meant everyone was composing and presenting poetry, so your contribution didn't stand out as unusual. The assigned topics often involved seasonal imagery or natural phenomena that worked perfectly for encoding personal messages. And the social nature of the event meant your forbidden beloved might be present to hear your poem without that presence being suspicious. You could declare your feelings in front of everyone present, while only one person recognized what you were really saying. The judging of these poetry contests added extra layer of complexity when poems encoded personal messages. Judges evaluated technical mastery, appropriate use of imagery, originality of expression, and effective emotional impact. A poem that successfully encoded romantic message while also winning the contest demonstrated serious skill. But losing because your encoded message made the poem less effective as pure poetry was a frustrating trade-off. The best poets managed both dimensions successfully, creating technically excellent poems that also carried perfect encoded messages, which is why some of these contest-winning poems became famous examples that later lovers studied and imitated. Women's poetry circles and gatherings provided similar opportunities for encoded communication in female social contexts. These gatherings were officially about literary cultivation and appropriate feminine accomplishment, but they also created spaces where women could communicate more freely than normal household circumstances allowed. The poetry women exchanged at these gatherings could encode messages about their circumstances, feelings, and experiences that they couldn't discuss directly. These circles sometimes became support networks where women helped each other navigate difficult situations through encoded advice and sympathy. The development of personal style in calligraphy and poetry composition became a form of signature that regular correspondents would recognize immediately. You'd know your lover's handwriting so thoroughly that you could identify their letter before reading the address. You'd recognize their typical imagery choices, their favorite allusions, their characteristic rhythms and phrasings. This recognition created intimacy. You knew this person's aesthetic fingerprints as well as their physical ones. The style became an extension of their personality, visible in every communication they sent. But personal style also created security challenges because distinctive handwriting could identify sender, even if the letter fell into wrong hands. Some correspondents deliberately modified their usual style when writing particularly sensitive messages, creating less recognizable handwriting that provided deniability if needed. This modification had to be subtle enough not to alarm recipient into thinking the letter wasn't actually from you, while being different enough to obscure identity to casual observers. Finding that balance required practice and confidence in your correspondent's ability to recognize you, despite the disguised handwriting. The emotional experience of composing these encoded messages deserves attention because it wasn't just intellectual exercise but deeply felt process. Choosing imagery that perfectly captured your feelings, finding words that fit both formal constraints and emotional truth, creating something beautiful out of circumstances that might not be beautiful at all, this process could be cathartic and meaningful. The act of encoding became a way of processing emotions, transforming raw feeling into refined artistic expression. Some people found this transformation helpful for managing overwhelming emotions that might otherwise be incapacitating. But the encoding could also feel like a barrier between authentic feeling and expression. Sometimes you just wanted to scream that you loved someone, or that missing them hurt terribly, or that the situation was unbearable. Having to transform those raw feelings into elegant seasonal observations might feel like dishonesty, or at least like diluting genuine emotion through aesthetic filtering. The necessary refinement could create distance from your own feelings even as you tried to communicate them. Some correspondents alternated between carefully encoded poems and more direct prose, using different modes for different types of emotional content. The anticipation while waiting for responses to encoded letters created its own emotional intensity. You'd send carefully crafted poem and then wait days or weeks for reply, wondering if your message was received, whether the recipient decoded it correctly, how they felt about what you'd said. The waiting period was filled with uncertainty that direct communication would reduce. If you could just say what you meant and get clear response, you'd know where you stood. But the encoding required patience and tolerance for ambiguity that not everyone possessed naturally. Some people found the waiting period almost more emotionally challenging than the original situation that prompted the letter. The potential for misunderstanding was real, and sometimes had serious consequences. If recipient missed allusion you thought was obvious, they might misinterpret your message completely. If they read irony where you meant sincerity or vice versa, your communication failed. If seasonal imagery you chose had slightly different associations for them than for you, subtle misalignment of meaning occurred. These failures could damage relationships or create unnecessary distress. Some correspondents developed practice of including small direct elements within otherwise encoded letters, brief clear statements that anchored the interpretation of more ambiguous poetic passages. The preservation of particularly beautiful or meaningful letters created private treasures that correspondents kept hidden carefully. Some people created special storage containers for letters from beloved, elaborately decorated boxes that held the physical evidence of their secret relationship. These boxes had to be hidden thoroughly, because discovering them would reveal everything. Some people hid boxes within their household shrines where family members wouldn't disturb them, using religious propriety as security measure. Others created false bottoms in clothing chests or concealed boxes within normal household items that wouldn't attract attention. The practice of rereading old letters provided comfort during separations but also created security risks. Each rereading increased chances of being observed with the letters, potentially raising questions about why you were so interested in old correspondence. Some people memorized their most precious letters and then destroyed the physical evidence, preserving the content in memory while eliminating risk of discovery. This required impressive memory but was safest approach. Others kept just fragments, a single particularly meaningful phrase cut from longer letter that wouldn't be comprehensible to anyone else if discovered, but served as memory trigger for the letter's full content. The eventual fate of most encoded correspondence was destruction. People burned letters during crisis moments when discovery seemed imminent. They destroyed collections before death to protect dead or living participants. They eliminated evidence when relationships ended or circumstances changed such that preservation became too risky. The small percentage of letters that survived to become historical documents were ones that somehow escaped this systematic destruction. Hidden so well they were never found until much later, preserved in family archives where their significance wasn't recognized or kept by people who valued them as literary achievements regardless of personal content. The teaching of encoding skills to next generation happened primarily through example and practice, rather than explicit instruction. Parents didn't sit children down for lessons on how to write secret love letters. That would be acknowledging more than propriety allowed. Instead, children absorbed these skills through participating in poetry practice, studying classical literature, learning calligraphy, and generally acquiring cultural literacy that had encoding as implicit application. The skills were transmitted as part of broader cultural education, with understanding of romantic applications coming gradually as children matured and recognized patterns in what they were learning. Some young people received more explicit guidance from sympathetic older relatives or servants who remembered their own complicated romantic situations. An aunt might share tips about paper selection while ostensibly discussing seasonal correspondence etiquette. A grandmother might tell stories about famous historical love letters while teaching poetry composition. A trusted servant might offer advice about reliable messengers while helping with household management. This oblique instruction helped young people develop skills they'd need without explicit discussion of forbidden topics that propriety prevented addressing directly. The mistakes young correspondents made while learning these skills range from embarrassing to potentially dangerous. Writing overly obvious encoded messages that anyone could decode defeated the entire purpose. Using inappropriate seasonal imagery showed ignorance and poor education. Choosing wrong intermediaries who proved unreliable or talkative created disaster. Keeping letters where they'd be discovered was rookie error with serious consequences. Most people made mistakes early on, and hopefully learned from them before situations became truly dangerous, though some people's romantic education involved spectacular failures that everyone heard about and remembered as cautionary tales. The intersection between encoded communication and other arts created interesting synergies. The same aesthetic principles that governed poetry composition applied to flower arrangement, where choice and placement of specific flowers could encode messages. Tea ceremony incorporated elements that could carry meaning beyond proper ritual performance: which tea you prepared, which utensils you used, what decorations you displayed in the tea room. Calligraphy displayed in homes could incorporate poems with encoded meanings that guests might or might not recognize. The encoding systems permeated multiple artistic domains, creating layered communication possibilities across various cultural activities. The performance of traditional music provided another channel for encoded communication. Musicians could choose pieces that had specific associations or meanings, effectively communicating through song selection. The way you performed a particular piece, faster or slower, with more or less emotion, emphasizing certain passages, could encode additional layers of meaning. For people who shared musical education and sensitivity, these performance choices communicated as clearly as written words, while being invisible to those without proper background to interpret them. The musical encoding added to the broader communication system that used every available aesthetic channel. The gift exchanges that accompanied some correspondence required their own encoding considerations. Gifts had to be appropriate for stated relationship. Too personal or valuable gifts sent with supposedly casual correspondence would raise suspicions. But gifts also needed to carry meaning beyond their surface appropriateness. You might send seasonal sweets that happened to be ones you'd shared during important meeting, the flavor triggering specific memory, or send fabric in color that referred to previous conversation, or include small decorative item that referenced shared joke or experience. The gifts functioned as three-dimensional encoded messages that complemented written communication. The wearing of specific colors or clothing items could encode messages during in-person meetings at public events. If you and your correspondent agreed beforehand that wearing particular color would signal something specific, you could communicate across crowded gathering without speaking or drawing attention. This method was risky because others might notice if you repeatedly wore unusual colors at events where a specific person was present. But for occasional communication, it provided useful supplement to written correspondence. Some couples developed elaborate systems of clothing signals that let them coordinate meetings or convey basic information through pure visual means. The gradual evolution of encoding systems over time reflected changing social circumstances and cultural developments. As literacy spread more widely, encoding had to become more sophisticated because more people could potentially decode basic symbolic vocabulary. As political situations shifted, new events and historical references became available for encoding purposes. As literary tastes changed, different poetic forms and allusions became fashionable, requiring correspondents to update their encoding toolkit. The system was never static, but constantly adapting to maintain effectiveness in changing contexts. The regional variations in encoding traditions added complexity for people who moved between different areas or corresponded across distances. Certain images or allusions might be common in one region, but unknown in another. Local plants or geographical features provided symbolic vocabulary that worked locally but not elsewhere. Historical events that shaped one region's culture might not resonate the same way in other areas. Sophisticated correspondence needed awareness of these regional differences to encode effectively for recipients from different backgrounds, or to decode messages from people raised in different cultural contexts. The class differences in encoding sophistication created hierarchies of communication capability. Highly educated aristocratic samurai had access to extensive literary traditions and could encode with great subtlety. Less educated people had access to same basic symbolic vocabulary, but couldn't deploy it with equal refinement. Merchants and wealthy commoners who'd purchased education could participate in the system, but sometimes lacked the aristocratic cultural references that added layers to upper-class encoding. These differences meant that sophisticated encoded letter could simultaneously communicate clearly to educated recipient, while being partially incomprehensible to less educated interceptor, providing security through complexity. The ultimate paradox of this entire system was that it simultaneously enabled and constrained authentic communication. The encoding let people say things they couldn't say directly, creating communication channels that wouldn't otherwise exist. But the necessity of encoding also meant never quite saying what you really meant, always filtering authentic feeling through aesthetic frameworks that refined but also potentially distorted genuine emotion. Whether this trade-off was worth it probably depended on individual circumstances and personalities. Some people thrived within these constraints and used them to create beautiful, meaningful communication, while others found them frustrating barriers to authentic connection they desperately wanted but couldn't achieve. All this sophisticated encoding and philosophical framework was necessary because samurai relationships operated according to rhythms they couldn't control. You couldn't just decide to spend quality time together whenever the mood struck. Your schedule was dictated by seasonal obligations that separated couples with predictable regularity. Spring meant military campaigns. Summer brought festivals, but also administrative duties. Autumn required harvest management and preparations for winter. Winter provided the most consistent time together, but also came with knowledge that spring would tear you apart again. Living with this cyclical pattern of separation and reunion shaped how people understood time itself, relationships, and what it meant to be together when together was always temporary and apart was the dominant state. Not exactly conducive to relationship stability, unsurprisingly. The spring military season was particularly brutal for established relationships because it came with such regularity that you couldn't pretend it wouldn't happen. Every winter, as days started getting longer and weather began improving, everyone knew what was coming. Lords would summon their samurai for campaigns against rival clans, border disputes that needed settling, or just general military exercises to keep everyone sharp and remind neighbouring territories not to get too ambitious. The samurai would pack their gear, say whatever farewell social context allowed, and head out for weeks or months of fighting, marching, camping in uncomfortable conditions, and possibly dying in ways that range from heroically dramatic to embarrassingly mundane. For the people left behind, wives, lovers, families, spring became season of anxiety regardless of how many springs they'd endured before. Each departure carried possibility of permanent separation. You sent someone off not knowing if they'd return whole, injured, or not at all. Letters took weeks to arrive if they arrived at all. News from campaigns was sporadic and often inaccurate by the time it reached you. So you spent spring and early summer in state of suspended uncertainty, trying to maintain normal life while portion of your attention stayed fixed on absent person whose fate you couldn't know or influence. The cherry blossoms everyone wrote poetry about were beautiful, sure, but they also marked beginning of separation season, which probably complicated your aesthetic appreciation somewhat. The military campaigns themselves varied enormously in danger level and duration. Some were relatively brief expeditions to demonstrate force without much actual fighting. You marched around, looked intimidating, maybe had some minor skirmishes, then everyone went home once point was made. These campaigns were still uncomfortable and boring. Lots of marching, camping in inadequate shelters, eating terrible food, dealing with weather and insects, but mortality risk was relatively low. Other campaigns involved actual sustained combat with significant casualties, sieges that lasted months, or conditions so harsh that disease killed more people than enemy action did. The samurai heading out on spring campaign didn't necessarily know which type they were facing, which made the goodbye potentially devastating regardless of actual danger level. The emotional management required for these seasonal separations was extraordinary. For official wives, you were expected to maintain household, manage servants and finances, raise children, handle correspondence about estate matters, and generally keep everything functioning while your husband was gone. And you were supposed to do all this while projecting confidence and capability rather than fear about whether he'd return. Showing too much anxiety suggested you didn't trust his military skills or your own ability to manage. Some women became remarkably competent administrators because necessity forced them to develop capabilities they might not otherwise have needed. Others struggled with responsibilities they hadn't been trained for, creating household problems that added stress to already difficult situations. For secret lovers, the separations were even more complicated because you couldn't openly acknowledge your anxiety. Your official spouse might be around wondering why you seemed so worried when no one you were supposed to care about was in danger. You had to encode your fears in letters that might be intercepted, maintain normal appearance during a period of genuine terror, and deal with the knowledge that if this person died, you'd have to grieve entirely in private since acknowledging the loss would expose the relationship. Some people managed this emotional compartmentalization better than others. Some probably just developed stress-related health problems they attributed to other causes. The return from spring campaigns brought its own challenges. The person who came back might not be the same person who left. They might be injured, traumatized, changed by experiences you didn't share and couldn't fully understand. Some samurai returned home and needed weeks or months to readjust to domestic life after extended periods in military mode where different skills and attitudes dominated. The reunions weren't always immediately joyful, sometimes they were awkward, requiring renegotiation of relationship that had been suspended during separation. The romanticized version is instant passionate reunion. The reality was often more complicated and required patience from everyone involved. For relationships that had developed during previous campaigns, samurai who'd fallen for local women they met during military service, the seasonal returns created particularly painful situations. The woman left behind probably couldn't communicate easily with her distant lover. She might not know whether he survived or would return. She had to resume regular life in her community while wondering about someone who might be dead or might have forgotten about her. When he did return to his home base, the separation might become effectively permanent if his duties kept him in his own region. These long-distance relationships created by campaign encounters probably failed more often than they succeeded, but the successful ones required extraordinary dedication and resourcefulness. Summer brought different relationship dynamics, because while samurai weren't constantly on military campaigns, they still had various obligations that limited their availability. This was administrative season, dealing with agricultural matters, attending to local governance, maintaining weaponry and training, participating in festivals and ceremonies that required their presence. The schedule was more flexible than spring campaigns but still constrained. Summer festivals provided opportunities for couples to see each other under socially acceptable circumstances, though actually getting private time during crowded public celebrations required careful planning and some luck. The summer heat added its own complications to romantic encounters. Meeting in enclosed spaces became uncomfortable when temperatures soared and humidity made everything sticky. Outdoor meetings during daytime risked heat exhaustion and too much visibility. Evening meetings were cooler but had their own dangers. More people might be out enjoying evening air, increasing chances of unwanted observation. Some couples learned to meet near water features, gardens with ponds, areas near streams, where temperatures were marginally cooler and sound of water provided cover for conversation. Others just accepted that summer meetings would be uncomfortable and considered discomfort part of price for connection. Summer also brought more social events that required attendance, which meant more opportunities for brief encounters, but also more scheduling complexity. You might attend same festival as your secret beloved but have no chance to interact privately, because you are surrounded by family members and social obligations. You'd spend the event exchanging meaningful glances across crowded spaces, maybe managing brief conversation that appeared casual to observers but carried weight for you, then returning home frustrated by proximity without genuine connection. It was like attending same party as your crush, but never getting to actually talk to them because you're both trapped in separate social circles all night. The insects of summer created practical problems that nobody mentions in romantic poetry. Trying to have tender moment while being devoured by mosquitoes somewhat undermines the mood. Meeting in gardens meant dealing with various biting and stinging insects that found human blood especially appealing. Some people burned herbs or incense that supposedly repelled insects, though effectiveness was questionable. Others just accepted that summer romance came with itching and occasional painful stings. The philosophical framework about accepting impermanence probably helped. Yes, this moment is beautiful, but also you're getting bitten by mosquitoes and will be scratching these welts for days, so perfect it isn't. Autumn brought its own emotional weight as harvest season demanded attention, while everyone wondered whether winter would bring reunions or news of deaths during autumn conflicts that sometimes erupted. Autumn military actions were less common than spring campaigns but still happened. Ambitious lords might try to seize territory before winter made fighting impractical, or unresolved spring conflicts might reignite. The uncertainty made autumn psychologically difficult, even when actual fighting was relatively rare. You'd spend the season preparing for winter, while not knowing whether you'd spend that winter with the person you cared about, or alone dealing with their absence or death. The autumn harvest festivals provided last major opportunities for social interaction before winter isolation. These celebrations had practical purposes, marking successful harvest, giving thanks to gods, strengthening community bonds before winter separated everyone into their individual households. But they also functioned as relationship opportunities that everyone understood even if nobody explicitly acknowledged. Couples who'd been separated all summer might finally get substantial time together during harvest celebrations. Secret lovers might engineer meetings using festival activities as cover. Even official spouses used festivals to reconnect after summer's obligations had kept them occupied with separate responsibilities. The aesthetic of autumn, all those falling leaves and transformation everyone wrote poetry about, reflected the emotional reality of the season. Things were changing, dying back, preparing for winter dormancy. Beauty mixed with melancholy in ways that perfectly captured how people felt about approaching winter. Hope for reunion mixed with fear of permanent separation. Appreciation for harvest mixed with anxiety about whether stored food would last until spring. The season embodied contradiction between gratitude for what you had and worry about losing it, which was pretty much how these relationships felt generally. Winter was theoretically the season when separated couples could reunite most reliably, but winter had its own complications. Travel became difficult or impossible when snow blocked mountain passes or made roads impassable. Communication slowed because messengers couldn't move as easily. If you weren't already together when winter seriously set in, you might not manage reunion until spring, at which point spring campaigns would separate you again. So winter was simultaneously season of highest potential intimacy and season when circumstances might trap you apart for months. The unpredictability made planning nearly impossible. For couples who did spend winter together, the season provided rare, extended periods of contact that other seasons couldn't match. Winter was indoor season when weather forced people into closer quarters and limited outdoor obligations. This created opportunities for sustained intimacy that were precious precisely because they were rare. The long dark evenings meant more time for private conversation. The cold encouraged physical closeness. The general slowdown of activity that winter imposed created space for relationship focus that busier seasons prevented. Some couples probably experienced their deepest connection during these winter periods when external demands temporarily decreased. But winter proximity also revealed relationship realities that seasonal separations might obscure. Spending months in close quarters with someone exposed all the small irritations and incompatibilities that brief encounters allowed you to ignore. You couldn't maintain idealized version of relationship when you were dealing with daily realities of living together through long, dark, cold months. Some relationships deepened through extended contact. Others discovered they worked better with more distance. Winter tested whether connection could sustain daily proximity, or only functioned when most interactions were special occasions separated by absence. The practice of creating what we might call eternal moments, experiences so carefully crafted and fully felt that they sustained people through long separations, became essential survival skill for these seasonally disrupted relationships. The concept wasn't that moments literally lasted forever, but that their emotional impact was so significant they could be revisited mentally for months or years, providing comfort and connection when physical presence wasn't possible. Creating such moments required intention and skill that not everyone possessed naturally, but could be developed with practice and philosophical framework we've been discussing. The tea ceremony we mentioned earlier provided perfect structure for creating eternal moments, because its elaborate ritual demanded complete attention, while also allowing personalization through choices about utensils, tea selection, decorative elements and conversation topics. A tea ceremony shared between lovers became more than just drinking tea. It became meditation on relationship, aesthetic experience that engaged all senses, and spiritual practice that connected participants to larger cultural traditions. The specific details of particular ceremony, the ceramic bowl's texture, the tea's bitterness, the light through steam, the precise gestures of serving and receiving, created sensory memories that could be recalled later to recreate the feeling of being together. The key to eternal moments wasn't elaborate preparation or expensive settings, but rather quality of attention brought to experience. Simple shared meal could become eternal moment if both people were fully present, noticing flavors and textures, attending to each other completely, creating space free from distractions and worries. Walk through garden could be transformed through mindful attention to seasonal changes, particular flowers' scents, feeling of ground under feet, quality of light at specific time of day. The ordinariness of activity mattered less than intentionality and presence with which it was experienced. Some couples developed rituals specifically designed to create these memorable moments. They might always meet at particular location during specific season, creating associations between place and relationship. They might have specific activity they always shared, composing poetry together, practicing calligraphy side by side, preparing a specific dish that became their food. These rituals created continuity across separations, giving structure to relationship that might otherwise feel fragmented by constant interruptions. The rituals also provided comfort during separation. Knowing you'd perform this specific activity together next time created something to anticipate during months of absence. The sensory emphasis in creating eternal moments reflects broader Japanese aesthetic principles, but also served practical psychological purposes. Memories formed with multiple sensory components are stronger and more easily recalled than purely visual or conceptual memories. By deliberately attending to sounds, scents, textures, and taste during encounters, couples created richer memories that were more accessible during separation. You could recall not just that you were together, but exactly how the tea tasted, how their hand felt, what specific birdsong accompanied the conversation. These sensory details made memories more vivid and emotionally powerful. The practice of taking small objects from meaningful encounters, we touched on this with the encoded letters, extended to creating permanent anchors for eternal moments. You'd take dried flower from the garden where you walked together, keeping it as a physical reminder of that specific afternoon. Or keep the ceramic cup you used during particularly meaningful tea ceremony. Or preserve fan that had been present during important conversation. These objects weren't valuable in themselves, but functioned as memory triggers that could instantly recall entire experiences. Looking at the dried flower could recreate the feeling of that walk, the conversation you had, the emotions you experienced, even months or years later. The deliberate creation of these moments required acknowledging their temporality, rather than pretending they'd last forever. You weren't trying to stop time, but rather to experience present time so fully that its memory would persist. This connects back to the mono-no-aware philosophy. The awareness that this moment will end is precisely what makes it precious. You attended to each detail because you knew you couldn't repeat the experience, so this version, right now, was the only one you'd ever have. That consciousness heightened attention and emotional engagement in ways that treating moments as infinitely renewable couldn't achieve. But there's something exhausting about always trying to create perfect, memorable moments. The pressure to make every encounter meaningful enough to sustain months of separation sometimes worked against authentic connection. You might be so focused on creating the perfect experience that you weren't actually present with person, just performing elaborate ritual of presence. Some couples probably found better balance than others between deliberate attention and relaxed spontaneity. The most successful eternal moments might have been ones that happened naturally rather than through elaborate engineering, though having practiced the skills of attention and presence certainly helped even spontaneous moments feel more meaningful. The spiritual practices that separated couples used to maintain connection across distance provided different kind of sustenance than physical reunions or carefully crafted moments. These practices work through creating sense of simultaneous shared experience despite physical separation. If you knew your beloved was performing same meditation at sunset, watching same moon, burning same incense at specific hour, that knowledge created feeling of connection that didn't require physical proximity. You were alone, but also somehow together through shared intentional action occurring in parallel. The agreement to perform synchronized rituals had to be established during times together, creating private commitments that would structure subsequent separation. You'd agree that you'd both meditate at dawn, or watch for the full moon and think of each other, or compose poetry on specific seasonal themes, or visit particular temple monthly. These agreements became invisible threads connecting you across whatever distances circumstances imposed. The practices were simple enough not to require extensive coordination, but meaningful enough to create genuine sense of shared experience. The meditation practices were particularly well suited to synchronized ritual because they were individual activities that didn't require external coordination beyond agreeing on time. You'd arrange to meditate simultaneously, both sitting at dawn or at sunset, entering same mental space despite being in different physical locations. The practice connected you spiritually while also providing individual psychological benefits. You were managing your own mental state while also maintaining bond with absent person. The dual function made meditation particularly valuable during difficult separations. The burning of incense at synchronized times added sensory dimension to connection. Incense provided scent that could trigger memories and associations, while also marking time's passage through its burning. Using same type of incense created additional layer of shared experience. You weren't just burning incense simultaneously, you were experiencing same specific scent. Some couples selected particular incense blends that they only used for these synchronized rituals, creating unique olfactory signature for their connection that wasn't diluted by use in other contexts. The practice of watching moon or other celestial phenomena together apart provided accessible ritual that didn't require special materials or extensive preparation. The moon was visible to everyone on same night, or at least visible when clouds didn't interfere, which they frequently did, somewhat undermining the romantic notion of shared moon viewing. But when conditions cooperated, knowing you and your distant beloved were both looking at same moon created tangible sense of connection. You were seeing literally the same object, experiencing same beauty, simultaneously aware of each other's simultaneous awareness. The cosmic scale of celestial objects made individual separation seem less absolute. The composition of poetry on synchronized themes took longer to feel the connection since you'd write your poem, and only later receive your beloved's poem composed on same theme. But the exchange created conversation across time and distance. You'd compose poem about particular season or emotion, knowing your beloved was composing poem on same theme. Eventually the poems would reach each other, creating dialogue that spanned weeks or months between composition and reception. The delayed gratification actually enhanced the practice's value. You had anticipation while waiting, then discovery when poem finally arrived, revealing how your distant beloved had approached the shared theme. The pilgrimage practices that many couples incorporated into their connection rituals served multiple purposes. Religious pilgrimages were completely respectable activities that attracted no suspicion. You were demonstrating piety and seeking spiritual merit, which everyone understood as proper behavior. But pilgrimages also provided legitimate reason for travel and opportunities for encounters that might not otherwise be possible. Couples could arrange to visit same temple or shrine on same date, accidentally encountering each other at sacred site where their presence was entirely explainable. The sacred context provided cover while also adding spiritual dimension to their connection. Some pilgrimage sites were specifically associated with romantic success or prayers for lovers' reunion, making them particularly popular with separated couples. These places accumulated reputations as destinations for people in complicated romantic situations, creating communities of shared purpose among visitors, even if individual circumstances remained private. You might not tell fellow pilgrims exactly why you were there, but knowing others were likely dealing with similar situations created a sense of solidarity. The temples and shrines benefited from this traffic, obviously. Complicated love situations generated steady stream of donations and visitors seeking divine intervention in their relationship challenges. The votive offerings that people left at these sacred sites provide touching historical record of romantic desperation and hope. Small wooden tablets with prayers for reunion, promises to gods if wishes were granted, pleas for protection of absent beloved. These offerings accumulated at popular sites, physical evidence of emotional needs that couldn't be addressed through conventional channels. Some offerings were quite specific, asking for particular person to survive particular campaign, or requesting opportunity to see beloved one more time. Others were vaguer, perhaps because too much specificity might expose circumstances better left private. The walking involved in pilgrimages had its own meditative quality that made it psychologically valuable beyond just reaching destination. Walking for days or weeks created mental space different from ordinary daily life. The physical exertion, changing landscapes, reduced social obligations, and focused goal combined to create conditions where people could process emotions and experiences that normal life didn't allow time to fully examine. Some pilgrims found clarity or acceptance during the walking itself, with the destination shrine becoming less important than the journey's psychological effects. The seasonal timing of pilgrimages created its own patterns. Spring pilgrimages happened before campaign season separated people, functioning as preemptive petitions for protection and reunion. Autumn pilgrimages followed campaign season, offering thanksgiving for survival or mourning for losses. Some people made annual pilgrimages to same location, creating personal tradition that provided rhythm and purpose across years of separation. The regularity of pilgrimage became its own kind of connection. You might not know where your beloved was at a given moment, but you knew they'd be at particular shrine on particular date, maintaining pattern that circumstances couldn't disrupt. The letters exchanged between separated couples often reference these shared spiritual practices, creating paper trail of synchronized ritual. You'd mention that you'd meditated at dawn as agreed, or describe watching the full moon while thinking of recipient. These references confirmed you were maintaining practices even during separation, reassuring recipient that bond persisted despite distance. The letters transformed private individual practices into shared experiences through documentation and acknowledgement, making the practices more meaningful than they might have been if performed entirely in isolation. The psychological value of synchronized rituals went beyond maintaining romantic connection. These practices provided structure during separations that might otherwise feel formless and endless. Instead of just waiting passively for reunion, you were actively doing something, mediating, burning incense, composing poetry, planning pilgrimage. The active engagement gave sense of agency in situations where you actually had very little control. You couldn't make military campaigns end faster or guarantee anyone's survival, but you could maintain your part of synchronized ritual, creating small area of control within larger helplessness. The practices also provided coping mechanisms for managing anxiety and grief. Meditation helped regulate emotional responses to fear and worry. Poetry composition channeled difficult emotions into creative expression. Pilgrimage walking provided physical outlet for psychological stress. The religious framework allowed placing hope in divine intervention when human action seemed insufficient. Whether the practices actually influenced outcomes didn't matter as much as whether they helped people endure difficult circumstances with some degree of psychological stability. The integration of spiritual and romantic dimensions in these practices reflects broader Japanese cultural patterns, where boundaries between different life domains were more permeable than modern Western frameworks might suggest. You weren't compartmentalizing religious practice, romantic relationship, and psychological self-care into separate activities. They all happened simultaneously within a unified approach to managing difficult circumstances. The prayer for beloved safety was simultaneously religious devotion, expression of love, and coping mechanism for anxiety. The meditation at agreed time was spiritual practice, romantic connection, and emotional regulation strategy all at once. The secularization that has occurred in modern contexts makes some of these practices less accessible to contemporary people, which might explain nostalgia for this integrated approach. When spiritual practices are optional lifestyle choices rather than assumed cultural framework, the spontaneous mixing of romantic, spiritual, and psychological dimensions doesn't happen as naturally. You have to deliberately decide to integrate these things rather than automatically operating within culture where integration is default. This might make the practices feel artificial or performative rather than natural expression of unified worldview. The community aspects of these spiritual practices provided support that individual practice alone might not achieve. Temples and shrines where you went for prayer or pilgrimage contained other people dealing with their own challenges. The monks and priests who administered these places had seen countless variations of human difficulty and could sometimes offer wisdom, or at least sympathetic listening. The fellow pilgrims you encountered might share experiences that helped you feel less alone. The communal dimension reminded people that their individual suffering was part of larger human experience rather than unique personal tragedy. The timing of these practices across daily and seasonal cycles created complex web of connection rituals that structured separated lives. Daily meditation at dawn, weekly poetry composition, monthly temple visits, seasonal pilgrimages, all these created recurring touchpoints that marked time's passage while maintaining sense of ongoing relationship. The cycles prevented relationship from becoming just abstract memory, instead keeping it active and present through regular practice even during physical separation. The structure was probably psychologically essential for relationships that otherwise might fragment under pressure of extended absence. The question of whether these practices actually kept couples connected or just helped them endure being separated is probably unanswerable and maybe doesn't matter. The practices served the purposes people needed them to serve, providing comfort, creating structure, maintaining hope, managing anxiety. Whether connection was real or psychological construct enabled by ritual matters less than whether practices helped people survive difficult circumstances with some degree of emotional stability and hope for future. The practices worked not because they magically overcame physical separation, but because they gave people tools for making separation bearable rather than devastating. The ultimate irony is that all these elaborate systems for managing separation, the seasonal acceptance, the eternal moments, the synchronized rituals, worked well enough that the separation-based relationship patterns became sustainable across generations. If the practices had failed to help people cope, the social systems creating these separations might have faced more pressure to change. But because people developed effective coping mechanisms, the underlying problems that created need for coping mechanisms could persist indefinitely. The adaptation enabled continuation of circumstances that caused suffering in first place, which is either testament to human resilience or depressing example of how effectively people can adjust to situations that probably shouldn't be accepted as inevitable. The specific timing mechanisms that couples developed for their synchronized practices reveal impressive organizational skills given the technological limitations of the period. You couldn't exactly text meditation at 7 p.m. to coordinate schedules. Instead, people learned to mark time through natural phenomena everyone could observe. Dawn was a reliable marker. It happened at slightly different times throughout year, but everyone knew when dawn occurred in their location. Sunset worked similarly, though with more variation by season. Noon could be approximated by sun's position. These natural time markers let couples synchronize activities without need for precise timekeeping devices that most people didn't possess anyway. The moon phases provided particularly useful timing system for monthly practices. Everyone could see where the moon was full, new, or somewhere between. Agreeing to meditate or perform other ritual during full moon meant both people would do it within same night, even if exact hour varied. The visibility of moon phase made coordination relatively easy, while also adding poetic appropriateness to romantic practices. Full moon specifically carried romantic associations that made it perfect choice for synchronized connection rituals. You were participating in cultural tradition of moon appreciation, while also maintaining personal bond. The seasonal festivals that punctuated the year provided additional timing anchors for practices and potential meetings. Everyone knew when major festivals occurred, making them reliable coordination points. You could agree to visit specific temple during Autumn Harvest Festival, knowing both participants would understand the timing without need for elaborate written coordination. The festival's public nature provided cover. Your presence wasn't suspicious because everyone attended these celebrations, but the predictability let couples plan encounters within broader festival attendance. The letters that specified timing for future rituals had to be carefully worded to avoid alerting anyone who might intercept them about what was being arranged. You couldn't write, "I'll meet you at the mountain shrine on the 3rd day of the 9th month." That would be too obvious if wrong person read it. Instead, you'd encode the information using seasonal references and poetic allusions that recipient would understand but casual reader might miss. A poem about autumn chrysanthemums might specify timing, while mention of particular temple's famous features could indicate location. The encoding added complexity to already complicated coordination challenge. The management of expectations became crucial psychological skill for people in these seasonally disrupted relationships. You had to maintain hope without building unrealistic expectations that would cause devastating disappointment. You needed optimism to sustain you through separation, but also enough realism to protect yourself if reunion didn't happen as anticipated. Balancing hope and self-protection required emotional calibration that not everyone managed successfully. Some people developed depression from repeatedly disappointed expectations. Others became so guarded they couldn't fully engage even when reunion occurred. Finding sustainable middle ground where you remained open without being devastated by circumstances beyond control was lifelong practice rather than achieved state. The role of children in these separation patterns created additional emotional complications. If you had children with official spouse, those children experienced their father's seasonal absences as normal pattern. They learned early that fathers left for spring and might not return. This normalization of absence shaped children's understanding of family and relationships in ways that perpetuated the patterns into next generation. Boys learned this was what men did. Girls learned this was what women endured. The cycle continued because children absorbed it as natural order rather than questioning whether it needed to be this way. For forbidden relationships that produced children, which definitely happened despite difficulties, the seasonal separation patterns created impossible situations. The child might only see their actual father during brief encounters that had to be hidden from official family structures, or might never know their father's identity if circumstances made acknowledgement too dangerous. These children existed in shadows of adult relationship problems they didn't create and couldn't fix. Some grew up never knowing why certain adults showed particular interest in their welfare. Others eventually figured out complicated truth and had to decide whether to acknowledge it or maintain polite fiction everyone else performed. The health challenges posed by seasonal separation patterns don't appear much in romantic poetry, but were real practical concerns. People separated during winter might not receive news if their distant partner fell seriously ill. The lag in communication meant you might not know about crisis until it had resolved one way or another. Either person recovered and sent you letter weeks later, or person died and news eventually reached you through indirect channels. This uncertainty created constant low-level anxiety that must have been exhausting to live with year after year. The winter illnesses were particularly fraught because winter was theoretically reunion season, but also season when diseases spread more easily through populations confined in close quarters. You might successfully reunite for winter only to have one partner fall ill during the time together, or might be separated when illness struck, unable to provide care or receive comfort. The medical limitations of the period meant illnesses that modern antibiotics would treat easily could be fatal, adding genuine danger to seasonal health concerns. Every cough or fever during separation might be beginning of serious illness you couldn't do anything about from distance. The aging process added another dimension to seasonal separation patterns. When you were young, seasons of separation were difficult but endurable. You had time ahead to reunite, recover, try again. As people aged, each separation carried increased awareness that this might be the last one. You might not survive until next reunion. Your beloved might die during upcoming campaign. The winter you spent together might be your final winter. This consciousness made every encounter more precious but also more painful, knowing time was running out and you couldn't stop it. The widows left behind after final separation dealt with complicated grief shaped by seasonal patterns they'd lived with for years or decades. When your relationship consisted of cycles of separation and reunion, death was just final non-reunion, except this time hope for eventual return was definitively ended. Some widows found this clarity almost helpful compared to normal seasonal anxiety, where you never quite knew if return would happen. At least now you knew. You could stop waiting and start genuine mourning. Though obviously this was cold comfort for losing person you'd organised your entire emotional life around. The remarriage practices after widowhood created new challenges because you carried patterns from previous relationship into new situation. You'd spent years learning to cope with specific separation rhythm, developing specific coping mechanisms, organising your emotional life around particular person's seasonal absences. Transferring these patterns to new relationship with different person didn't necessarily work smoothly. You might struggle to recalibrate expectations or find that coping mechanisms that worked for one relationship didn't fit another. Some widows and widowers who remarried reported feeling disloyal to dead spouse by adapting too easily to new partner, or feeling frustrated with new partner for not matching patterns established with previous relationship. The cultural narratives about these seasonal separation patterns emphasized nobility of endurance and beauty of longing, which provided consolation but also created pressure to experience separation in culturally approved ways. You were supposed to miss your distant beloved poetically, write elegant poems about longing, maintain faithful devotion without complaint. Actually feeling angry about the situation, or relieved to have time apart, or simply neutral about absence. These responses didn't fit romantic narrative and might make you feel inadequate. Not everyone experienced separation the way poetry suggested they should, which created private anxiety about whether their feelings were wrong. The practical advantages of seasonal separation sometimes weren't acknowledged because admitting them would undermine romantic narrative. Having time apart meant you could focus completely on responsibilities without dividing attention between duties and relationship. It meant you didn't have to negotiate daily compromises about household management or personal preferences. It meant you could idealize relationship during absence without confronting mundane frustrations that daily proximity creates. Some people probably maintained better relationships through separation than they would have managed through constant contact, though saying so would have been romantic heresy. The reunion logistics after extended separation required careful management because you couldn't just pick up where you left off months ago. People changed during separation. Experiences occurred that shaped them in ways you didn't witness. You'd both adapted to functioning independently, then had to readjust to considering another person's needs and preferences. The first days or weeks of reunion sometimes involved renegotiating relationship dynamics that had been suspended during separation. Some couples handled this smoothly through experience, others had rough adjustment periods each time. The sexual dimension of reunions after extended separation carried its own complications. The romantic narrative emphasized passionate reunions with immediate physical intimacy, but reality wasn't always so simple. People might feel shy or awkward after months apart. Bodies changed, weight gain or loss, injuries from campaigns, illnesses that left lasting effects. Emotional distance created during separation might not immediately resolve through physical contact. Some couples needed time to rebuild intimacy, rather than expecting instant connection. Others found physical reunion easier than emotional reconnection, and used sex as bridge to emotional closeness they couldn't achieve through conversation. The domestic readjustment after reunions required practical negotiation about household management and daily routines. During separation, the person remaining home had been running everything independently according to their own judgment. When the absent person returned, they might have opinions about how things should be done or want to resume control over matters they delegated during absence. This created potential conflicts over authority and decision-making. Some couples handled this through clear agreements about who controlled what domains. Others renegotiated case by case, which probably led to more arguments but also more flexibility. The financial aspects of seasonal separation created practical pressures that romantic narratives ignore. Military campaigns cost money, equipment needed maintenance, supplies required purchase, travel involved expense. Long absences meant lost productive work time that might have generated income. Sending letters during separation wasn't free, messengers and materials cost money. Maintaining multiple establishments if you had secret relationships in different locations was expensive. The romantic complications had real economic impacts that strained household resources and created additional stress beyond the emotional challenges. The development of memory skills to sustain connection during separation was a remarkable achievement that modern people might struggle to appreciate. Without photographs, video calls, or voice recordings, people had to rely entirely on mental retention of how beloved looked, sounded, moved, smelled. They deliberately memorized these details during encounters, knowing they'd need to recall them accurately during months of separation. Some people maintained vivid mental images for decades. Others found memories fading, which created anxiety about losing connection to person even while relationship continued. The effort required to maintain detailed memories was cognitive work that modern technology has largely eliminated. The letter preservation strategies we mentioned earlier served memory maintenance purposes beyond security concerns. Reading old letters refreshed memories of relationships' history, reminding you of past encounters and shared experiences. The letters became external memory storage that supplemented what you could hold mentally. Some people created chronological files that let them review entire relationship history during separation, reinforcing sense of continuity and development over time. The practice required discipline. You had to read and file letters systematically rather than just letting them accumulate randomly, but provided valuable psychological support. The dream life of separated couples took on enhanced significance because dreams provided mental space where reunion could happen regardless of physical circumstances. You might dream about being together, creating experiences that felt real during the dream, even though they were entirely mental constructions. Some people deliberately tried to dream about their beloved through practices before sleep. Meditation, reading old letters, handling treasured objects. Whether this actually influenced dream content is questionable, but the attempt reflected desperate need for any form of contact during extended separation. The distinction between memory, imagination, and fantasy became blurred during long separations. You'd remember past encounters, but also imagine future reunions, and these different temporal directions mixed together in your thinking. You might start remembering past events, but imagination would edit details, improving the memory or adding elements that didn't actually occur. This mental editing wasn't deliberate dishonesty, but natural result of brain trying to maintain emotional connection across extended absence. Some people probably ended up with idealized memories that didn't match actual relationship history, which created potential for disappointment when reality didn't match the edited version. The seasonal progression through multiple years of separation patterns created development trajectory that shaped long-term relationships. First few cycles were often hardest because everything was new and coping mechanisms hadn't been developed yet. Middle years might reach equilibrium where patterns became familiar and manageable. Later years brought new challenges as aging and accumulated loss changed context. Relationships that survived multiple decades of seasonal separation had passed through multiple phases of adaptation and challenge, creating depth that more continuously proximate relationships might not achieve. The comparison between relationships maintained through seasonal separation and more continuously connected relationships reveals interesting differences. Separated couples sometimes reported more intense appreciation for time together because its rarity made them value it more highly. But they also sometimes reported feeling less deeply known because limited contact prevented the comprehensive mutual understanding that develops through daily proximity over years. Neither relationship type was inherently superior, they just created different kinds of connection with different strengths and limitations. The question of whether you can really maintain a relationship primarily through absence rather than presence is philosophically interesting. At what point does the relationship exist more in your imagination than in actual shared experience? If you spend 9 months apart and 3 months together annually, is the relationship happening during the 9 months of internal processing and anticipation, or only during the 3 months of actual contact? Most people probably would say relationship was continuous across both periods, but the nature of connection during separation differs fundamentally from connection during presence. The separation-based relationship was partly imaginative construction, sustained through memory, hope, and ritual rather than entirely experiential reality. The cultural investment in seasonal separation patterns reveals interesting social priorities. Society could have organized differently to minimize separations. Military service could have been structured to allow more continuous family contact. Administrative duties could have been managed to reduce travel requirements. But separation served social functions beyond their stated purposes. They reinforced clan loyalty over family loyalty by demanding men prioritize lord's commands over personal relationships. They prevented individuals from developing too much independence from larger social structures. They kept people slightly off balance emotionally, which might have made them easier to control. The suffering caused by separations wasn't just an unfortunate side effect, but potentially useful tool for maintaining social control. The resistance to separation patterns was mostly individual rather than collective, because questioning the system would require challenging fundamental social organization. Individual couples developed coping mechanisms and creative solutions, but few openly argued that the underlying pattern should change. This acceptance allowed brutal system to continue across generations because people adapted rather than revolting. The philosophical frameworks we've discussed facilitated this acceptance by providing meaning and context that made suffering seem purposeful rather than arbitrary. Whether this was wise resilience or tragic accommodation to unnecessary suffering probably depends on perspective and circumstances. The specific techniques people developed for emotional processing during separation reveal sophisticated psychological awareness, even in absence of modern therapeutic frameworks. Some people maintained detailed journals where they recorded daily thoughts and feelings during separation, creating written conversation with absent beloved who'd eventually read entries if reunion occurred. This practice let them process emotions in real time rather than waiting for reunion to discuss months of accumulated experience. The journals became relationship artifacts that both partners could reference later, creating shared record of separation experience that otherwise would exist only in individual memory. The practice of talking to absent beloved as if present, addressing them mentally during daily activities, imagining their responses, conducting internal conversations, provided comfort but also raised questions about mental health. Some people found this practice helpful for maintaining connection and processing decisions through imagining beloved's perspective. Others worried they were losing grip on reality by treating absent person as present. The line between healthy coping mechanism and problematic delusion wasn't always clear. Most people probably found balance where they used imaginary conversation as tool, without losing sight of actual absence, but some might have slipped into less healthy patterns. The role of music in managing separation deserves attention, because songs and instrumental pieces could evoke memories and emotions more powerfully than other stimuli. Certain melodies became associated with particular person or experience, so hearing that music could instantly trigger a flood of memories and feelings. Some people deliberately avoided music too closely associated with absent beloved because emotional impact was overwhelming. Others sought out such music precisely because they wanted to feel the connection even if it hurt. The power of musical associations made music both comforting and dangerous. It could sustain you through separation, or devastate you with longing depending on your current emotional state and coping capacity. The seasonal sounds that marked time's passage carried emotional weight beyond their physical characteristics. The call of migrating geese in autumn signaled changing season, and reminded separated couples of transitions and journeys. The sound of spring rain announced new growth but also beginning of campaign season. Winter wind through bare branches emphasized isolation and stillness. These natural soundscapes became emotional triggers that connected physical environment to relationship states. You couldn't hear certain seasonal sounds without thinking of what they meant for your connection to distant beloved. The food traditions associated with seasons and festivals took on enhanced significance for separated couples because shared meals had been part of their together time. Eating specific seasonal foods during separation might trigger memories of eating same foods together in past. Some people found this comforting, feeling connected through simultaneous consumption of appropriate seasonal dishes even while physically apart. Others found it painful to eat foods associated with happy memories while enduring current separation. The sensory experience of taste combined with memory created powerful emotional responses that couldn't be easily controlled. The sleep patterns of separated people often became disrupted because going to bed alone when you'd become accustomed to sharing sleeping space created nightly reminder of absence. Some people developed elaborate bedtime routines to manage this transition: meditation, reading old letters, performing small rituals that marked shift from day to night. Others just endured disrupted sleep as unavoidable cost of separation. The cumulative sleep deprivation from months of poor sleep probably affected people's physical and mental health in ways they might not have directly connected to relationship circumstances. The dreams about reunion that people experienced during separation range from comforting to disturbing. Happy dreams of being together again provided pleasant escape, but made waking up to continued absence more painful. Dreams where reunion went badly, beloved was changed, reunion was awkward, connection couldn't be re-established, reflected anxieties about what would happen when separation finally ended. Dreams where beloved was in danger reflected fears about their safety during military campaigns or travel. The dream content became another layer of emotional experience that needed processing and management. The anticipation as reunion time approached created its own emotional challenges. You'd feel excited but also anxious about whether reunion would meet expectations built up during months of longing. You'd worry about how you'd change during separation, and whether beloved would still find you attractive or interesting. You'd feel pressure to make reunion time count since it would be limited before next separation cycle began. The anticipation could build to almost unbearable intensity as actual reunion date neared, making last days of separation psychologically harder than months preceding them. The actual reunion moments are poorly documented in historical records because they were too private and emotional to record formally, but they must have been extraordinarily complex experiences. The first sight of each other after months apart, trying to read changes in appearance and demeanor, navigating transition from separation mode back to connection mode, all of this while probably surrounded by household members or servants who required some pretense of formal propriety. The private reunion that happened later, when you finally had space for genuine emotional and physical connection, probably varied enormously depending on personalities, circumstances, and how the separation had gone. The post-reunion period required its own adjustment as you shifted from independence back to interdependence. You'd spent months making all your own decisions, following your own preferences, organizing your time according to only your needs. Now you had to consider another person again, negotiate shared space, compromise about daily routines. Some people found this transition easy because they genuinely preferred interdependence. Others struggled with giving up autonomy they'd grown comfortable with during separation. The seasonal rhythm meant you never fully settled into either state. You were always either adjusting to separation or adjusting to reunion, never simply being in stable, ongoing relationship. The children who grew up in households with these seasonal separation patterns learned relationship models that shaped their own later expectations and behaviors. They absorbed that love meant longing, that connection meant managing distance, that relationships required elaborate coping mechanisms rather than simple daily proximity. These internalized patterns influenced how they later approached their own relationships, perpetuating cultural norms across generations. Some children consciously tried to create different patterns in their own lives, seeking relationships less disrupted by external obligations. Others simply replicated what they'd learned, finding comfort in familiar patterns even when they caused suffering. The aging couples who'd spent decades navigating seasonal separation patterns developed deep reserves of patience and coping mechanisms that served them well in later life challenges. They'd learned to endure uncertainty, manage disappointment, maintain hope despite repeated setbacks, and find meaning in limited connection. These skills transferred to other domains, managing illness, dealing with loss, adapting to changing circumstances. The relationship struggles had built psychological strength that paid dividends beyond the romantic context, though obviously most people would have preferred acquiring such strength through less painful means. The final separations, when one partner died, brought both grief and strange relief for some people. The decades of seasonal anxiety about whether beloved would return from each campaign or journey finally ended. You could stop waiting, stop hoping, stop managing the cycle. You could commit fully to grief rather than holding grief in suspension while hoping for another reunion. The clarity of permanent loss was, in its own horrible way, simpler than ongoing uncertainty, though this probably wasn't much comfort while actually experiencing the loss. The legacy of these seasonal separation patterns in modern Japanese culture is complex. The aesthetic appreciation for separation and longing persists in art and literature. The cultural capacity to find beauty in absence and incomplete connection remains visible. The skill at managing complicated logistics around limited connection time shows up in how modern Japanese couples navigate demanding work schedules and social obligations. But the specific patterns themselves have changed dramatically as social structures evolved, military obligations transformed, and technology enabled constant connection regardless of physical distance. The emotional templates remain even though circumstances that created them have largely disappeared. The spiritual practices and synchronized rituals we've discussed provided psychological sustenance, but humans need tangible things to hold on to, literally. You can't hug a meditation practice or carry a philosophical concept in your pocket for comfort during difficult moments. This is where physical objects became absolutely essential for maintaining emotional connection across distance and time. We're talking about items that would seem unremarkable or even slightly weird to outside observers. A strand of hair, piece of fabric, dried flower that's basically plant corpse at this point. But to separated lovers, these objects functioned as something like physical embodiments of connection. Not quite magical talismans, though people probably sometimes treated them that way, but definitely more than just stuff. These were memory anchors, emotional support tools, and tangible proof that the relationship existed beyond your own potentially unreliable recollections. The practice of exchanging hair was particularly common, though if you think about it for more than 2 seconds, it's slightly strange. You'd cut a small strand of your hair and give it to your beloved as keepsake, and they'd do the same for you. Now you both possessed pieces of each other's actual bodies that would persist indefinitely. Hair doesn't decompose quickly, which is both its value as keepsake and mildly disturbing quality when you consider it too carefully. The hair could be kept in special containers, wrapped in silk or even incorporated into more elaborate objects like small charms or jewelry pieces. Some people braided the strands together, symbolically intertwining their lives even while physically separated. Others kept them pristine and untouched, preserved exactly as received. The significance of hair exchange went beyond mere sentimentality. Hair was permanent physical evidence of person's existence in a way that most other easily transportable objects weren't. A letter could be forged or copied, but hair was unique biological material from a specific person's body. In a period without photography, hair was one of few physical traces you could keep that was genuinely from beloved's person. The strand of hair you held was actual piece of them, not representation or symbol, but literal physical matter they'd grown and given you. This directness made hair particularly powerful as connection object. The ritual around cutting and exchanging hair had to be managed carefully because hair cutting had various cultural and spiritual associations. You couldn't just hack off random chunk during casual encounter. That would be crude and potentially ill-omened. Instead, the cutting needed to happen with intention and respect, often accompanied by prayers or promises. Some couples cut each other's hair during ceremonial private moments that transformed mundane act into profound exchange. The hair itself became consecrated through the circumstances of its giving, not sacred in religious sense, but certainly weighted with significance beyond its physical properties. The storage of treasured hair required thought because you needed to keep it safe and secret, while also having access when you wanted comfort from seeing or touching it. Some people created special small boxes or containers specifically for this purpose, often decorated with meaningful imagery or constructed from particular materials. These boxes might be hidden within household shrines where family members wouldn't disturb them, or concealed in personal clothing storage, or kept in other private spaces. The The hiding had to be thorough enough that nosy servants or family members wouldn't discover them, but not so thorough that you couldn't access them when needed. Fabric pieces cut from clothing worked similarly to hair as tangible connection objects, though with different practical considerations. You'd keep piece of fabric from kimono your beloved wore during important encounter, or they'd deliberately give you scrap from garment they treasured. The fabric retained scent for while, their personal smell mixed with whatever incense or soap they used, creating multi-sensory memory trigger. Even after scent faded, texture and pattern remained as reminders. Some people kept fabric pieces in areas where they'd encounter them regularly, tucked into their own clothing or stored where daily activities would bring contact. The practical challenge with fabric was that textiles deteriorate, especially if handled frequently. The piece of silk you treasured would gradually fray, fade, and fall apart from repeated touching and exposure to air. This deterioration was poetically appropriate. Nothing lasts forever. Physical objects decay just like everything else, but also genuinely sad when your precious memory object was literally disintegrating. Some people tried to preserve fabrics by limiting handling or storing them in protective wrapping, but this defeated purpose of having accessible comfort object. You had to choose between preservation and use, between keeping object intact but distant or enjoying its presence while accepting its eventual destruction. The colours and patterns of fabric pieces carried their own communications. If beloved gave you a piece of fabric in particular colour you'd once admired, that showed they remembered and paid attention. If pattern referenced seasonal or natural imagery with personal significance, the fabric became coded message as well as keepsake. Some couples developed private symbolism around certain patterns or colours that appeared in exchange fabric pieces, creating visual language only they understood. A piece of fabric with pine tree pattern might refer to specific conversation about evergreen trees' persistence, turning botanical design into personal romantic vocabulary. Dried flowers presented different preservation challenges because plant materials are even more fragile than fabric. You take flower from garden where you walk together, or from arrangement that decorated room during important meeting, then carefully dry and preserve it. The process of drying flowers required some knowledge. You couldn't just leave them lying around or they'd rot rather than dry properly. Most people pressed flowers between heavy objects or hung them upside down in dry locations until moisture evaporated and flowers became delicate but relatively stable. The symbolism of keeping dead flowers as romantic tokens is interesting when you examine it. You're literally preserving corpse of plant as memorial to happy moment, which is either poetically meaningful or slightly macabre depending on your perspective. The flower was alive and beautiful during the moment you shared, and now its desiccated version of former self, frozen in time but also fundamentally changed by preservation process. This transformation made dried flowers perfect metaphors for memory itself. The moment is past and changed, but something remains that still connects to original experience even though it's not the same. Different flowers dried with varying success rates. Some maintained relatively good colour and form, others turned brown and crumbly almost immediately. The unpredictability added element of chance to flower preservation. You might carefully dry precious flower only to have it disintegrate into dust, losing the physical object even as memory persisted. This occasional failure reinforced that you couldn't count on material objects lasting forever. Your emotional connection had to exist independently of physical tokens, even though tokens helped sustain it. The seasonal nature of flowers meant that particular blooms could only be exchanged during appropriate seasons, creating temporal specificity in the objects. Cherry blossom preserved from spring encounter could trigger memories not just of person, but of specific season, weather, time of year when that meeting occurred. The seasonality made the objects function as time capsules. This flower existed during this particular spring, when we were together, when these specific circumstances aligned. The botanical time marker added precision to memory that more permanent objects might not provide. Leaves faced similar preservation challenges to flowers, but were sometimes easier to maintain because their simpler structure dried more reliably. Autumn leaves with their colour changes were particularly popular as keepsakes, because they demonstrated transformation everyone understood. The leaf that turned from green to gold or red before falling became obvious metaphor for change and impermanence. Pressing colourful autumn leaves between pages of books was common preservation method, though you had to remember which book contained your precious leaf or risk losing it entirely. The practice of exchanging small decorative objects, carved toggles, ceramic pieces, metal ornaments, created more permanent keepsakes but with less direct physical connection to person. These objects weren't literally from beloved's body like hair, but they'd been chosen and given by them, which created association. The advantage was durability. A well-made object could last indefinitely without deteriorating. The disadvantage was that object was more obviously valuable, and thus harder to explain if discovered. A piece of fancy carved ivory couldn't really be hidden, as casually as dried flour in bottom of box. Some objects were specifically created as relationship tokens, commissioned pieces that incorporated personal symbolism or references only the couple understood. These custom objects required advanced planning and financial resources, putting them beyond what many people could manage. But for those with means, having object made specifically as connection symbol added layer of intention that found objects couldn't match. The commissioned piece existed solely because of relationship, carrying that purpose in its creation. The fans we mentioned earlier in the encoding discussion served double duty as both communication medium and keepsake object. The fan decorated with meaningful imagery and inscribed with poetry became portable memory that could be carried relatively openly since fans were normal accessories. The practicality of fan, actually useful for cooling yourself, provided cover for sentimental significance. You weren't carrying around precious romantic token, you just had fan that happened to be a particularly nice one given by. Well, you didn't need to explain who gave it if anyone asked, which they probably wouldn't because fans were unremarkable accessories. The food-related gifts created particularly complicated memory situations because food doesn't last. Someone might send you seasonal sweets or special delicacy as expression of connection, but you had to eat them relatively quickly or they'd spoil. The ephemeral nature of food gifts aligned philosophically with impermanence principles everyone valued, but practically speaking it meant the object itself couldn't serve as lasting memory anchor. Some people saved containers or wrappings that held food gifts, preserving packaging rather than contents. Others just accepted that food gifts were entirely temporary and made deliberate effort to fully experience them while they lasted, creating memory through consumption rather than preservation. The timing of seasonal gift exchanges required remarkable coordination and planning. You wanted gift to arrive when recipient would most benefit from the reminder of connection, when they were feeling particularly lonely, or on anniversary of important date, or during season that held special significance. But arranging for gift to arrive at precise right moment required accurate prediction of both physical travel time and recipient's emotional state weeks in advance. Messages and gifts travelled slowly, so you had to anticipate future needs and time your sending accordingly. Sometimes you guessed right and gift arrived at perfect moment. Other times it arrived too early or too late, somewhat diminishing its impact, though presumably recipient appreciated the thought regardless. The content of seasonal gifts needed to be appropriate to both literal season when gift was given and emotional season of relationship. Spring gifts emphasized renewal and hope. Summer gifts suggested passion and vitality. Autumn gifts acknowledged melancholy and beauty in decline. Winter gifts focused on endurance and warmth during cold darkness. Getting seasonal appropriateness wrong was minor social error that nonetheless showed insufficient attention to cultural frameworks everyone understood. You wouldn't send spring flowers as winter gift. That would be confusing and show poor seasonal awareness. The value of gifts created delicate balance between demonstrating commitment through quality and avoiding suspicion through excessive expense. Too cheap a gift might insult recipient or suggest lack of serious commitment. Too expensive might raise questions about why you were investing so much in gift for someone of ambiguous relationship status. Middle-range gifts that showed thought and care without being ostentatious usually worked best. Though obviously people with greater financial resources could give more elaborate gifts if circumstances allowed, while those with limited means had to rely more on thought and personal significance than material value. The personal creation of gifts added value that purchased objects couldn't match. If you made something yourself specifically for beloved, carved small object, created piece of calligraphy, composed and illustrated poem, the time and effort demonstrated commitment beyond mere financial investment. The handmade quality showed you'd thought about person while working on gift, devoting hours of attention to creating something for them. The imperfections in handmade objects became evidence of human creation rather than flaws, showing piece was unique and personal rather than mass-produced. The maintenance of collections of memory objects required ongoing practical and emotional work. You had to physically care for objects to prevent deterioration, checking that containers stayed dry, that fabric wasn't being attacked by insects, that papers weren't becoming brittle. But you also had to manage your emotional relationship with the collection. Looking at objects too frequently might diminish their power through over-familiarity. Looking at them too rarely might allow emotional connection to fade. Finding right balance of engagement required self-knowledge and discipline that not everyone possessed. The risk of discovery meant memory object collections had to be concealable quickly if circumstances required. You needed a system where you could hide everything within moments if someone unexpectedly entered your space. Some people created false bottoms in storage containers where objects could be concealed beneath apparently innocuous contents. Others distributed objects across multiple hiding places so that discovering one cache wouldn't expose everything. The security measures added layer of stress to what should have been purely comforting practice of maintaining memory objects. The question of what to do with memory objects if relationship ended created complicated practical and emotional challenges. Destroying objects felt like destroying pieces of your own history and invalidating experiences that had been meaningful even if they'd ended. But keeping objects from ended relationship might prevent moving forward, or might be inappropriate if you'd entered new relationship. Some people created elaborate destruction rituals where they burned objects while saying prayers or farewells, transforming practical necessity into ceremonial closure. Others simply couldn't bring themselves to destroy objects and kept them hidden indefinitely, carrying past relationships as permanent private history. The objects belonging to dead partners presented even more difficult decisions. These weren't just memory objects, but last physical connections to people who no longer existed. Destroying them felt like additional loss, but keeping them might become unhealthy attachment that prevented healthy grieving. Different people made different choices based on personality, circumstances, and what they needed for their emotional processing. Some kept one or two most significant objects while disposing of others. Some kept everything as shrine to lost relationship. Some followed social expectations about appropriate mourning periods and then destroyed or gave away objects after suitable time had passed. The inheritance of memory objects created weird situations where family members might find collections after someone's death and have to decide what to do with objects whose significance they didn't fully understand. A box of dried flowers and fabric scraps might seem like inexplicable trash accumulation, or savvy family member might recognize them as evidence of relationship that hadn't been publicly acknowledged. The discovery could posthumously expose secrets person had successfully kept during life, which might or might not matter depending on whether anyone still alive cared about protecting their reputation. Now let's shift to the letters that accompanied or replaced these physical objects, because correspondence between separated lovers reveals fascinating complexity in how people balance practical needs with emotional expression. These weren't just love letters in the modern sense. They were multi-purpose communications that had to serve numerous functions simultaneously. You couldn't write purely romantic letter because you also had actual information to convey about household management, finances, political situations, and various practical matters that required discussion. But you couldn't write purely practical letter either because that would fail to maintain emotional connection across separation. So letters became elaborate balancing acts where romance and logistics intertwined. The opening of letters typically followed conventions that positioned the relationship within appropriate social context. You couldn't just start with, "My darling, I miss you desperately." That would be too direct and potentially dangerous if letter was intercepted. Instead, openings used seasonal observations or formal inquiries that established appropriate tone before gradually moving toward more personal content. The conventional opening provided cover while signaling that more significant content would follow for readers who understood the patterns. Think of it as throat clearing before getting to actual message, except the throat clearing itself communicated through its specific word choices and references. The transition from conventional opening to substantive content required skill because the shift had to feel natural rather than jarring. Abruptly jumping from formal seasonal greetings to passionate declarations would be aesthetically clumsy and might confuse recipient about letter's tone and purpose. Instead, writers learned to create smooth transitions where each sentence led logically to next, gradually increasing intimacy and personal content as letter progressed. The pacing mattered. You established tone, built connection, then delivered main messages, then closed with appropriate formality that balanced the opening. The embedding of romantic content within apparently mundane descriptions was art form that required readers familiar with symbolic vocabulary we discussed in encoding chapter. A passage about morning mist might appear to be simple weather observation, but recipient would recognize it as description of loneliness and obscured feelings. Discussion of temple bells might seem like reporting on local religious activities, but actually communicated about passage of time and persistent thoughts of beloved. The practical information about household management or political developments would be genuinely necessary content, not just cover, but the way it was presented and the transitions between topics carried additional emotional freight. The balance between complaint and acceptance in these letters reveals sophisticated emotional management. Nobody wanted to read letter that just wallowed in misery about separation. That would be exhausting for recipient and wouldn't help either person cope better. But completely suppressing acknowledgement of difficulty would feel dishonest, and might make recipient think you weren't affected by separation, which might be insulting or worrying. So writers learned to acknowledge challenges while maintaining generally positive or at least accepting tone. You'd mention that separation was difficult, but frame it within philosophical context that made suffering meaningful. You'd express longing, but couple it with appreciation for moments you'd shared or anticipation of future reunion. The inclusion of observations about beauty encountered during separation served multiple purposes. Describing particularly lovely morning or striking seasonal change showed you were maintaining awareness and aesthetic sensitivity despite difficult circumstances. It demonstrated you were thinking about recipient by noticing things you knew they'd appreciate. It created shared experience through description. You were showing them beauty you'd seen, bringing them into your experience through words. And it shifted focus from separation itself to world you were both part of, connecting you through shared cultural frameworks for appreciating nature and beauty. The practical content about household management, finances, and estate matters that appeared in these letters shows how thoroughly romantic and practical concerns were integrated. A letter might flow from poetic description of cherry blossoms to detailed instructions about which fields needed attention this season to expressions of hope for spring reunion. The shifts between romantic and practical weren't seen as contradictory modes, but rather different aspects of unified partnership. You managed household together, experienced separation together, appreciated beauty together, dealt with finances together. All of it was part of the relationship rather than separate domains. The financial discussions in letters reveal aspects of samurai partnerships that romantic narratives often obscure. People had to talk about money, about crop yields, about whether household could afford certain expenses, about debts and obligations that needed managing. These weren't particularly romantic topics, but they were essential communications that couldn't wait until next reunion. The inclusion of financial content alongside emotional expressions shows pragmatic understanding that relationships require both feeling and functional cooperation. Love might be important, but so was making sure the rice stores would last through winter. The political news and clan gossip that appeared in letters served multiple purposes beyond just information sharing. Updates about political situations might affect couples' future. If clan relationships were deteriorating, that might mean extended military campaigns coming. News about Lord's health or disposition could indicate whether separations might lengthen or shorten. Gossip about other families' situations provided context for understanding your own circumstances and might contain useful information about who could be trusted or what alliances were shifting. The political content wasn't distraction from relationship communication, but essential information that shaped relationships' context and possibilities. The instructions about household management that appeared in letters, especially from husbands to wives managing estates during absences, show trust and partnership that pure romantic correspondence might not reveal. If you're writing detailed instructions about agricultural decisions, servant management, repair projects, and daily administrative tasks, you're treating recipient as competent partner whose judgment you respect. The practical trust implied by these instructions might actually be deeper intimacy marker than flowery romantic declarations. You are entrusting your household, your reputation, and your family's welfare to their competence. The responses to these practical instructions in return letters show how partnerships evolved through correspondence. A wife might acknowledge husband's instructions but also explain why she'd decided to modify them, based on circumstances he couldn't observe from distance. She might report on results of previous decisions, update him on situations that required new approaches, or ask for clarification on ambiguous instructions. These exchanges built collaborative decision-making process that spanned distance and time, creating partnerships sustained through writing rather than conversation. The emotional content reporting that appeared in letters had to be calibrated carefully. You wanted to share how you felt without overwhelming recipient with emotions they couldn't address from distance. If you wrote about being devastated by loneliness, recipient might feel guilty and helpless while still unable to do anything about separation. If you wrote about being perfectly fine, recipient might feel unnecessary or might think you weren't actually invested in relationship. So most people found middle ground where they acknowledged missing the other person, but framed it within larger context of endurance and coping. The emotional honesty was partial but functional, true enough to maintain connection without creating additional suffering. The forward-looking content in letters balanced acknowledgement of current separation with anticipation of future reunion. Writers would reference plans for what they'd do when together again, express hope about timing of reunion, discuss dreams about shared future. This forward focus helped both correspondents maintain hope and gave them something to work toward. The anticipation of reunion provided psychological anchor during difficult present moments. You were suffering now, but specific better future was coming. Whether that future would actually arrive as imagined was less important than having it as organizing principle for endurance. The closing of letters required returning to appropriate formality after whatever intimacy had been expressed in body of letter. You couldn't end with raw emotional declaration that might create problems if letter was seen by wrong person. Instead, closings used conventional phrases that were proper and unremarkable to outside readers, but that carried additional meaning for intended recipient who understood them within relationship context. The formal closing created bookends with formal opening, containing whatever vulnerability or intimacy had been expressed in middle section, within protective shell of propriety. The physical presentation of letters, the calligraphy quality, paper choices, folding methods, communicated alongside verbal content. We covered this in the encoding chapter, but it's worth emphasizing again that poorly presented letter suggested either insufficient care or distracted mental state that might worry recipient. Conversely, extremely careful presentation showed recipient was important enough to warrant your full attention and best efforts. The presentation became non-verbal communication channel, running parallel to actual words. The timing of letter sending created its own communications. Sending letters frequently suggested strong attachment and lots of time devoted to thinking about recipient. Long gaps between letters might indicate circumstances preventing communication or might suggest cooling enthusiasm. But the interpretation depended on context. Someone on active military campaign couldn't write as frequently as someone in stable administrative posting, so gaps might be explainable rather than concerning. Recipients had to read timing cues within broader understanding of circumstances. The preservation of letters created archives of relationship history that few other relationship types would generate. Because communication happened primarily through writing, separated couples produced extensive paper trails documenting their partnerships over years or decades. These archived letters let couples review their own history, seeing how relationship had developed, how they'd changed, how circumstances had shifted. The archives also became evidence that relationship had existed and mattered, tangible proof against potential later doubts or others' dismissal of relationship's significance. The challenge of managing letter archives was similar to managing memory object collections. You needed secure storage that kept papers dry and protected from insects, while remaining accessible when you wanted to reread old correspondence. You needed hiding places secure enough that household members wouldn't accidentally discover incriminating evidence. Some people created elaborate filing systems that organized letters chronologically or by topic. Others just kept them in rough piles that probably made finding specific letters difficult, but at least kept them together. The destruction of letters before death became common practice for people who didn't want surviving family members to discover evidence of relationships that should remain private. This wholesale destruction means most letter archives that survived were either from relationships that could be acknowledged publicly or from collections that escaped destruction through accident or oversight. The historical record is therefore biased toward either socially acceptable relationships or careless archiving, missing vast majority of secret correspondence that got deliberately destroyed. The letters that did survive and are now studied by historians reveal partnerships of impressive depth and complexity. You can see couples working through problems collaboratively, supporting each other through difficulties, maintaining connection across absences that lasted years. You can see humor, affection, frustration, passion, and mundane daily reality all mixing together in communications that defied easy categorization. These letters show relationships that were real working partnerships sustained through words when physical presence wasn't possible, creating connection through deliberate effort and consistent communication over time. The modern tendency to romanticize these letter-writing practices ignores how much work they required and how imperfect they were as communication methods. Writing letters was time-consuming. Waiting for responses required patience that modern instant communication doesn't demand. Misunderstandings couldn't be quickly clarified. The delay between writing and receiving meant conversations happened at lag of weeks or months, making real-time discussion impossible. The system worked because it had to, not because it was optimal. People made it function through effort and commitment, creating intimacy through constrained medium because constrained medium was all they had. The psychology of attachment to material objects reveals interesting aspects of how humans create and maintain emotional bonds. The objects themselves weren't inherently meaningful. A strand of hair is just protein, fabric is just woven thread, dried flour is just desiccated plant matter. But human consciousness transforms these mundane materials into meaningful symbols through associative process that connects object to experience to emotion. You look at the fabric piece and your brain triggers cascade of memories about when and how you received it, what you were feeling, what conversation accompanied the exchange. The object becomes trigger for an entire complex of emotions and memories that have been connected to it through repeated association. This associative process explains why memory objects could be so psychologically powerful despite their physical insignificance. You weren't really valuing the object itself, but rather the entire memory complex it unlocked. Holding the fabric piece didn't just make you think about beloved, it recreated entire sensory and emotional experience of being with them, as thoroughly as your brain could manage given the constraints of memory and imagination. The object functioned as key that opened door to preserved experience, making it accessible when physical separation prevented creating new experiences. The specificity of objects mattered because specific unique items carried associations that generic objects couldn't match. A dried flower from garden where you walked together wasn't interchangeable with any other dried flower. It was this specific flower, from this specific time and place, associated with this specific experience. The uniqueness made it irreplaceable. If you lost it, you couldn't just find another flower and expect it to work the same way psychologically. The new flower might be objectively similar, but it wouldn't carry the accumulated associations that gave the original object its power. This uniqueness created vulnerability because loss of object meant loss of tangible connection to memories it anchored. If your precious box of memory objects was destroyed in fire or flood, you'd lose not just physical items but access points to experiences they represented. The memories might persist in less vivid form, but the sensory triggers that made them fully accessible would be gone. This risk meant people sometimes became overly protective of their memory object collections, creating anxiety about preservation that somewhat undermined the object's purpose of providing comfort. The ritual use of memory objects during meditation or prayer transformed them from passive keepsakes into active spiritual tools. You might hold strand of beloved's hair while meditating, using it as focus object that connected your spiritual practice to your relationship, or place fabric piece on your personal altar where you'd see it during daily prayers, or contemplate dried flower while practicing mindfulness meditation, attending fully to its textures, colors, and associations. These practices integrated memory objects into spiritual routines, making relationship maintenance part of broader religious and philosophical practices rather than separate sentimental activity. The integration of romantic objects into spiritual practice had interesting theological implications that nobody probably examined too carefully. Technically, Buddhist practice emphasized non-attachment and releasing earthly desires, so using strand of hair from forbidden beloved as meditation focus might seem contrary to religious goals. But as we've discussed, people were remarkably good at holding contradictory ideas simultaneously when necessary. You could use the object to deepen concentration while also practicing non-attachment to the feelings it evoked, or use it to contemplate impermanence, acknowledging that both object and relationship would eventually end. The theological contradiction became less important than practical utility of integrating different aspects of life into unified practice. The seasonal refresh of memory object collections created cycles that matched broader seasonal patterns in these relationships. Some objects were specifically seasonal, spring flowers, summer fabrics, autumn leaves, and needed to be replaced or supplemented with new seasonal items as year progressed. This replacement created ongoing exchange pattern, where beloved would send new appropriate seasonal objects that supplemented or replaced previous season's tokens. The seasonal turnover meant you weren't just passively preserving static collection, but actively maintaining and updating it, keeping relationship present and dynamic rather than frozen in past. The competition between different memory objects for significance created interesting hierarchy within collections. You might have dozens of items, but some would be more psychologically important than others. The very first thing beloved gave you might have special status, or item associated with particularly meaningful encounter might outweigh more recent but less significant objects. The internal ranking of your collection revealed priorities and emotional attachments that even you might not fully recognize until forced to choose which items to keep if collection needed reducing for security or practical reasons. The sharing of memory objects with trusted confidants created interesting social dimensions. If you had a friend who knew about your secret relationship, you might show them your collection, explaining significance of various items. This sharing made relationship more real through external witness. Someone else had seen evidence that validated your experience and memories. But sharing also created security risks because confidant could potentially betray your trust or accidentally reveal information. The decision about whether and what to share required careful judgment about who could be trusted completely. The children's awareness of parents' memory object collections varied depending on whether objects belonged to acknowledged relationship or secret one. If objects commemorated official marriage, children might know about them and eventually inherit them as family keepsakes. If objects belonged to forbidden relationship, their existence would be hidden from children who might not discover them until after parents' death, if ever. This secrecy meant some children eventually found evidence of parents' emotional lives they'd never suspected, creating posthumous revelations that shifted their understanding of family history. Now let's examine the intermediary systems for letter exchange in more detail, because the reliable transmission of correspondence required extensive support networks that don't exist anymore. In modern times, you mail letter and trust in postal system to handle delivery. In feudal Japan, no such reliable institutional system existed for private correspondence. Instead, you needed personal messenger who could be trusted with sensitive material, who could travel safely between locations, who could be counted on to deliver letters without reading them or telling others about them. Finding and maintaining such reliable messengers was an ongoing challenge that required attention and resources. The selection process for trustworthy messengers involved assessing multiple qualities simultaneously. They needed to be literate enough to understand addresses and handle written materials carefully, but not so educated that they'd be tempted to read contents. They needed to be physically capable of traveling required distances through various weather and terrain. They needed to have good judgment about handling unexpected situations. If recipient wasn't available, should messenger wait or return? How to handle suspicious questions from people they encountered during travel? The ideal messenger combined reliability, discretion, competence, and loyalty in proportions that were rare and valuable. The compensation for messenger services had to balance multiple considerations. You needed to pay enough that messenger was motivated to maintain reliability and discretion. But paying too much might suggest the messages were unusually important or valuable, potentially increasing messenger's temptation to abuse position or others' curiosity about contents. The payment might include direct wages but also access to other benefits, recommendations for future employment, connections to useful people, gifts that showed appreciation without being excessive. Building long-term relationship with reliable messenger was investment that paid dividends through consistent service over time. The training of messengers in proper behavior and security practices required clear communication about expectations. Messenger needed to know, never read the letters, never discuss having seen letters, never reveal correspondence patterns to anyone, deliver only to intended recipient or designated alternate, destroy letters if capture seemed imminent rather than letting them be intercepted. Some of these expectations were standard professional conduct for messengers. Others were specific to sensitive correspondence and needed to be communicated explicitly, while still maintaining enough ambiguity that messenger didn't know details they might accidentally or deliberately reveal. The routes messengers travelled shaped communication patterns because some routes were safer, faster, or more reliable than others. Well-maintained roads between major centres allowed relatively quick travel, but had more traffic and observation. Remote paths might be safer from casual observation, but were more dangerous from bandits or wild animals, and could become impassable during bad weather. Coastal routes using boats solved some terrain problems, but created others involving weather, tides, and the general unpredictability of water travel. The choice of route affected delivery timing and reliability in ways that correspondents had to consider when planning their communications. The seasonal variation in travel conditions meant that letter exchange followed seasonal rhythms, independent of relationships' emotional cycles. Winter travel was slow and dangerous when snow blocked mountain passes or made roads treacherous. Spring travel improved as weather warmed but might still face flooding from snowmelt or spring rains. Summer travel was fastest but hottest, creating endurance challenges for messengers. Autumn travel was often optimal, good weather, passable roads, before winter complications set in. These seasonal patterns meant that communication might be easier or harder, depending on time of year, regardless of what else was happening in relationship. The relay systems that developed for long-distance communication involved multiple messengers passing letters along predetermined routes, rather than single messenger completing entire journey. This system was faster because no one messenger had to make complete round trip. It was also more secure because no messenger knew entire route or full scope of correspondence network. But it created more failure points. Each handoff was opportunity for letter to be lost, delayed, or compromised. The coordination required to maintain reliable relay system was impressive organizational achievement that modern package tracking has made us forget was once a major logistical challenge. The emergency communication protocols for crisis situations revealed how much planning went into these systems. If military campaign went badly, if someone fell critically ill, if political situation deteriorated rapidly, you needed faster communication than normal letter exchange allowed. Some people prearranged emergency signals. If messenger arrived with specific type of letter or wore particular colour, recipient would know to expect serious news even before reading contents. The emergency protocols had to be clear enough to be recognisable, but not so obvious that observers would understand their significance. The interception of letters remained constant risk that shaped how people wrote and transmitted correspondence. Anyone who wanted to monitor your communications or gather intelligence about relationships could potentially intercept messengers, read letters, and either pass them along as if nothing happened or destroy them to disrupt your communication. The paranoia this created was probably justified in many cases. Family members trying to control relationships, rivals seeking leverage, political opponents looking for compromising information. The threat of interception meant that even encoded letters couldn't be completely frank, because a skilled reader who understood encoding conventions might decode them. The duplication of important letters provided insurance against loss during transmission. You'd make copy of letter before sending, keeping duplicate in your record so that if original was lost, you'd still have record of what you'd written. This duplication required extra time and effort. You had to copy entire letter by hand, potentially doubling work of correspondence. But for important communications, the security of having backup copy was worth the extra effort. The duplicate also let you review what you'd written when eventual reply arrived, refreshing your memory about what questions you'd asked or information you'd shared. The acknowledgement system for received letters served multiple purposes. When you received letter, you'd typically mention in your reply that you'd received previous letter, maybe referencing specific points from it to confirm you'd read and understood contents. This acknowledgement let sender know their letter had arrived safely and you'd received the information or comfort it contained. The failure to acknowledge receipt might mean letter hadn't arrived, or might mean you were too upset by contents to respond immediately, or might mean circumstances prevented response. The ambiguity of non-acknowledgement created anxiety that could only be resolved by eventual communication clarifying what had happened. The bundling of letters for irregular transmission created situations where multiple letters written over time would be sent together when messenger became available. Reading these bundled letters in order showed progression of senders' thoughts and experiences across days or weeks between writing sessions. The temporal progression created narrative arc within single packet of correspondence. You could see how senders' mood shifted, how situations developed, how they processed events in real time. This bundling was more intimate in some ways than receiving perfectly crafted single letter, because it showed unedited progression of thoughts and feelings, rather than composed retrospective. The physical care of letters during travel required messenger to protect papers from rain, dirt, physical damage, and various other hazards of journey. Letters might be wrapped in protective oilcloth, stored in rigid containers, or otherwise shielded from environmental damage. Despite precautions, letters sometimes arrived water-damaged, torn, stained, or otherwise affected by their journey. These physical damages became part of letters' history and sometimes seemed poetically appropriate. Letter had endured a difficult journey to reach you, arriving battered but intact like relationship itself. The damage was evidence of effort and persistence required to maintain connection across distance. The role of servants within households who knew about secret correspondence created complex loyalties and risks. House servant who regularly received letters for you from forbidden correspondent knew significant secret about your life. Their continued discretion was essential for relationship survival, but you had limited control over their actions beyond maintaining good relationship that encouraged loyalty. Some servants were genuinely loyal and protective of their employer's interests. Others were pragmatic operators who'd maintain discretion as long as it served their purposes, but might betray confidence if situation changed. Managing these relationships required ongoing attention and care. The women's particular experiences with correspondence and memory objects deserve specific attention because their situations differed significantly from men's. Women had less freedom of movement, meaning they depended more heavily on memory objects to maintain connection during separations they couldn't shorten through their own actions. They couldn't just decide to visit beloved or arrange meeting. They needed elaborate planning, chaperones, and justifications for going anywhere. The immobility made memory objects and letters absolutely essential, rather than merely helpful tools for connection maintenance. The letter writing that women did required navigating different social expectations than men's correspondence. Women weren't expected to discuss political or military matters in detail, so their letters might focus more on household management, seasonal observations, and emotional content. But this focusing could actually allow more direct emotional expression within acceptable feminine discourse. A woman could write extensively about her feelings without seeming inappropriate because emotional expression was expected feminine behavior. Men had to be more restrained in emotional content because excessive feeling might seem unmanly, so their emotional expressions had to be more coded or limited. The calligraphy standards for women's writing differed from men's, with women's hands expected to be more flowing and elegant while men's were more angular and forceful. These gendered calligraphic styles meant that handwriting itself communicated gender performance alongside verbal content. A woman whose calligraphy was too masculine might face criticism for unfeminine behavior. A man whose writing was too flowing might seem effeminate. The stylistic expectations created an additional layer of gender performance that operated through written communication itself. The preservation challenges women faced with memory objects were complicated by their limited control over personal space. Men might have private studies or storage areas where they could keep collections relatively securely. Women's personal spaces were more likely to be shared or accessible to servants, children, and other family members who might discover hidden objects. The lack of secure private space meant women had to be more creative about hiding their collections or more resigned to risk of discovery. Some women enlisted trusted female servants as accomplices who helped protect secrets, creating female alliance networks that supported each other's romantic complications. The generational transmission of practices around memory objects and correspondence created continuity in how relationships were managed across time. Mothers taught daughters, either explicitly or through example, how to preserve memories, write appropriate letters, manage messenger relationships, and generally maintain connections during separations. This teaching transmitted not just practical skills but also expectations about what relationships required and how women should behave within them. The intergenerational teaching ensured patterns persisted even as specific circumstances changed, creating cultural continuity in relationship practices. The comparison between different types of correspondence, between official spouses, between secret lovers, between friends, between family members, reveals how purposes shaped content and style. Letters to official spouses might be more formal and practical, focused on household management and duty-based partnership. Letters to secret lovers might be more emotionally intense and encoded, balancing passion with security concerns. Letters to friends might be more relaxed and honest, allowing expressions that neither marital nor romantic correspondence could safely contain. The different letter types served different purposes and followed different conventions, even when the same person was writing all of them. The evolution of correspondence over time within long-term relationships shows development from initial excitement and intensity toward more settled patterns that integrated romance with practical partnership. Early letters might be full of passionate declarations and desperate longing. Middle period letters might balance emotion with increasing practical cooperation as couple learned to function as partnership across distance. Late letters might show deep familiarity where brief references carried weight because of accumulated shared history, requiring less explanation because both parties understood context thoroughly. The evolution reflected relationships' maturation from passionate attachment toward complex integrated partnership that encompassed multiple dimensions of shared life. The final letters written before death, when writer knew or suspected they wouldn't survive to write again, carried particular intensity and care because they'd be last communication recipient would receive. These letters tried to accomplish multiple purposes simultaneously, providing comfort, ensuring practical matters were settled, expressing feelings that hadn't been fully articulated, creating lasting memory that would sustain recipient after sender's death. The weight placed on final letters made writing them almost impossible. How do you compress everything unsaid and all future communications that won't happen into single limited letter? Most people probably did their best and accepted that it would necessarily be inadequate to the occasion. The discovery by modern historians of preserved letter collections has created fascinating windows into relationship realities that official records don't capture. These letters show emotions, complications, negotiations, and daily realities that formal historical sources omit. They reveal that people in past had essentially same relationship challenges as people today: managing distance, maintaining trust, balancing practicality with romance, dealing with uncertainty and fear. The specific circumstances were different, but fundamental human experiences of love, longing, frustration, and commitment transcended particular historical contexts. The letters prove that emotional lives of people hundreds of years ago were as rich and complex as ours, just expressed through different mediums and constrained by different circumstances. The memory objects and elaborate correspondence systems we've discussed were tools adults used to manage their complicated emotional lives, but all of this existed within larger context of family structures that extended beyond just the couple. Children born into samurai families, whether from official marriages or more complicated arrangements, inherited not just their parents' social status, but also the entire system of obligations, restrictions, and emotional management strategies that characterize samurai life. And let's be clear, being born into samurai class wasn't winning the feudal lottery so much as inheriting a very specific set of problems wrapped in social prestige. Sure, you got nice clothes and people had to respect your family, but you also got lifetime subscription to Your Feelings Don't Matter As Much as Family Honor magazine, which nobody actually wanted to read. The education of samurai children began remarkably early, because there was a lot to learn and relatively short time to learn it before adult responsibilities kicked in. Boys started training in martial skills, reading, writing, and proper behavior almost as soon as they could walk. Girls learned household management, cultural accomplishments, and appropriate feminine conduct from similarly young age. This wasn't gradual introduction to adult world. It was intensive preparation for roles they'd be expected to fill whether they liked it or not. Modern helicopter parenting has nothing on samurai childhood education, except samurai version included significantly more learning to accept your probable early death, and less everyone gets trophy for participation. The central lesson drummed into children from their earliest awareness was that personal desires ranked far below family honor and social obligation. Your wants, preferences, dreams, and individual personality traits were all very nice, but they mattered less than maintaining family reputation and fulfilling your predetermined role. This wasn't presented as cruel or oppressive. It was just obvious truth about how world worked, like teaching children that fire burns or water makes things wet. Your desires were secondary to duty, and the sooner you internalized this, the less you'd suffer from expecting anything different, which is either practical wisdom or deeply depressing foundational life lesson depending on your perspective. For boys, this education included explicit awareness that they'd probably die young in service to their lord. Not maybe if things go badly, but this is likely outcome you should prepare for. Imagine being 7 years old and your father sitting you down to explain that statistically speaking, You probably won't make it to 40 because military service has pretty terrible survival rates. Not exactly the childhood pep talk modern parenting books recommend, but it was considered necessary preparation for reality boys would face. The training emphasized that dying for your Lord was honorable, meaningful, and actually the best possible outcome if you did it properly. Making peace with your own mortality before puberty hits is quite the developmental milestone that doesn't appear in most child psychology textbooks. The martial training boys received wasn't just physical exercise, but comprehensive indoctrination into warrior culture that emphasized discipline, pain tolerance, and emotional control. You learned to endure discomfort without complaint, accept pain without crying, maintain composure regardless of circumstances. The training was deliberately harsh because actual combat would be worse, so better to develop resilience during controlled training than discover your limits when enemy is actively trying to kill you. Some boys thrived under this system, discovering genuine aptitude and satisfaction in martial excellence. Others probably just endured it because refusing was an option, and complaining would shame their families. For girls, the education focused on different but equally restrictive set of expectations. They learned early that they'd be married to whoever their family chose to cement alliances or improve social standing. Their personal feelings about potential husband were interesting but irrelevant to decision-making process. They'd spend lives managing households, bearing children, and supporting their husbands' careers while maintaining appropriate feminine conduct that brought honor rather than shame to both their birth family and married family. The preparation emphasized that successful woman was one who fulfilled these roles without complaint, while appearing content with her circumstances regardless of actual feelings. The cultural accomplishments girls learned, poetry, calligraphy, music, flower arrangement, tea ceremony, served multiple purposes beyond just making them attractive marriage prospects. These skills were also psychological survival tools that would help them manage difficult circumstances with grace. You could process emotions through poetry composition, find meaning in tea ceremonies' structured rituals, create beauty through flower arrangement even when your life otherwise felt constrained and unhappy. The artistic training was preparing them not just for social performance, but for emotional endurance of lives they probably wouldn't choose if given actual choice. The mothers who raised these children faced extraordinary challenge of preparing them for system mothers themselves were trapped within. You had to teach your son to be brave warrior willing to die for Lord, knowing this teaching made his early death more likely. You had to teach your daughter to accept arranged marriage and subordinate her desires, knowing you were preparing her for same restrictions you'd endured. The teaching required you to help your children internalize values and accept circumstances that would cause them suffering, all while maintaining enough emotional connection that the suffering felt meaningful rather than simply cruel. The mother's own experiences with arranged marriages, forbidden loves, seasonal separations, and all the complicated emotional management we've been discussing informed how they approach child raising. Some mothers taught their daughters the encoding systems and emotional strategies they'd needed, passing down practical tools for surviving within restrictive structures. Others tried to prepare children for simpler paths of just accepting and fulfilling expectations without developing complicated emotional lives that would make fulfillment harder. Neither approach was clearly superior. You were either preparing children to navigate complexity or trying to help them avoid complexity, and both strategies had merit and limitations. The relationship between absent fathers and their children created particular complications. When your father is gone for months at a time on military campaigns, returning briefly before leaving again, you never develop the kind of continuous relationship that daily proximity creates. Some fathers became almost mythical figures to their children, important but distant, more concept than person. Others made intensive efforts during their brief home periods to connect with children and teach them essential lessons compressed into inadequate time. The relationships were real but necessarily different from what continuous presence would create, shaped by absence as much as by actual contact. The children of forbidden relationships faced even more complicated situations. If you were a child of secret affair, you might grow up never knowing your actual father's identity, or you might figure it out eventually but have to maintain polite fiction for everyone else. Or your father might acknowledge you privately while maintaining public pretense that you were someone else's child. These situations created identity confusion and emotional complications that children had to navigate without clear guidance, since discussing the situation openly would expose the secret. Some children eventually made peace with complicated parentage. Others carried resentment or confusion throughout their lives. The lullabies and stories that samurai children grew up with reflected the culture's values in ways that seem almost shockingly adult to modern sensibilities. These weren't Twinkle Twinkle Little Star and Rockabye Baby, though actually Rockabye Baby is pretty dark when you think about it, what with the baby falling from tree and all. But samurai lullabies and children's songs included themes of warriors leaving at dawn never to return, cherry blossoms falling to represent beautiful but brief life, the honour of dying for your lord, the importance of accepting transience. These weren't considered inappropriate for children because children needed to learn these lessons early, and music was an effective teaching method that embedded values before rational mind could question them. The stories told to children similarly emphasized duty, sacrifice, and acceptance of circumstances beyond personal control. You'd hear tales of legendary warriors who chose death over dishonor, women who remained faithful despite impossible circumstances, children who accepted arranged marriages without complaint. These stories provided models for behavior while also normalizing the sacrifices that would be expected. The happy endings weren't about getting what you wanted, but about fulfilling your obligations with grace and finding meaning in duty properly executed. Very different value system from follow your dreams and you can be anything messages in modern children's media. The festivals and celebrations children participated in taught lessons about community, hierarchy, and proper social behavior. You learned where you ranked in social order, who you needed to show respect to, what conduct was appropriate for your status. The festivals weren't just fun events, but educational experiences that socialized children into their roles within larger social structure. Children from high-ranking families learned to expect deference, while also learning the responsibilities that came with status. Children from lower-ranking families learned to show appropriate respect, while also seeing models of how they might advance through exceptional service. The coming-of-age ceremonies that marked transitions from childhood to adulthood carried enormous significance because they represented point where training ended and real obligations began. For boys, this meant formal recognition as samurai with all attendant duties including military service. For girls, it meant being officially of marriageable age with all that implied about their impending arranged matches. These weren't joyful celebrations of personal growth so much as solemn acknowledgements that childhood protection was ending and adult responsibilities were beginning whether you felt ready or not. Now let's shift to discussing the physical intimacy aspect of these relationships, because we've covered the emotional, philosophical and practical dimensions, but haven't directly addressed the fact that these were actual romantic and sexual. Relationships involving human bodies with normal human desires. This dimension existed within the same restrictive frameworks everything else operated under, creating particular challenges and intensities that shaped how physical intimacy functioned. The physical spaces where couples could meet privately were severely limited by social surveillance and architectural realities of period. You couldn't just go to your beloved's apartment or book hotel room for evening. Private spaces were scarce and access to them was controlled by family members, servants, and social expectations about appropriate behavior. So couples had to be extremely creative about finding locations where they could have any physical privacy at all, let alone enough privacy for actual intimacy. Temple gardens during festivals provided some cover. Remote areas during permitted travel offered possibilities. Private rooms within larger houses might be accessible if household members could be avoided or enlisted as accomplices. Each option carried risks and required planning. The timing of physical encounters was similarly constrained by schedules and obligations neither person controlled individually. You couldn't just decide, let's spend tonight together when you had family obligations, servants who monitored your movements, and social expectations about where you should be at various times. So physical intimacy often had to be compressed into brief stolen moments, rather than leisurely encounters where you could take your time. This compression created particular intensity. You had maybe one night or even just few hours, so every moment carried weight and urgency that more relaxed circumstances might not produce. The scarcity made the time together simultaneously more precious and more pressured. The consciousness of impermanence that we've discussed philosophically had very concrete application to physical intimacy. Every touch might be last touch. Every encounter might be final encounter before circumstances separated you permanently. This awareness didn't lead to desperate clutching or fearful hesitation, but rather to deliberate attention and presence that tried to fully experience what was happening while it was happening. You couldn't take anything for granted or assume you'd have another opportunity later, so you attended to present moment with intensity that assumed this might be all you'd ever have. The concept of restrained intimacy that developed within these constraints was quite different from passionate abandon you might find in Western romance narratives. The restraint wasn't about suppressing desire, but about channeling it through awareness of limitations and consciousness of what intimacy meant within larger context of relationship and circumstances. Each gesture carried significance beyond immediate physical sensation because it was chosen deliberately within severe constraints, rather than being one moment in unlimited series of possible moments. The restraint itself became form of intensity rather than denial of intensity. The physical spaces themselves carried symbolic and spiritual meanings that affected how encounters felt. Meeting in Temple Garden meant your intimacy was occurring in sacred space, adding spiritual dimension to physical connection. Meeting during festival meant your private moment existed within larger context of community celebration, connecting personal experience to cultural patterns. Meeting in garden with particular flowers or specific architectural features created associations that would persist in memory, so the space itself became part of the experience's meaning rather than just neutral backdrop. The sensory attention we've discussed in context of creating eternal moments applied particularly strongly to physical intimacy. You attended to textures, temperatures, scents, sounds, all the sensory details that would become part of memory you'd need to sustain you during subsequent separation. The attention wasn't clinical or detached, but rather full engagement with experience at multiple levels simultaneously. You were having physical encounter while also creating memory you'd need later, being fully present while also already beginning the work of preservation that would let you revisit experience mentally during months of absence. The spiritual and physical dimensions of intimacy weren't separated into distinct categories the way modern Western thinking might suggest. Physical connection was also spiritual connection, emotional connection, philosophical connection. All these dimensions existed simultaneously within unified experience. The Buddhist and Zen frameworks that informed so much else also shaped how people understood physical intimacy, not as something separate from spiritual life, but as one more aspect of existence that could be approached with mindfulness and attention. To impermanence. You could be fully embodied and physically engaged while also maintaining philosophical awareness of what you were experiencing. The question of what constituted appropriate or excessive physical intimacy had different parameters than modern Western culture might assume. The focus wasn't primarily on particular actions being permitted or forbidden, but rather on whether intimacy was occurring within appropriate context, and whether it was being approached with proper attitude. Physical connection within committed relationship that acknowledged mutual obligations and maintained proper discretion was acceptable even if relationship itself was technically problematic. Random physical encounters without emotional commitment or relationships that showed no restraint or discretion were more concerning than specific actions undertaken within bounded relationship. The gender differences in how physical intimacy was experienced and understood reflected broader cultural patterns about masculine and feminine behavior. Men were expected to maintain control even while allowing themselves desire, channeling intensity through discipline rather than surrendering to it completely. Women were expected to respond rather than initiate, to be present but not aggressive, to maintain certain quality of restraint even while engaging fully. These gendered expectations created particular dynamics within encounters that reflected larger social patterns about appropriate masculine and feminine conduct. The practical concerns about pregnancy added significant complication to physical intimacy for couples who couldn't openly acknowledge their relationship. Getting pregnant from affair would create catastrophic problems that couldn't be easily resolved. So couples had to be cautious and knowledgeable about timing and methods that reduce pregnancy risk, or accept risk and deal with consequences if pregnancy occurred. Some couples successfully managed to avoid pregnancy through careful timing. Others weren't as successful and had to navigate very difficult situations involving concealment, arranging quick marriages to provide cover, or other strategies to manage the complication. The physical effects of seasonal separation on intimate relationships created adjustment periods when couples reunited. After months apart, physical intimacy required re-establishing comfort and familiarity that continuous contact would maintain automatically. Some couples found reunion physically awkward initially, requiring time to redevelop ease with each other. Others found the separation had created hunger that made reunions intensely passionate. The variation depended on individual personalities, length of separation, and what had been happening in each person's life during absence. There wasn't a single pattern that everyone experienced. Now let's examine the lasting legacy of all these complicated relationship patterns, because what we've been discussing wasn't just historical curiosity, but rather development of emotional and cultural technologies that had effects extending far beyond specific couples who practiced them. The frameworks samurai developed for managing impossible circumstances, maintaining connection across separation, finding meaning in constraint, these became embedded in broader Japanese culture in ways that still resonate centuries later, even though specific circumstances have changed dramatically. The paradox at the heart of samurai culture was that people living under incredibly restrictive codes that limited personal freedom and demanded subordination of individual desires nonetheless developed some of the most sophisticated and nuanced emotional awareness in human history. The restrictions didn't crush emotional life. They seemed to intensify it by creating pressure that forced development of subtle, complex ways of feeling and expressing. It's almost like telling people they can't do something makes them think about it more intensely and develop more elaborate systems around it, which is observation that applies beyond just feudal Japan. The aesthetic frameworks that developed partly to manage emotional restriction became valued cultural elements independent of their original purposes. The appreciation for impermanence expressed through mono no aware, the finding of beauty in restraint and incompleteness, the value placed on subtlety and suggestion over direct statement. All of these aesthetic principles emerged partly from necessity but became treasured for their own sake. They shaped poetry, visual arts, architecture, garden design, performing arts, and basically every cultural production, creating distinctively Japanese aesthetic that's recognizable even to people who know nothing about its origins. The communication systems we've discussed, the encoded poetry, the symbolic vocabulary, the layered meanings, created cultural literacy that went far beyond just enabling secret romances. Everyone educated in these systems could appreciate multiple levels of meaning simultaneously, could catch allusions and references, could understand what was being said beneath what was literally stated. This created rich communicative culture where everyone was constantly reading between lines and interpreting through frameworks of shared understanding. The systems required collective knowledge and participation to function, creating bonds through shared interpretive capabilities. The relationship between emotional restraint and emotional depth that characterized samurai culture created a particular model of mature adulthood that emphasized control without suppression. You felt deeply, but didn't let feelings control behavior. You maintained composure while experiencing full range of emotions. You integrated passion and duty rather than seeing them as opposed forces. This model of emotional maturity differed significantly from Western models that might emphasize either pure authenticity and emotional expression or complete rational control. The samurai model tried to hold both simultaneously, genuine feeling plus disciplined behavior. The practices around separation management we've discussed had lasting effects on how Japanese culture handles distance and long-term relationship maintenance. The ability to maintain connection through minimal contact, to make brief encounters meaningful, to sustain relationships through writing and symbolic exchange. These capabilities that samurai developed out of necessity became cultural strengths that served well in various modern contexts. Modern Japanese business culture's approach to networking and relationship maintenance, ability to maintain connections across distance, emphasis on meaningful gestures and careful gift exchanges, all of this has some roots in practices developed during samurai period for managing complicated personal relationships. The children raised in these systems grew up and had their own children, transmitting not just specific practices but underlying assumptions about relationships, duty, personal sacrifice, and finding meaning within constraints. The intergenerational transmission meant patterns persisted long after specific circumstances that created them changed. Even when mandatory military service ended, arranged marriages became less common, and people gained more personal freedom. The cultural frameworks about proper behavior, emotional management, and relationship conduct persisted because they'd been embedded through generations of socialization. The theatrical and literary traditions that developed around these relationship patterns created cultural memory that kept the frameworks alive. The plays, poems, and stories about complicated samurai romances weren't just entertainment. They were educational materials that taught emotional frameworks and behavioral models. Watching no or kabuki performances about separated lovers or forbidden relationships, reading classical poetry about longing and impermanence, studying historical accounts of famous couples, all of this created shared cultural knowledge about how relationships could be understood and navigated. The artistic traditions embedded the frameworks into culture in ways that transcended changing social circumstances. The modern Japanese approach to certain relationship aspects, the value placed on restraint and appropriateness, the emphasis on reading atmosphere and unspoken communication, the importance of proper form and seasonal awareness, all connect back to patterns developed during samurai era. These aren't just fossilized historical remnants, but living cultural patterns that people unconsciously practice because they were raised in culture shaped by these historical developments. The specific circumstances change completely, but underlying frameworks about how to conduct relationships, how to balance personal and social obligations, how to communicate subtly, these persist. The contribution of these emotional technologies to broader human understanding of relationships shouldn't be underestimated. The samurai figured out how to maintain meaningful connections under extraordinarily difficult circumstances. They developed practices for making limited time together feel substantial. They created frameworks for finding beauty in separation and meaning in constraint. These aren't just historically interesting, they're potentially useful wisdom for anyone dealing with long-distance relationships, limited time with loved ones, or circumstances that restrict how they can express feelings. The specific feudal Japanese context was unique, but the fundamental challenges of maintaining connection across separation are universal human experiences. The influence on modern Japanese pop culture is visible if you know what you're looking for. Anime and manga frequently feature themes of separation, longing, the beauty of transient moments, relationships conducted through limited contact, the importance of specific objects or places as connection symbols. These themes resonate because they tap into deep cultural patterns about how relationships work and what makes them meaningful. The modern storytelling uses contemporary settings, but the emotional frameworks often echo patterns established centuries ago when samurai were trying to maintain relationships across seasonal military campaigns. The practices around memory objects, meaningful gifts, careful letter writing, and creating significant moments have modern equivalents that might seem quaint in age of instant communication, but retain cultural value. The emphasis on choosing perfect gift that shows attention and care rather than just expensive purchase, the practice of saving meaningful objects from shared experiences, the value placed on handwritten letters even when email would be faster, these contemporary practices connect a longer tradition of using material objects and careful communication to maintain and demonstrate connection. The legacy for women specifically deserves attention, because while women were severely restricted by samurai-era social structures, they also developed remarkable capabilities for navigating constraints, maintaining agency within limitations, and creating meaningful lives despite lack of formal power. The practices women developed, the encoding systems, the emotional management techniques, the ways of exerting influence indirectly, the creation of female support networks, all of these became resources that later generations could draw on when fighting for actual legal and social rights. The specific oppression was terrible, but the resistance strategies and coping mechanisms women developed weren't entirely wasted when circumstances improved. The contribution to Buddhist and spiritual practice in Japan included integration of romantic and domestic life into frameworks that originally emphasized monastic withdrawal from worldly attachments. The samurai lay people figured out how to practice mindfulness and non-attachment, while also fully engaging with relationships and emotional life. They developed approaches to meditation, ritual, and spiritual practice that worked for people who had families and obligations rather than just monks in monasteries. This integration of spiritual practice with ordinary life became an important contribution to how Buddhism was understood and practiced in Japan more broadly. The influence on Western understanding of Japanese culture has been enormous, though often filtered through misunderstandings and romanticization. When Westerners think about Japanese aesthetic appreciation for simplicity and impermanence, when they reference cherry blossoms as symbols of transient beauty, when they talk about Japanese communication being subtle and indirect, they're engaging with cultural patterns that have roots in the emotional and relationship frameworks we've been discussing. The specific historical circumstances get lost or distorted. but the basic recognition that Japanese culture approaches relationships and emotions somewhat differently reflects real patterns with real histories. The enduring question is whether the emotional sophistication developed under constraint justifies or redeems the constraint, or whether we should simply acknowledge that people made the best of terrible situations without pretending the situations were good. This is ultimately individual judgment call. Some people look at how samurai managed impossible circumstances and see admirable resilience and creativity. Others see elaborate justification system that allowed oppressive structures to continue by making them bearable. Both perspectives have merit. The practices were genuinely sophisticated and meaningful, and they emerge from fundamentally unjust social organization that caused unnecessary suffering. The lasting value of studying these historical patterns is partly about understanding roots of current cultural practices, partly about appreciating human creativity in responding to difficult circumstances, and partly about extracting potentially useful wisdom while also recognizing the problems with original context. You can appreciate the sophistication of emotional framework samurai developed, while also being glad you don't live in society that restricts personal freedom to that degree. You can learn from their practices around maintaining connection across distance, while also acknowledging that modern technology makes much of it unnecessary. You can respect the people who lived these experiences while also criticizing the social structures they existed within. The sibling relationships within samurai families deserve specific attention because brothers and sisters experience these patterns from inside family structure while being prepared for different futures. Brothers knew they'd likely serve together, possibly die together, and that survival often depended on mutual protection. Sisters knew they'd be separated by marriage, sent to different families, with minimal contact afterward. The childhood closeness had to be balanced against knowledge of inevitable separation, creating bonds that were intense precisely because temporary. Some siblings maintained connections across their adult lives through correspondence. Others lost contact completely after marriages or military assignments separated them permanently. The comparison between children's experiences in official marriages versus secret relationships reveals how family structure shaped development. Children of official marriages grew up with clear social identities and established positions, even if those positions came with heavy obligations. Children of secret relationships might grow up confused about their actual parentage, feeling they didn't quite fit anywhere, carrying family secrets they couldn't fully understand or discuss. The psychological impacts of these different situations shaped how children developed their own identities and approached their own relationships later. The education of eldest sons carried particular weight because they'd inherit family position and responsibilities. They received most intensive training and heaviest pressure to excel because family's future status depended on their performance. Younger sons had slightly more flexibility. Some pursued different paths like religious service. Some became retainers to other families. Some developed specialized skills that carved out alternative roles. But even with more options, younger sons still lived under significant expectations about behavior and achievement. The birth order hierarchy affected not just inheritance, but entire life trajectory. The daughter's education varied based on family status and marriage prospects. High-ranking families invested more in daughters' cultural education because they'd make more advantageous marriages if properly trained. Lower-ranking families might provide less formal education, but still taught essential household management. The education served dual purpose, making daughters attractive marriage prospects while also preparing them to successfully manage future households. The practical skills and cultural refinements had to be balanced carefully to create properly accomplished, but not threateningly intellectual daughter. The physical spaces of childhood within samurai households shaped how children experienced family life. Children often had limited private space, living in shared areas where they were constantly visible to family members and servants. This lack of privacy meant children learned early to manage their expressions and behavior, since they were always being observed and judged. The architectural openness that characterized many samurai residences, sliding doors rather than solid walls, open spaces that could be reconfigured, meant privacy was luxury rather than assumption, preparing children for adult lives where privacy would remain limited. The festivals and seasonal celebrations children participated in weren't just fun events, but crucial socialization opportunities where they learned proper conduct and social relationships. Boys' Day celebrations emphasized martial virtues and samurai values. Girls' Day celebrations featured dolls representing court hierarchy and proper gender roles. New Year festivities taught respect for ancestors and continuity of family line. Each seasonal celebration embedded lessons about duty, hierarchy, and appropriate behaviour, while also providing legitimate opportunities for enjoyment and community connection. The toys and games samurai children played reflected values they'd need as adults. Boys played with miniature weapons, practiced with toy bows and swords, engaged in competitive games that emphasized skill and strategy. Girls played with elaborate dolls that represented court life, practiced tea ceremony with child-sized implements, created miniature gardens and flower arrangements. The play activities weren't frivolous entertainment, but preparatory practice for adult roles disguised as childhood fun. Even recreation served educational purposes in system, where everything trained children for predetermined futures. The illnesses and deaths that children witnessed or experienced directly taught lessons about impermanence and loss that paralleled philosophical frameworks their parents used. Child mortality rates were high enough that most children lost siblings, cousins, or friends to disease or accident. These losses weren't hidden or softened, but acknowledged as natural part of life children needed to accept. The early exposure to death prepared children for adult worlds where loss would be frequent. Whether this preparation was helpful psychological training or simply traumatic is probably both simultaneously, useful and damaging in ways that can't be easily separated. Now let's delve deeper into the physical intimacy dimension, with more specificity about how constraints shaped practice. The timing limitations we've mentioned meant couples sometimes had only hours rather than full nights together. These brief windows required immediate transition into intimacy without extended build-up or extended aftermath. You couldn't spend evening gradually building connection, or mornings slowly separating. You had limited time and needed to make it count. This compression created intensity but also potential awkwardness, if either person needed more gradual transitions into or out of intimate space. The risk of discovery added constant tension to physical encounters that probably affected how people experienced them. Part of your attention always had to remain alert for sounds indicating someone approaching, changes in household activity patterns that might mean interruption, any sign that your private moment might become discovered encounter. This vigilance prevented complete abandonment to experience. You could be present and engaged, but never entirely unself-conscious. The necessity of maintaining awareness while also attempting full presence created particular quality of intensity marked by simultaneous engagement and caution. The clothing of the period added practical complications to physical intimacy. Multiple layers of complex garments with various ties, wrappings, and fastenings meant getting undressed and redressed was a time-consuming process requiring some skill. You couldn't just quickly disrobe, it took time and attention to properly manage all the layers. This meant that spontaneous encounters were logistically challenging, and planned encounters needed to account for dressing time within limited window of privacy. The elaborate clothing served as physical reinforcement of social restraints, creating literal barriers that required deliberate effort to navigate. The seasonal variation in physical comfort shaped when and how intimate encounters could happen. Summer heat made multiple clothing layers oppressive, but removing them risked exposure. Winter cold made disrobing uncomfortable and prolonged physical contact necessary for warmth. Spring and autumn offered more comfortable temperatures, but came with their own seasonal challenges: spring rain and mud, autumn insects, and early darkness. The physical environment was rarely optimal, requiring couples to work around seasonal discomforts while trying to maintain intimate connection. Climate control was not exactly advanced technology in feudal Japan. The use of particular scents and preparations for intimate encounters reveals attention to sensory dimension of experience. Both participants might bathe beforehand if possible, apply particular oils or perfumes, prepare space with incense or flowers. These preparations served practical purposes. You presumably wanted to smell pleasant, but also created ritualized transition into intimate space that marked it as special and separate from ordinary daily life. The attention to preparation demonstrated care and respect, while also heightening anticipation and awareness of what was about to occur. The locations chosen for intimate encounters often combined practical privacy with symbolic or aesthetic significance. Garden pavilions provided physical privacy, while also situating intimacy within natural beauty that enhanced experience. Shrine or temple grounds offered spiritual context that added dimension beyond pure physicality. Rooms within larger buildings might lack perfect privacy, but provided enough separation from household activity to create intimate space. The location choice was never purely functional, but always involved consideration of what meaning and atmosphere the space would contribute to experience. The management of evidence after intimate encounters required careful attention, because leaving traces could expose relationship. Clothing had to be properly rearranged, hair restored to proper styling, any physical evidence of intimacy cleaned up, scents dispersed. The cleanup was part of encounter itself rather than embarrassing afterward detail. You both needed to ensure you could return to public roles without obvious signs of what had occurred. The practical necessity probably intruded on any post-encounter emotional processing. Forcing quick transition back to propriety when lingering in intimate space might have been emotionally preferable. The communication during physical intimacy had to navigate between desire for expression and need for discretion. Even in private moment, couples couldn't necessarily be completely vocal because sound might travel. The restraint affected how intimacy felt and functioned. You expressed connection through touch and presence more than through sound. This created particular quality of quiet intensity, where communication happened through physical means rather than verbal ones. The enforced quiet probably enhanced some aspects of physical awareness, while limiting other dimensions of expression. The integration of physical intimacy with broader relationship context meant encounters carried weight beyond immediate physical pleasure. Physical connection was also emotional reassurance, commitment affirmation, creation of shared experience that would sustain through separation, practical cementing of relationship bonds. The meaning layered onto physical acts made them simultaneously more significant and more pressured. They had to serve multiple purposes rather than existing as pure physical pleasure without additional freight of meaning. The question of how frequently couples could achieve intimate encounters varied enormously based on circumstances. Some couples might manage meetings once per season or less frequently. Others, in more favourable circumstances, might achieve monthly or even more frequent contact. The frequency affected relationship dynamics significantly. Couples with regular contact developed different patterns than those who went months between encounters. Neither pattern was inherently better or worse, just different, requiring different emotional management strategies and creating different relationship textures. Let's now examine the cultural legacy dimension with more specificity about mechanisms of transmission and transformation. The artistic works that emerge from this period, poetry collections, theatrical productions, painted narratives, musical compositions, functioned as cultural repositories that preserved emotional frameworks even as social circumstances changed. Each generation encountered these works and absorbed lessons about emotional complexity, proper behaviour, and relationship navigation embedded within them. The artistic transmission meant frameworks persisted independent of whether people still lived under same constraints that originally created them. The temple and shrine practices that incorporated elements of relationship management became institutionalized aspects of religious life that continued long after specific samurai relationship patterns ended. Prayers for absent loved ones, offerings for relationship success, pilgrimage practices that combined spiritual and romantic purposes, all of these became established religious activities that people continued practicing because they were traditional, rather than because they specifically needed them for managing samurai relationships. The religious institutionalization preserved practices beyond their original necessity. The commercial development that occurred around relationship practices created economic interests in maintaining certain patterns. Businesses that produced appropriate paper for love letters, merchants who sold incense for romantic purposes, artisans who created containers for memory objects, services that facilitated discreet communication, all of these created economic structures with stake in perpetuating relationship patterns even after social necessity decreased. The commercialization meant practices persisted partly through economic momentum rather than purely through cultural value. The educational systems that taught classical literature and poetry necessarily transmitted emotional frameworks embedded in texts students studied. When students read Heian period poetry about separated lovers or Kamakura-era accounts of complicated relationships, they absorbed not just literary knowledge, but emotional templates for understanding their own experiences. The education transmitted frameworks that students might apply to circumstances quite different from historical contexts that produced original texts. The classical education created continuity of emotional vocabulary across radically different social circumstances. The modern Japanese publishing industry's continued focus on historical romance stories, whether in novel, manga, or anime formats, perpetuates interest in period relationship patterns, while also transforming them for contemporary audiences. The modern versions often sanitize or romanticize historical realities, presenting more palatable versions that appeal to current sensibilities. But even transformed versions maintain connection to historical patterns, keeping them present in cultural consciousness rather than letting them become purely academic historical interest. The tourism industry's development of historical sites associated with famous couples or relationship-related practices creates economic incentive to maintain cultural memory. Temples famous for romantic prayers become tourist destinations. Locations associated with historical lovers become pilgrimage sites for modern couples. Gardens where famous meetings occurred become wedding photography locations. The tourist development means historical relationship patterns remain visible and relevant rather than fading into forgotten past. The influence on Western perceptions of Japanese culture and relationships has created feedback loop where Western interest shapes how Japanese people understand and present their own cultural heritage. When Westerners become fascinated with cherry blossoms as symbols of transient beauty, or with samurai codes of honor, Japanese cultural producers sometimes emphasize these elements to appeal to international audiences. This feedback loop means Western romantic notions about Japanese culture influence how Japanese people present and sometimes even understand their own history. The contemporary Japanese relationship practices that have roots in samurai patterns include emphasis on appropriate restraint and timing, value placed on meaningful gifts and gestures, importance of reading subtle communication cues, acceptance of relationships that function primarily through limited contact. These aren't fossilized historical remnants, but living practices that people engage in naturally, because they grew up in culture shaped by these historical patterns. The practices feel normal and appropriate rather than consciously historical, because they are embedded in contemporary culture. The therapeutic and self-help industry in Japan has drawn on historical frameworks about emotional management and finding meaning in constraint. Books, workshops, and counseling approaches that reference traditional wisdom about accepting circumstances while maintaining emotional richness connect to longer patterns of emotional management developed during restrictive historical periods. The therapeutic applications mean historical frameworks remain relevant as tools for addressing contemporary psychological challenges even when specific circumstances differ dramatically. The influence on other East Asian cultures occurred through historical contact and cultural exchange. Korean and Chinese cultural practices around relationships, seasonal awareness, and emotional expression show influence from Japanese patterns, even though each culture developed its own distinct approaches. The cross-cultural transmission means samurai relationship patterns contributed to broader East Asian emotional frameworks rather than remaining purely Japanese phenomenon. The regional influence extends the legacy beyond single culture. The children's emotional development within these family systems deserves deeper examination, because growing up under these conditions created particular psychological patterns. Children learned early to compartmentalize emotions, showing appropriate feelings publicly, while maintaining private emotional lives that might contradict public presentation. This compartmentalization was survival skill. You couldn't openly resent arranged marriage prospects or express fear about probable early death. But the splitting between public performance and private feeling created internal tensions that some children managed better than others. The successful integration of public role and private self was a mark of maturity that not everyone achieved smoothly. The attachment styles children developed reflected the intermittent availability of fathers and the pressured availability of mothers. Mothers were physically present but emotionally constrained by need to prepare children for difficult futures, creating presence that was simultaneously nurturing and distancing. Fathers were periodically present with intensity but then absent for extended periods, creating attachment that was strong but insecure. These patterns shaped how children later approached their own relationships, sometimes seeking similar intermittent intensity or struggling with consistent availability that felt unfamiliar and uncomfortable. The trauma that many children experienced, witnessing violence, losing family members, facing their own mortality awareness from young age, wasn't recognized as trauma requiring healing because it was considered normal part of life. Children were expected to accept loss and move forward without extended grief processing. This cultural expectation created resilience in some children who learned to endure difficult experiences without being overwhelmed. But it also likely created lasting psychological effects in children who never fully processed traumatic experiences because cultural frameworks didn't provide space for that processing. The comparison between how boys and girls processed their family experiences reveals gendered coping patterns that persisted into adulthood. Boys were taught to externalize and channel difficult emotions through physical activity and martial practice. Girls were taught to internalize and refine emotions through artistic and cultural pursuits. Neither approach was inherently healthier. They just created different patterns of emotional management that shaped adult psychological functioning. The gendered strategies meant men and women often struggled to understand each other's emotional processes because they'd been trained in fundamentally different approaches from childhood. The sibling hierarchies within families created complex relationship dynamics, where older siblings had authority over younger, but also responsibility for their welfare. Eldest brothers were supposed to model proper behavior while also protecting younger siblings. Eldest sisters were supposed to help raise younger siblings while also preparing for their own departure through marriage. These hierarchical relationships created bonds that were simultaneously loving and structured by power differences. The combination of affection and authority meant sibling relationships carried particular emotional complexity that reflected larger social hierarchies. The moments of actual childhood joy and playfulness that existed despite heavy constraints deserve acknowledgement because children weren't constantly oppressed. There were genuine moments of fun, connection, and simple childhood pleasures that provided relief from pressure. Festival celebrations, games with siblings, stories told by grandparents, seasonal activities like moon viewing or snow play. These moments of joy were real and meaningful even within constraining context. The childhood wasn't purely miserable even though it was heavily structured towards specific outcomes. The mixture of genuine happiness and genuine constraint created complex childhood experiences that can't be reduced to either pure suffering or romanticized innocence. The development of imagination and internal emotional lives as escape from external constraints meant some children cultivated rich fantasy lives that provided psychological relief. You might outwardly comply with training and expectations while internally maintaining different vision of yourself or your possible future. These private imaginings sometimes created problematic disconnections from reality, but they also preserved sense of individual self that might otherwise be completely subsumed by social role. The internal freedom complemented external compliance in ways that let children maintain psychological integrity while fulfilling external expectations. The physical intimacy practices deserve additional exploration of how couples navigated pleasure versus procreation purposes within encounters that had to serve multiple functions. For official marriages, procreation was explicit purpose that made physical intimacy obligatory rather than purely voluntary. For forbidden relationships, avoiding pregnancy was crucial, but required knowledge and practices that weren't universally available or reliable. The different purposes shaped how encounters felt and functioned. Obligatory intimacy for procreation carried different emotional weight than chosen intimacy that existed despite, rather than because of social expectations. The role of alcohol in facilitating physical intimacy shouldn't be overlooked, because social drinking customs created acceptable context for relaxation that otherwise might not occur. Sharing sake before intimate encounter helped reduce anxiety, lower inhibition slightly, and create transition from formal social interaction to more relaxed, intimate space. The drinking wasn't about getting drunk, but about using alcohol's social and physiological effects to ease transitions that the culture's general emphasis on restraint made more difficult. Though obviously some people used alcohol less skillfully, creating additional complications rather than easing existing ones. The aftercare aspects of physical intimacy, the quiet time together afterward, the gradual return to propriety, the processing of experience, were often severely limited by time constraints and risk of discovery. You might have brief moments of closeness following intimacy, but extended cuddling or leisurely processing probably wasn't possible. The quick transitions probably affected how people emotionally integrated physical experiences. Without time for aftercare, physical intimacy remained somewhat compartmentalized from emotional connection, rather than being fully integrated experience where physical and emotional dimensions were equally developed. The influence of seasonal aesthetics on physical intimacy created patterns where certain seasons felt more conducive to particular qualities of encounter. Spring intimacy might feel hopeful and renewing, aligned with seasons' associations with new growth. Summer intimacy might be more intense and passionate, but also more uncomfortable physically due to heat. Autumn intimacy carried melancholy awareness of approaching winter separation. Winter intimacy might be most sustained and comfortable, but also came with knowledge that spring would bring new separation. The seasonal framing affected not just logistics, but emotional qualities of encounters. The cultural legacy's reach into contemporary global culture beyond just Japan reveals how these patterns have become part of broader human cultural resources. People worldwide who've never studied Japanese history might still appreciate aesthetic principles like wabi-sabi, or practice mindfulness techniques derived from Zen Buddhism, or value restrained expression in certain contexts. The global spread of these cultural elements means samurai relationship patterns contributed, albeit indirectly, and with significant transformation, to broader human repertoire of emotional management and relationship practices. And with that, we've journeyed through the complicated, beautiful, frustrating, and deeply human story of how samurai maintained relationships under impossible conditions. From the philosophical frameworks that helped them accept impermanence, through the elaborate encoding systems that let them communicate secretly, to the seasonal rhythms that structured their time together and apart, to the memory objects and letters that sustained them through separation, to the ways they raised children within these patterns, to the physical intimacy that existed within strict constraints, to the lasting cultural legacy of all these practices, we've explored how people created meaningful connections despite every obstacle their society placed in their way. So now, as we close this exploration, wherever you are in the world right now, whether you're dealing with your own complicated relationships, navigating distance from people you care about, or just trying to figure out how to balance what you want. With what circumstances allow, I hope you found something useful or at least interesting in these stories of people who faced similar challenges centuries ago. Good night, everyone. Sweet dreams. And remember, no matter how complicated your relationship situation feels, at least you probably don't have to encode it in 17-syllable poems about seasonal flowers just to tell someone you miss them. That's progress. Sleep well.